Zeus, you know him. Glorious beard, king of the gods, rapist, murderer, kidnapper. Oh no, don't be shocked yet. Be shocked when I tell you that the prefix kid doesn't just apply to napper. Yeah, Zeus is messed up. And I didn't even mention him getting an unwilling woman pregnant via golden showers. But, to be fair, the scumbag god Sparkles was born a therapist's worst nightmare / best client, because his sociopathic behavior was instilled at birth. A biography which I will unravel in this episode. Zeus was born to Kronos, a man that killed his own father and was planning to kill his son Zeus too, which begs the question, why have a family when you're clearly not a family man? But that's who Kronos was, and before he was Zeus's dad, he was Uranus' son, aka the son of a powerful primordial being, a concept that existed long before the first gods, because Uranus was the sky itself, born directly from the earth herself, born to Gaia, who not only gave birth to Uranus, the sky, but also Urea, the mountains, and Pontus, the sea, the first beings. Then Gaia had sex with her son Uranus because somebody had to be the first to find out that incest doesn't end well, and her and Uranus had the 12 Titans, the 3 Hecatoncheires, and the 3 Cyclopses. Unfortunately, Uranus did fashion babies way before it was cool and decided that the Hecatoncheires with their 100 arms and 50 heads, and the Cyclopses with their 1 eye were too ugly. It's almost like having kids with your mom doesn't end well.
Oh, Kelsey, please.
So he imprisoned them all in hell, aka Tartarus, and only kept the 2-eyed, 2-armed, and 2-legged Titans. Unsurprisingly, Gaia wasn't exactly down with that, so she tried to rally the 12 Titans to kill their father, her husband, her son, their brother, and Kronos, the youngest of the Titans, agreed to kill his father, his brother, Uranus, by chopping his balls off with a special sickle made of diamonds. And then Kronos did that. But the way he did that... Gaia took her son Kronos along and hid him away behind the rock while she seduced Uranus, aka she made her son watch as she got his father hard. I love Greek mythology. And then Kronos jumped out from behind the rock with his diamond sickle and screamed, "Shine bright like a diamond!" and chopped Uranus' balls off, pillar and stones. Just quality family time, you gotta love it. Then Kronos threw the chopped off genitals into the ocean, but as the immortal sky, Uranus was really dead. His physical form just shriveled away, and Kronos took the throne and ruled. That's the backstory of Zeus's dad, Kronos, killing his dad, Uranus. So yeah, Zeus wasn't exactly born into the best outlook on mental health. Kronos now ruled and took his sister Rhea as his wife because you don't break with family traditions. But his life was disrupted when Uranus pulled an evil Mufasa on his son Kronos and appeared in spirit form to deliver a prophecy. His children would do to Kronos what Kronos did to him. Confronted with the possibility of having his balls chopped off versus the temptation of raw dogging his sister, Kronos chose temptation and raw dogged his sister Rhea enough times to have 6 babies with her, and ate every single one of them to solve the prophecy problem. Except the last one, because his sister wife Rhea rescued it. Now don't applaud her for that. She let 5 of her kids be eaten, so she's not exactly in the running for Mother of the Year for saving 1 of 6 babies. That's a 16% success rate for keeping your children alive. When Kronos wanted to eat the youngest, Zeus, Rhea fed Kronos a rock wrapped in a blanket instead. Kronos swallowed the rock, and Rhea hid Zeus away on Crete, where he was raised in a cave by nymphs, a goat, and an eagle. Once Zeus grew into his divine body and powers, he left the cave to rescue his siblings, and he did that by consulting with the goddess of wisdom, Metis, who told him to give Kronos salted wine to make him throw up the siblings who, don't forget, were immortal, so they were still alive in Kronos' belly, just chilling, growing up, barbecuing and all, you know. Zeus prepared the wine and went to his father, Kronos, in disguise, which was completely unnecessary because his father had literally never seen him. But Zeus would later often disguise himself to sexually assault women, so I guess early practice makes perfect. He gave Kronos the mysterious wine, knowing that the idiot that swallows a rock thinking it's a baby would drink wine from a stranger who is not partaking in the drinking. Kronos drank, Kronos threw up, and the 5 siblings were back, all grown. Hades, Poseidon, Demeter, Hera, and Hestia. So now it was time for the revenge arc. But first, training arc. The 6 siblings escaped to Mount Olympus and trained for the day they would confront the Titans, aka they definitely juiced up because I refuse to believe that these bodies are all natural. And then the gods attacked the insanely powerful Titans and their offspring and allies, and the gods were horribly outnumbered by the Titan army, which was ruled by Kronos, but in combat were led by their most formidable fighter, the Titan Atlas. But since everyone here is immortal, this war was like an endless one-sided boxing match with breaks to recover and get your ass beat all over again because the 6 godly siblings were losing bad. Until Zeus had a genius idea. Free his uncles, the imprisoned 100 armed hecatonkers and the cyclopses from hell to help him with the fight. So Zeus descended into Tartarus to free the original team inbred, and the cyclopses were so thankful that they then crafted powerful weapons for the gods. The lightning bolt for Zeus, the trident for Poseidon, and the helm of darkness for Hades. The equivalent of getting epic gear in a video game, because now Zeus was literally throwing lightning around, Poseidon was causing floods and earthquakes, and Hades could turn invisible. It doesn't sound that cool, but if you really think about how powerful that is, like you're just sneaking around the battlefield, all invincible, and you sneak up on people from behind you, just bah, stab them, bah, like bah, you know what I mean? And on the battlefield, the hecatonkers returned the favor by joining Zeus' side, and with their overwhelming strength, the gods were finally able to defeat the Titans and imprisoned them all in Tartarus under the watch of the hecatonkers, meaning the former jailees now became the Titans' jailers.
Well, well, well. How the turntables.
As for Atlas, since he was such a true pain in the ass for the Greek gods, imprisonment wasn't enough. Zeus had a special punishment for him. Due to his immense strength, Atlas's fate became to forever lift up the heavens. And then Zeus took over as the new supreme god, and keeping with family traditions, he married his sister HERA, who he cheated on with everyone that wanted to and also everyone that didn't want to. But the tales of Zeus's many illegitimate children, including the one that was conceived via a golden shower, that's going to be a video for another day. Honestly, the only reason Poseidon's all-around scumbag behavior isn't more known is because his wife wasn't as jealous as Zeus's wife HERA and didn't air all of Poseidon's dirty laundry. Because seriously, while Zeus committed more atrocities, he also did a lot of good, including creating humanity. Kind of still a split decision on whether that's a good thing or not. Poseidon, meanwhile, was really all about being a bigger dick than his trident. And no, that is not excused by his dad eating him after he was born. After Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades defeated the Titans and took over as gods of the world, they played rock, paper, scissors to decide who gets the heaven, the underworld, and the seas. Poseidon got the seas, which was fitting because the sea is just as moody as Poseidon. And those mood swings meant he did a pretty crappy job as a god of the sea, constantly causing floods and earthquakes whenever he was bored or annoyed, or literally just killing for fun.
I killed the sun!
Poseidon even killed the people praying to him for safe seafare, and whenever he got bored of that and left his underwater palace, Poseidon usually did so for some of his non-consensual impregnation quests. So eventually his brother Zeus had enough. Not because of the non-consensual pregnancies thing, that was all good fun for the rape brothers, but if you know anything about Zeus, you know that he really cares about being worshipped. So prayers were holy to the guy. Killing worshippers was where Zeus drew the line. Very weirdly, that's where he drew the line. And Zeus stepped in. And you know it's bad when your even more genocidal, rapey, maniac brother has to get you to calm down. And since Xanax wasn't a thing yet, Zeus decided that Poseidon needs a wife. Because he knew from experience how much more satisfying it is to make your own wife miserable. And since Zeus is still Zeus and not to be confused with some kind of nice guy, he simply forced someone to marry his daughter to Poseidon. That someone was Nereus, the previous ruler of the sea, before Zeus overthrew everybody and gave the seas to Poseidon. Nereus had a bunch of beautiful daughters born of the sea, fitting as a wife for the sea god. So of course, Poseidon picked the one that didn't want him. You know, because my guy likes a challenge. Poseidon's such a prick. The name was Amphitrite, and after she refused him, Poseidon used his pet dolphin to convince her that he's a good guy and get her to like him, and because girls like guys with cute pets, it worked. And that's why, to this day, guys get dogs to impress girls. I'm the worst. Before the marriage, Poseidon was just a massive dick. But after he married Amphitrite, he was a massive dick that cheated on his wife. And even Poseidon's own sister wasn't safe from him. Poseidon desired Demeter, his sister, the goddess of agriculture and harvest, but she refused to sleep with him, which Poseidon in turn refused to accept since Demeter did sleep with her other brother Zeus and had Persephone with her brother Zeus. Yeah, don't even let that trip you up, because this whole family tree started with a mother who slept with her son, and that son then had Zeus, Demeter, and Poseidon and co. with his own sister. So this is really just the original team inbred right here. So Poseidon tried to woo Demeter, who said she would appreciate it if he creates a beautiful new creature for her. And Poseidon struggled through the process of creating a beautiful new four-legged creature. His first attempts were a bit too fat and became known as the hippos. His next attempts were a bit too tall and had all proportions and became known as the giraffes. And after some more four-legged animals that he wasn't happy with, Poseidon finally came up with the horse, a powerful animal of tremendous elegance and power, worthy of Demeter's admiration, except she still didn't want to sleep with him. So now Poseidon decided that her nose means yes, and her running away means catch me if you can, and even when Demeter shapeshifted into the newly created horse to run away faster, Poseidon simply shapeshifted into a stallion to catch her faster. And once he caught up to her, he did what he came to do, and then left Demeter behind pregnant. Demeter was disgusted by this, and she could not bear to even look at the children she bore from her brother's assault, and abandoned them. Those children were the black-winged horse Arion and the girl Despina. The horse grew up fine and eventually became Hercules, aka Heracles' steed, but Despina turned into a bitter frost goddess, resenting her mother and her father, and in her hatred, Despina spends a quarter of the year freezing all her father's rivers and all her mother's crops, which is why we now have winter. Thanks, Poseidon. And while we're on the topic of family, Poseidon didn't really have a good relationship with any of his. Recap, Poseidon's dad tried to eat him, his brother Zeus grew tired of him, he raped his sister Demeter, and his other sister Hestia also hated him because he tried to take her virginity before she took a sacred virginity vow, and the other virgin goddess Athena, who was Poseidon's niece, was Poseidon's enemy number one. Athena stole a city from Poseidon, a city that was then named after her instead of him, a city you might today know as Athens. At the time, Athens was known as Caicopia, and Poseidon was lobbying hard for the name to be changed to Poseidon City. Not really, but it's a cool name. It would be a great name for a water theme park, by the way. You're welcome. Poseidon wanted the city named in his honor, and to impress King Caicopus, he struck the ground with his trident to erect a massive fountain in the middle of the city, which was a really cool party trick, but entirely useless because it was salt water, so they couldn't drink it, and because the city was already surrounded by water anyway, so yeah, thanks, but no thanks, Aquaman. Then Athena swooped in and promised the city olive trees if they chose her, and since olive trees were not native to the region yet and provided food, olive oil, and much more, the city picked Athena, and Poseidon now had a forever grudge against her that escalated in another innocent woman being raped. A woman who swore an oath of virginity as a priestess of Athena and devoted her life to maintaining Athena's temple. The perfect victim for Poseidon, who was just looking for a way to insult Athena, so he had his way with that innocent priestess against her will right inside of Athena's temple. A huge insult to the virgin goddess, who instead of punishing Poseidon, then punished the priestess for being too beautiful and tempting, and cursed her to become a hideous monster with snakes for hair, a monster now better known as Medusa. Medusa would later give birth to another one of Poseidon's infamous children, another winged horse, this one white and known as Pegasus. But Medusa's story is tragic, complex, and there are many versions and interpretations, so it really needs its own video on another day. So with all this really bad stuff going down, there is a silver lining. Poseidon did father a great hero, Theseus. There's still kind of the fact that Poseidon cheated on his wife Amphitrite, tried to conceive Theseus with another woman, and the fact that Theseus is not just a hero, but also the guy who kidnapped Helen of Troy when she was 13 years young. Yeah, like father, like son. But Theseus' story, though, that's a video for another day. Which Greek god do you associate with evil? It's Hades. We all know you're thinking Hades. But why is it Hades? It's probably because in our modern thinking, the ruler of the underworld equals Satan, and Satan equals evil. But Greek mythology's king of the underworld, Hades, is not evil. In fact, Hades is a good guy, way better than his asshole brothers Zeus and Poseidon. And a lot of the blame for that modern lie of Hades being evil goes back to Disney's 1997 Hercules movie, which did this to Hades.
Name is Hades, Lord of the Dead. Hi, how you doing?
But that entire Hercules movie was just all kinds of wrong. Like, Let's shit on Disney for a second, shall we? Zeus is not a family man. Man, that dude cheats for sport. And he doesn't just cheat with women who are consensual, by the way. Hera is certainly not Hercules' loving mother because Hercules is one of Zeus' illegitimate children, and Hera hated Hercules and tried to kill him when he was a baby, and when she failed at baby murder, she decided to ruin his life by making him murder his own wife and children, by the way. And Disney even messed up the basics because the son of Zeus is not called Hercules. It's Herakles. Hercules is a Roman name, by the way. It's funny because I'm trying to be a smartass here, but I'm pronouncing Herakles wrong because I think the Greeks say it like Herakles or something like that. And also, Hades was not a dude with weird blue flames for hair. He was never depicted as that, nor was he ugly. Some texts even say that Hades is the most handsome of the three big Greek brothers. So, not ugly, not evil, just misunderstood. And that's why I call this episode Was Hades Feared? Yes, but the fear came with the territory because Hades rules over death, and death is naturally scary. But you should know that in Greek mythology, the afterworld, death is not a bad place. Everybody goes there after life, the good, the bad, and the ugly. But still, people aren't exactly fans of death and feared it, of course. And Hades just happened to rule over that which is inevitable. And if you're gonna die anyway, why waste your time praying to or even thinking about Hades? Best to just avoid it altogether, never mention Hades' name, and turn him into a taboo. With his brothers King Sparkles and Aquaman, you could at least feel like, you know, your farm being struck by lightning or your ship being sunk at sea can be avoided with some good old worshipping, but death, not so much. So the fear stemmed from the inevitable, not the evil. And in fact, death in the Greek underworld included paradise, heaven, and hell. And it's also not even Hades who claims your soul when you die. The Greek version of the Grim Reaper is actually Thanatos, who has the awkward job of showing up like, hey, sup bro, you dead. Except Thanatos doesn't look like this and was also described as beautiful and winged. So he would look more similar to his brother Hypnos, who was in charge of sleep. And Thanatos and Hypnos were in fact considered to be almost doing the same task. Death by Thanatos was as painless and natural as sleep, and there was nothing evil or subjective about it, you know?
But random, dispassionate, fair to rich and poor alike.
And yes, Thanos is very much named after Thanatos, who inspired the character of Thanos. So Thanatos collected the souls of the dead, and then Hermes would use his speed to actually transport them to the entrance of the underworld, where he hands them off to Charon, who is the ferryman that then ferries the soul across the river Styx into the actual underworld. But this is where it all comes to a bit of a hitch. The stop, you had to pay Charon for that duty, because this guy was all like,
bitch better have my money.
And that is why the ancient Greeks buried the dead with 2 coins to pay Charon. If you don't have that money, your ass is not getting into the underworld, and you have to wait at the shores of the river Styx for 100 years, and then you actually get a free ride into the underworld, because
you hang around the barbershop long enough, sooner or later you're gonna get a haircut.
And once you get across the river Styx, congrats, yay, you made it into the underworld. And the 3 judges will now go through your browser history and every action you took in life to determine whether you deserve to be happy forever or eternal suffering where you're punished forever. Most of us who lived a normal life without great heroics or terribly evil deeds would go to the Asphodel Meadows. Basically a second life in the underworld, which would be a lot like life on Earth. And after 100 years of that, you drink from the river Lethe, which wipes your memories, and then you are reborn. The special people from Greek mythology go to Elysium. Not simple Jack special, like great deeds, super pious, glorious kind of special. And even within that paradise, Elysium, there was the Isle of the Blessed, basically the gated community for the actual heroes like Achilles, Atalanta, Odysseus, you know, the special people. And everyone in Elysium, though, gets to party and feast all day. A return to Earth is eventually optional, but it's like, why would you leave eternal paradise? And the scum of the earth was sent to actual hell, called Tartarus. Note, you are also considered scum of the earth if you just disrespected the gods or hurt their ego by beating them in a contest because, oh my god, hubris. In Tartarus, you received eternal punishment, specially designed by Hades. That punishment could be fun stuff like burning on a spinning wheel for all eternity, or healthy exercise like pushing a rock up a hill for all eternity, or a nutritious meal plan like starving and dying of thirst for all eternity. And then there's also the fields of mourning for those who punch their own ticket while mourning their lost love, which was probably a super fun place filled with super fun people. And remember how I said the concept of death and sleep were very similar in its respective gods or brothers? That's also reflected in the underworld. The land of the dreams was also down here, though while Hypnos sent people to sleep, it was Morpheus, the god of dreams, who ruled over the land of the dreams. And all of this, the entire underworld, was protected by Cerberus, the three-headed dog bouncer of the underworld. And Hades was in charge of all of that, meticulously so. While Zeus and Poseidon were getting drunk, meddling with mortals, murdering, abusing, kidnapping women, causing more drama than a goddamn telenovela, and being responsible for all the Greek stories and actually kind of keeping this channel alive. Thank you. Hades was a stickler for rules and just did his job 24/7, married to order. And that only made Hades seem even weirder because the loner hanging out with the dead's not exactly a good Tinder profile. And it fit the already biased and fearful opinion people had of him. Like, Zeus and Poseidon would be kind of like the jocks from the football team, basking in glory while they're actually terrible people. And Hades is the good-hearted loner that is misunderstood because he keeps himself and he's just labeled as evil because he's misunderstood and people don't get it. You get me? All that being said, Hades did kind of kidnap his wife Persephone. But that's not as much of a skirt in the closet as you might think. First of all, I repeat that Zeus and Poseidon kidnapped before breakfast, but one man's evil does not justify another man's. So here's the thing though. Zeus was Persephone's father and promised Hades that he could marry Persephone, which was a father's right at the time. Note that it was not a father's right at the time to get his own daughter pregnant, especially against her will, but Zeus managed to get his daughter Persephone pregnant against her will. Anyway, that's a different story. I'll tell you about that another time. The problem was that Zeus didn't tell Persephone about this, so Hades kidnapped her without her even knowing. And Zeus also didn't tell Persephone's mother, Demeter, about this, so Demeter scoured the earth looking for her daughter, and it all turned into a pretty major drama because Demeter was pretty important. She's the goddess of harvest, and humanity eating was at Demeter's mercy, and she promised Zeus that she'd turn his beloved world of the living into the underworld, aka I'm gonna let everybody starve in this bitch unless you give me my daughter back. So Zeus went to Hades like, hey, yo, about that niece of yours, you kidnapped the wife back, Persephone? Yeah, I'm gonna need her back. Problem was, Hades was uncontrollably in love with Persephone and truly treated Persephone like a queen. Like, you don't understand. Men in Greek mythology don't usually see their women as equals, but Hades did. He intended to share all his power and everything with Persephone, and he was loyal. All that was unheard of for a mortal man in general back then, but for a god, forget about it. Plus, as I said, Hades was often said to be the most handsome of his brothers. So really before long, Persephone was like, this isn't all that bad. I get to be queen of the underworld. They call me Dread Persephone. I got mad respect from the living. I got mad respect from the dead. And I got mad respect from my husband, and the man's pretty damn fine. I mean, I'm happy to see my husband. In fact, Persephone didn't just like it. Hell, I love you! Before she knew it, Persephone fell in love with Hades. So that meant that when Zeus forced Hades to send Persephone back, Hades came up with a plan to save his future with Persephone. If she ate food from the underworld, no one could take her from him. Because once you leave from the underworld, you can never fully leave. No one can change it. And because Persephone was in her fields, she was in on it and ate 3 pomegranate seeds and was forever bound to the underworld and could only return to the world of the living for 3 months of the year. Her mother, Demeter, was overjoyed whenever her daughter returned to her, and the world's harvest was in full swing for 9 months of the year. But those 3 months, when Persephone returned to the underworld, to her husband Hades, Demeter was sad and basically said, man, screw these crops. Everybody can starve for all I care. And that's how we got winter. Hera is somehow the best, most loyal, and most patient wife ever, and at the same time the most terrifying one. And the story of her and Hercules is the best example for that. She tried to kill him when he was a baby. Now, that's not the baby she threw down a cliff, that's the other baby she tried to murder with snakes when it was in its baby crib. So this Hera you might remember from the 1997 Hercules movie.
Hercules, we're so proud of you.
This Hera never existed. Hera hated Hercules, whose Greek name was actually Herakles, which roughly translates to Hera's glory, and was an attempt by Zeus to make his wife hate him less for yet another illegitimate son. Unfortunately, Hera was not as forgiving as Catelyn Stark, and wanted to see Herakles dead, starting when he was a baby. And so, snakes in the baby crib it was. But baby Herakles was born OP, so he strangled the two snakes without mercy because animal rights did not matter too back then. And Hera's plan was thwarted. So her logical next step was to use magic to drive adult Herakles mad and have him murder his wife and his children. Bruh, Hera had no chill. Sadly, it worked. And once Herakles woke up covered in his own family's blood, he made up for his sins by swearing servitude to Ares and changing his name to Kratos, by doing the 12 labors of Herakles. But good job on not hiding your inspiration there, God of War. So that's Hera tries to kill baby story number 1. Here's Hera tries to kill baby story number 2. Hera was tired of Zeus trying to impregnate everything that can get pregnant and also everything that can't. Because this guy wouldn't know what restraint was if you slapped him in the face with it. In fact, if you slapped him in the face with it, he'd probably like it. So Hera really suffered through her marriage with Zeus, and eventually decided that if he's gonna have his own kids, then she can too. So Hera birthed Hephaestus, all on her own, no man needed. Hera wanted something that was just hers, and to be fair, with Zeus taking everything he wanted for himself, this girl really deserved it. But then the baby was too ugly and she was disgusted by it and threw it off Mount Olympus. Understandable. That baby was Hephaestus, and because gods are immortal, you don't have to worry. The baby was only crippled for life and hit his head on the side of the mountain, making him even uglier. But years later, disfigured Hephaestus made it back up to Mount Olympus, back to his loving mother. Slowly, very, very slowly, because crippled leg, you know. And then Hephaestus held his mother hostage until Zeus promised him he can marry the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. Family dynamics over 9,000. Also, holding the mother who cast you out for being ugly hostage to get married to the goddess of beauty that everyone wants, that's a pimp move if I've ever seen one. Like, later, Hera would finally get her wish of a beautiful, powerful son, though. Her and Zeus had Ares, the god of war, who was so powerful and so gorgeous that he seemed destined to be his father's successor. If it wasn't for the fact that Ares was born with a massive fetish for violence, like it seriously gave him a hard-on, the type of fetish that makes Joffrey from Game of Thrones look cute. And there's a specific scene where Joffrey has his fetish on detail in the show. I don't know if I can show it without getting demonetized, but you know the one. As the god of war, Ares never wanted wars to end and always supported whatever side was about to lose, so that wars kept going and more people died in as violent a way as possible. Even King Creep and abused Zeus was like, damn, that boy got issues, boy. And he hated Ares, refused to recognize him as his successor or even as a son, and instead had another illegitimate child, Athena, who Zeus named the true goddess of war. If you're Hera, that's just salt in your wounds at this point. I mean, damn. So Hera was about done with Zeus, understandably, and Ares didn't exactly feel great about his father hating him either, so it wasn't hard for Hera to convince Ares to join her for her next move, overthrow Zeus. I mean, can you blame a girl? Reminder, Zeus had 1,000 legitimate children, and the Athena thing on top, I'm 100% on girlfriend's side on this one, as were all the gods. Everybody joined the daring rebellion because everybody hated Zeus. That dude was essentially the anti-Raymond. Get it? Everybody loves Raymond? 90s kids will get it. Poseidon and Apollo accepted pivotal roles as leaders of the rebellion and supported Hera in rallying all the gods and goddesses to usurp Zeus, and in their combined bravery, the gods attacked Zeus while he was sleeping. Seriously, they chained him to his bed with shackles while he was sleeping, with shackles made by Hephaestus. Yes, the ugly baby that Hera threw down a cliff still joined his mother in the rebellion, which gives you an idea of how much Zeus was truly hated. Zeus literally had no ally once the seed of the rebellion had been planted. But as soon as Zeus was imprisoned, the gods found out why he ruled with an iron fist that left no room for other egos. Because every god's ego suddenly started flaring up. They were all up in their Game of Thrones, with everybody making a claim to rule. Even Zeus' beloved daughter Athena, who he birthed himself, made a claim to the throne. The only person that didn't want the throne was Zeus' sister Hestia. But still, she didn't help free Zeus. She wasn't a fighter. She wasn't daring like that. The one person that unexpectedly and randomly came to Zeus' rescue was Thetis, a minor sea goddess who realized that the gods' power struggle would plunge the world into chaos. So she snuck away to call on Zeus' only remaining ally, Briareos, one of the three so-called Hekatoncheires, being with 100 arms and 50 heads, who were once all locked away in Tartarus, the Greek mythology hell, by their father Uranus, who feared their power. But on his rise to taking over, Zeus freed all the Hekatoncheires, so they were on Zeus' side. And once Thetis reported the situation, Briareos immediately stormed Mount Olympus to free Zeus. And once King Sparkles was free, boy, there's a reason the gods attacked Zeus while he was sleeping. Zeus slapped them around like a pimp and had special punishments for those he felt betrayed by the most: his wife Hera and his brother Poseidon and his son Apollo. Apollo and Poseidon were forced into labor to help construct the walls around the city of Troy, and Hera, Zeus had her shackled and hung from Mount Olympus until she promised to never oppose him again. Such a loving husband. You can tell she was his favorite of all his 7 wives. I feel bad for Hera, I'm not gonna lie. Zeus is just the worst. So that's Hera in a nutshell. And because Hera's own marriage was going so swell, she was made the goddess of marriage, and because she only threw one of her 3 babies off a mountain, she was also the goddess of motherhood. But for real, Hera really did protect women, especially pregnant and married women and their family, and never acted out against them or the innocent. It was just when you slept with her husband. When you slept with her husband, man, boy, them earrings came off with a quickness, you know what I mean? Hera often finds herself as the antagonist to many heroes in Greek mythology, but that's just due to them being legitimate children of Zeus and Hera reacting to his infidelity. Granted, those were big reactions because on top of everything else, Hera was also the goddess of bringing a gun to a knife fight. Note that there are some extra facts about Ares that don't really fit the flow of my storytelling, but for completion's sakes, I included them at the end of the video. Watch until then to get everything there is to know about Ares. Which one of his children did Zeus hate the most? If your answer is Kratos, you're only half wrong, because while Kratos is not actually a son of Zeus in Greek mythology, a part of Kratos' inspiration comes from the actual god of war and son of Zeus, Ares. And Zeus hated Ares, like damn. Bro hated Ares so much he created a second god of war, Athena, just so Ares loses his job. Bro hated Ares so much that he gave birth to Athena by himself by giving birth to her from his head and having someone split his skull open to deliver her. I said having someone split his skull open to deliver her from... You get me, bruv? Do you understand how much you have to hate someone to want to birth a baby from your cracked skull just to replace the person you hate? Ares is the Joffrey of Greek mythology for real.
He's a monster.
Humans hated him for constantly causing wars and never picking a side so that the bloodshed continues forever, and the gods hated him because even for them, Ares' obsession with bloodshed and slaughter was a bit worrying. Which is wild, considering that every Greek god is a selfish sociopath who kidnaps before breakfast, abuses by lunch, and has caught a few bodies by dinner. It's kinda like how even a vicious monster like Cersei was scared of the even more vicious Joffrey.
The things he did shocked me.
When Ares was born, Hera had an entirely different life planned for her boy. He was the son of Zeus, and Hera, after all, the supreme god and goddess, so Hera fully expected him to be Zeus' successor. But King Sparkles despised Ares for his graceless obsession with violence and favored his daughter Athena and named her the true god of war, the goddess of strategic warfare. That was echoed in the Greek people, especially the Athenians, who favored wisdom in all things, including war. Mindless warfare for the sake of bloodshed was considered despicable, so Athena's wisdom in military matters was worshipped, while Ares' pedestrian, barbaric ways were despised. I mean, even the Spartans, these guys.
This is Sparta!
Even the Spartans worshipped Athena and not Ares. And if it wasn't for Hera's love for her son, Ares probably would not have been made one of the 12 Olympians. Papa Zeus knew Ares belonged to the streets and basically constantly ignored his son, which kind of makes Ares' story a sad one, now that I think about it. It's like he's a boy that just wanted some recognition and love from his father, but all he got was hatred. So he himself turned to hatred and lashed out with episodes of violence because that was the only way he could elicit a reaction out of his father and get Zeus to pay attention to him. Damn. But man, Ares loved violence something different, man. Death meant so much to him that he even went out of his way to free the god of death, Thanatos, from imprisonment so that people would keep dying. You see, when Thanatos came to rightfully claim the soul of a dying king, King Sisyphus, Sisyphus tricked the god of death and chained Thanatos up to escape his fate. While Thanatos was chained up, no one in the world was dying, and war kind of lost its flavor for Ares. So he freed Thanatos to get his favorite hobby back on track: death. Ares loved war and death so much that he even named his sons Phobos and Deimos, which translates to them being the literal gods of fear and terror. When I tell you man's was about that life, you get me, bruv. War was Ares' identity. So it was a problem for Ares that his sister Athena was stealing all this thunder with her vanilla strategic warfare crap that was all the rave back in the day. So the two siblings became rivals that eventually clashed during the Trojan War. Ares supported the Trojans during the war for many reasons, but partly to simply oppose his sister Athena. But every time the two clashed, Athena defeated Ares. One time, she knocked him out with a rock, and another time, she just flat out embarrassed the dude. When Ares fought with the hero Diomedes, Athena blessed Diomedes and guided his spear to wound Ares. Now that's a mortal hero wounding a god. That's about as embarrassing as it gets. So Ares went to his dad Zeus to complain, but of course, Zeus ignored his son. Yeah, I'm kind of torn now between feeling bad for Ares and just thinking he's a horrible god. But damn, Zeus, that's that monster you created, for real. Ares has only two positive qualities, were his love for his children, who he always avenged and protected, and his love for Aphrodite. But even in those stories, he wasn't exactly the hero of his own tale. An example of Ares protecting his children is the story of Ares' son, Kychnos, who murdered pilgrims on their way to the oracle at Delphi because the dude inherited all his father's best qualities. In a messed up type of way though, it's kind of cute because Kychnos killed those people to build a temple for his father made out of bones. I mean, I'm just saying, what did you build for your father lately? Man's gonna have me collecting chicken bones or something, build a Lego town for my dad, I don't know. Problem was that the oracle of Delphi was holy to the god Apollo. So Apollo sent Hercules, aka Heracles, to deal with Kychnos. The thing is, when you send Heracles to deal with someone, it means Heracles will kill someone. So Heracles killed Kychnos. Ares was mad, understandably. Heracles killed his son. So he challenged Heracles to a fight to avenge his dead son. But guess who intervened to help out Heracles and spite Ares one more time? I mean, you literally only need one guess to get it right, so y'all say it with me. Athena. Athena blessed Heracles with protection, and Heracles absolutely laid the smackdown on Ares. So yeah, that didn't end well for the god of war either. But at least Ares always had Aphrodite's arms to find comfort in. The two loved each other with passion ever since they first locked eyes. Both beings of pure passion, you know? One for warfare, one for love. Both different but burning passion at the core nonetheless. They were pure masculinity and pure femininity, perfect for each other and truly loved each other. But even here, Ares would get the short end of the stick. Even though him and Aphrodite were already a thing, Ares' loving father Zeus married Aphrodite to Hephaestus against her will. It's starting to become clear that Zeus is really the Dr. Frankenstein here, and Ares is a victim. A monster, yes, but a monster born out of the hatred his father had for him, or just the lack of any feelings or emotions Zeus had for the son he despised. I'm kind of sorry for Ares. Because now the only good thing Ares had, the love of his life, was married to his brother Hephaestus. And while him and Aphrodite were still getting it on, sleeping with his brother's wife didn't exactly make him more popular amongst the other Greek gods. So Ares' fate truly was to be the hated one, the outcast. And he took all his suffering out on all of us humans, finding pleasure in the suffering that his warfare causes us. And to this day, we suffer in the wars that are the result of Ares' pain. Time for the extra notes. It might surprise you that the Spartans don't worship Ares. And if you Google the topic, you'll notice that there's a common modern misconception that the Spartans worshipped Ares. They didn't. Even though they were about that life and famed warriors, they didn't have any more love for the barbaric warfare Ares represented. They worshipped Athena in all things war-related and also had a major love fetish for Apollo. There was, however, one society that highly worshipped Ares, though under a completely different name. To the Romans, Ares was known as Mars, and they held him in high regard. In a way, what Athena was to the Greeks, Mars was to the Romans. So if you were feeling sorry for Ares, you can find solace in the fact that one of history's greatest empires worshipped him as one of their prime gods. They literally considered him the father of Romulus and Remus, the founding fathers of Rome, and considered Mars to be the patron of the Roman capital. And in the Roman mythology, Mars raped the Vestal virgin Rhea Silvia to make her decidedly less virgin, and that's how Romulus and Remus were born, because just when you thought you felt good about this version of Ares, that happens. That whole thing where Thanatos is chained up by Sisyphus and Ares had to rescue him so people would die again, that's actually the reason why Sisyphus was later punished with the infamous Sisyphus task, which I'll definitely do a more detailed video on one day. And this note is very interesting. Ares is always depicted as the bad guy or loser in Greek mythology tales, but that was ironically down to the fact that he was so obviously powerful as the son of Zeus and Hera that it turned him into the obstacle that heroes often overcame to prove how powerful they are. It was an easy way for writers and storytellers at the time to highlight the might of their hero, who defeats the mighty evil god of war, son of Zeus, an obstacle that was meant to be impossible to overcome. Fun fact about the story where Heracles whoops Ares, they are related here. Heracles is Ares' half-brother, so Ares' son Kynos, who Heracles killed and Ares avenged, was Heracles' nephew. Man, the Greek gods' family gatherings must be something else. Also, there's a lot more to Ares and Aphrodite, because this is the most epically toxic relationship ever. Just burning with passion, cheating, death. She's even the reason the Trojan War kind of started and why Ares fights on the side of the Trojans. And there's a reason that Ares and Aphrodite are basically Mars and Venus. There's a lot more to unravel in that love story, but I will do that in a dedicated Aphrodite video that will feature that love story heavily. Aphrodite, a symbol of beauty and femininity. That's what everybody knows her as. But there is so much more to Aphrodite that people don't know. And it's all bad stuff. Like, it's terrible. She might have been fine as hell, but Aphrodite was a problem. Honestly, I never understood why Aphrodite has somehow become synonymous as a positive image of femininity and love, because I don't see anything positive about rampant cheating and extremely petty and insecure behavior to the point of ruining innocent people's lives, killing people, and even starting a war that ended a whole civilization. All of which are things Aphrodite did. And then there are people who claim that Aphrodite is some sort of protector of women. Bro, Aphrodite cursed a woman to fall in love with her father and seduce him in the darkness, and that father then ended up killing his daughter. Why did Aphrodite do that? Because that woman was so beautiful, it triggered Aphrodite's insecurities. And that's all it takes with her. Aphrodite constantly cursed anyone that slighted her in any random way. And you have no idea how disgusting some of these curses Aphrodite dished out were. But you'll see. We'll get there. I'm not holding back. Aphrodite's favorite form of punishing people was to use her powers to make people fall madly in lust. And with that in mind, and how very fitting that Aphrodite was born from a pair of balls that were chopped off during the lustful act. Yeah, you heard that right. She was born from a pair of detached testicles. The Titan Kronos once ruled over the Greek heavens before Zeus, but before Kronos, Uranus was the supreme god, and Kronos was his son. And because Greek mythology loves itself a bloody succession story, Kronos chopped his father's balls off while his father was ready to get freaky with his wife, Gaia, Kronos' mother. Yep, that means Kronos was hiding in the shadows, watched his mom and dad go through all that foreplay, and then jumped out to chop some suey before insertion. Oh man, I love Greek mythology. Kronos then took over as the new leader and tossed his father's bloody balls into the ocean. And since Uranus was a big guy, those were some big balls. Big balls, big splash. And from that splash, from those waves, Aphrodite emerged as beauty itself, so beautiful that the place she emerged at, Cyprus, became the most beautiful place on earth because her beauty was radiating, nuclear. You get me? But before Aphrodite stepped onto Cyprus, she was actually heading for another island, Rhodes. Unfortunately, she was not welcomed there because Poseidon's 6 sons arrogantly turned her away at the shores, which rude, yes, but Aphrodite's response was to use her powers of lust and desire to drive these 6 men so mad that they then sexually assaulted their own mother and saw the sexual aspect of that assault through to the end. They raped her. And after they were done, the mother took her own life. And when Poseidon heard of that story, he buried his 6 sons alive. Yeah, Aphrodite had no chill. So let's look at her greatest hits of atrocities. Hippolytus was a young man who worshipped the virgin goddess Artemis and thus decided to stay a virgin for life, which pissed Aphrodite off because to her all virgins are losers that deserve to suffer. So her punishment for him was to have his stepmother Phaedra lust after him. Wait, is that a punishment? That's the plot of all the Brazos movies I like so much. I love those movies. Stepmom Phaedra, in fact, was lusting after her boy so hard that she felt physically ill and said she'll kill herself unless her stepson does what Brazos says one is supposed to do with stepmoms. But Hippolytus was disgusted at the idea, and so Phaedra did kill herself and left a note for her husband saying that Hippolytus raped her. Yeah, I know. Plot twist. But the real plot twist is that Hippolytus' father is the hero Theseus, son of Poseidon. So Theseus then cursed Hippolytus in Poseidon's name, and the innocent Hippolytus died. Well done, Aphrodite. One family ruined, but I'm just getting started. Hippomenes once failed to pay his due for Aphrodite's blessing, so she drove him mad with lust to have sex with his wife in the sacred temple of Rhea, which caused Rhea to turn him and his wife into lions. King Tyndareus didn't worship Aphrodite enough, so Aphrodite cursed his 3 daughters to forever betray their husbands. There's more, but you get the gist. And if you're now saying, well, these are all men suffering, Aphrodite just didn't care about men, but she protected the girls. Well, then I have you right where I wanted you, because there's a sequel album. The woman Polyphonte wanted to remain a virgin for life, which, as we already learned, Aphrodite is not a big fan of virgins, so Aphrodite cursed her to have sex with a bear. The women on the island of Lemnos also scorned Aphrodite and were punished by Aphrodite cursing them with horrible, unwashable stench. And the women on the island of Cyprus committed the crime of, yeah, you guessed it, pissing off Aphrodite. So Aphrodite cursed them with a passion to prostitute their own bodies. They became the first prostitutes. And then there's Psyche, a woman that was so beautiful that through no fault of her own, others declared her more beautiful than Aphrodite. So Aphrodite carefully constructed Psyche's torment and utter downfall. Again, you get the point. You trigger one of Aphrodite's insecurities, you suffer. Of course, there was more to Aphrodite than just punishing people. She also had a relationship with Ares that is nowadays somehow romanticized as this hot, passionate relationship, but really was incredibly toxic, and both cheated on each other all the time. It's horrible, so let's explore. So there's one thing I have to clarify here. Despite her evils, Aphrodite's behavior was very much in line with the other gods. Zeus and Poseidon committed so many atrocities that they probably saw Aphrodite's 2 debut albums as a really solid start. So on Mount Olympus, where insecurities ran unchecked and escalated daily, Aphrodite was still on the ethically and morally good side. And that, coupled with her beauty, made her very desired. Too desired. Aphrodite was the most beautiful thing to ever exist, and Zeus was afraid of the effect her beauty would have on everyone. So, for once, Zeus did not take part in the Festival of Thirst and instead forced Aphrodite into a marriage against her will, because that usually solves most problems, right? The husband, not of her choice, was Hephaestus, the ugliest of all the gods, and this did not turn into some kind of Beauty and the Beast story. Aphrodite was stuck in a marriage that forever remained loveless. That's important for context. The one Aphrodite did love and desire was Ares, war itself, aka the most toxic of all the gods. Fitting for Aphrodite, so it didn't take long for King and Queen Toxic to get it on, and their love was defined by pure passion, since both are representations of that. Aphrodite for the passion of love and lust, and Ares for violence and war. In fact, Aphrodite and Ares are the reason that love and war are two words so often uttered together. The merging of their passions is why humanity so often disguises conquests or violence as acts in the name of love. Problem was, of course, Aphrodite was still married to Hephaestus, and at first the ugly god of blacksmiths didn't know about Ares and Aphrodite because they got to bumping and grinding whenever the sun was down. That's not a metaphor to say that they did it in dark. That's actually literal and very relevant because Helios is the sun god, and when the sun is up, he sees everything. Helios is a serious snitch. So Team Toxic waited until Helios was asleep before they got nasty. And when they did get nasty, Ares forced the soldier Alectryon to stand guard at the door and warn them before the sun does come up. You with me? Good. Remember how I said every god desires Aphrodite? I meant that. Hypnos, the god of sleep, was super jealous of Ares tapping that. So one day he made Alectryon fall asleep while on guard duty, and the sun came up while Aphrodite and Ares were still intertwined. So Helios saw what they were up to and immediately snitched to Hephaestus. As punishment, Ares turned Alectryon into a rooster, which is why roosters are now forever destined to announce the rising of the sun. Hephaestus, meanwhile, was pissed, but Aphrodite and Ares didn't stop their affair. Nothing could stop them. So since Hephaestus is the god of blacksmiths, he had an idea. He crafted a golden, irremovable net that he then threw on Ares and Aphrodite during the act to trap them. Genius. Now he could invite everybody over and show them what Ares and Aphrodite have been up to. And then he realized that he just trapped the chiseled god of muscles and war with the goddess of unparalleled beauty and lust under a net, in a bed, naked. All the gods and goddesses were like, bro, I switch places in a heartbeat. So Hephaestus kind of realized that all of this is hopeless. He removed the net and just learned to live with their affair. Again, there was no stopping Ares and Aphrodite. Love and war, Venus and Mars, and they went on to have children that were symbolic of the pure passion that defined them. Phobos, the god of fear, Deimos, the god of terror, Harmonia, the goddess of harmony, Eros, the god of love, and Anteros, the god of heartbreak. But if you think that this somehow has a happy ending, you must be new to passionately toxic relationships. Ares and Aphrodite committed so many disgusting acts towards one another in their relationship that they make Johnny Depp and Amber Heard look cute. I feel like it's time for another greatest hits album. Ares slept with Eos, the goddess of dawn, so Aphrodite cursed Eos with a seriously unquenchable thirst for young men, aka she turned her into a hopeless case. Yeah, good save. Didn't really make much of a difference though, because in total Ares had 20 baby mamas. Yeah, that boy belonged to the streets. Aphrodite, meanwhile, cheated on Ares with DIONYSUS and HERMES and POSEIDON and Adonis and Anchises and Butes and Phaeton. Yeah, she was busy, and all that resulted in 10 children. Streets. Both of you, streets. And if the name Adonis made you go, wait a minute, I heard that before, isn't there more to that? There's more to that. Remember the woman Aphrodite cursed to fall in love with her father? Her name was Myra, and Myra was so beautiful that her mother boasted about her beauty. You know, just a proud mom repping her beautiful daughter, claiming she is more beautiful than Aphrodite. I love my girl. So Aphrodite was like...
It became personal with me.
Aphrodite cursed Myra to fall in love with her own father. Forced by the curse, Myra seduced her father in complete darkness, and he did not know it was his daughter, and for 9 nights they laid together in the dark until she was pregnant. And when he found out, he was so angry and so heartbroken, he tried to kill his daughter and then killed himself. Myra survived this attempt and begged the gods to turn her into something other than human to escape her fate. So the gods turned her into the myrrh tree, and after 9 months, Adonis emerged from that tree, the most beautiful boy ever, and it was Aphrodite who found him. Aphrodite knew the boy would grow up to be stunning, so ever the groomer, she didn't want the other goddesses to pursue him and gave him to Persephone, who lived in the underworld, to raise him away from everybody. And Adonis did grow up to be stunning. He became the most beautiful man to ever walk the planet. And when adult Adonis got back to the surface world, Aphrodite was all over him all the time. Things got X-rated real fast. Like, they had the love nest and everything was nasty, man. So that's where Ares enters this story. He was used to cheating and used to being cheated on, but this was different. Aphrodite loved Adonis and spent all her time with him. So eventually Ares got mad jealous and decided it was time for Adonis to die. Ares knew Adonis loved hunting, so the god of war transformed into a boar and killed Adonis on his next hunt. Easy money. Lucky for Adonis, he had another woman who loved him in the underworld, but when adult Adonis returned, Persephone's motherly love turned into desire. The beautiful Adonis was simply irresistible, and the usually loyal wife of Hades started an affair with the man she once raised. Yeah, if that shocks you, that's just classic Greek mythology. Then one day, Aphrodite came storming into the underworld to claim her lover back. She couldn't live without him. She asked Hades if she could please have Adonis back in the world of the living, and Hades was like, have him back? Girl, can an elephant walk backwards? And Aphrodite was like, I don't know, maybe they slowly, and Hades was like, damn, I actually don't, hey Persephone, can I let him walk? Doesn't matter, you can't have him back, I don't give people back to the world of the living, get out of here. And by now, you know Aphrodite's temper. She was pissed, and she promised to starve the world of love and turn it into a place filled with hatred only. And she left the underworld and made good on her threat. In a way, this negative of starving the world of love also proves one of Aphrodite's few positives. She does bring love and lust and thus life into this world. No matter how many times she abuses that ability, without her, love and lust and thus we wouldn't exist, you know what I mean? So back to her abusing that ability though. Aphrodite turned off the love tap and all love faded, which even reached Zeus and Hera, whose already terrible marriage turned into an absolute nightmare. So at that point, Zeus was like, I gotta get involved. And he settled the dispute by saying that Adonis had to spend 1/3 of the year with Aphrodite, so the world gets love back, and 1/3 of the year in the underworld, and the third, wherever he chooses. And Adonis chose to spend most of his time with Aphrodite. But he still made people fall in love with him left and right, wherever he went, and not just women. Herakles, aka Hercules, also fell in love with Adonis and seduced the man for some sweet, sweet guy love. And it is, to me, the most hilarious thing that after everything Herakles did, after all the adventures, after all the dangers, this is what eventually ended up getting him killed. Because you do not cross Queen Petty. Boy, Aphrodite was furious that Herakles took Adonis from her. So she devised a plan to kill him. She made the centaur Nessos lust after Herakles' wife. Yeah, Herakles was married too. Everybody here is just cheating on everybody. They're all married and just getting it on. Greek mythology. Mad with lust, Nessos kidnapped Heracles' wife. But we're talking about Heracles here. So Heracles caught the guy and killed him. You know, that's what Heracles does. Specifically, Heracles killed Nessos with a poisoned arrow. And that's what Aphrodite was waiting for. She then quickly told the dying centaur to soak a robe in his poisoned blood and tell Heracles' wife that, should she ever fear that her husband might be unfaithful, she should make him wear this robe as a love charm. Somehow that made sense to Heracles' wife. So the next time he cheated, his wife casually was like, hey, you're really killing that whole lion fur look. I don't know if I ever told you, but it takes a real man to pull off that fur and that heat. I don't know how you do it, honestly. It's incredible. But I was thinking, you want to try a robe? Look how nice and red. It's beautiful. So she put the robe on him, and Heracles was immediately poisoned. So poisoned that the pain was so agonizing, Heracles decided to burn himself to escape it. The point is, Aphrodite's wrath, Aphrodite's pettiness, knew no limits and even killed Greek mythology's greatest hero. But the crown jewel of disasters caused by Aphrodite's insecurities would come later. Due to pure vanity, Aphrodite would set a chain of events into motion that causes a great war. A war we all know as the Trojan War. But that's a video for another day. Like many Greek mythology tales, the story of Apollo starts with Zeus getting someone pregnant. And you'd think Zeus's wife Hera would have gotten used to that after the 973rd time, but the queen of the gods was mad. However, she remembered what happened the last time she came after Zeus directly. Her loving husband shackled her and had her hung from Mount Olympus until she promised to never defy him again. Like, just his way of showing love, you know, putting these shackles on your Hera hurts me more than your betrayal. Yeah, you can string her up, tie her up, hang her. Yeah, hang her now. So now, Hera's thing was to punish the lady Zeus got pregnant. In this case, that pregnant lady was the deity Leto. So Hera devised a plan. Conveniently, Hera and Zeus's daughter Eileithyia was the goddess of childbirth. And Hera went up to her daughter and said, listen, baby girl, your dad got another woman pregnant, so I'm gonna need you to bless that bitch with eternal pain. And her daughter Eileithyia did as commanded and ignored Leto's overdue birth. But Hera also had a backup plan, you know, just in case Eileithyia grows a conscience. Hera also told Zeus's grandmother, Gaia, the earth personified, that Leto is not allowed to give birth anywhere on her, aka anywhere on land, or else grandma? Them earrings about to come off, yeah? Hera had everyone scared, so Leto was screwed, pregnant, overdue, wandering the lands, fighting Hera's curse for 9 nights and 9 days until Zeus intervened. First, he just told his daughter Eileithyia to cut the crap or she's grounded, and then he invoked the bro code from his brother Poseidon. Bro, I messed up, man. I got someone pregnant. Bro, again, man? Yeah, man. Was it consensual? I don't remember. Yeah, I don't even know why I was asking. Who cares? What do you need, bro? Zeus told his brother about Hera's deal with Gaia and asked Poseidon to make an island float with a stream of water and storms so that it was technically not attached to the earth. You see where he's going with this? It would be free of Hera's curse. So Poseidon made the island of Delos float, and now Leto could finally give birth to her children, Artemis and her twin Apollo. From the moment he was born, Apollo was beloved by all the gods, who all came to see the two newborns. Hephaestus gifted Apollo a magical bow, and Themis gave him some ambrosia and some nectar, which immediately made Apollo grown and strong. For reference, nectar is wine. She gave the newborn baby Apollo wine, alcohol. Of course, Hera wasn't really feeling like attending the baby shower, so she sent a monster instead. The snake-ish dragon monster Python, ordered to kill Apollo, Artemis, and their mother. But remember, Apollo was on that drink like Popeye was on spinach. So with his insta strength and his new bow, Apollo chased Python down all the way to another island where he slayed it after a glorious battle. And this was the first time Apollo got a serious self-boner. Dude realized that, damn man, I love myself. I'm awesome. So to remember that and the fact that he slayed this powerful beast, Apollo decided that this very island where he first spilled blood deserves a temple in his honor. So Apollo built his own temple. And when it was done and he had no one to worship it, he kidnapped some random sailors by blowing their ship off course and then luring them onto the island in the form of a dolphin. On the island, they inevitably stumbled across the marvelous temple, which had Apollo is awesome written all over it. So they were like, maybe we should worship this Apollo guy. Seems like he's awesome. And because it was a dolphin that led them there, the island became known as Delphi, which over time became a famous place of worship for Apollo, who amongst many things was the god of prophecy. So Delphi became the site where an oracle tells prophecies to all visitors of Apollo's temple. This, you could say, was the beginning of Apollo's grandeur, and it just spiraled out of control from here. Apollo named himself the god of archery, god of prophecy, god of medicine, god of light, god of dancing, god of poetry, god of disease, god of truth, god of goddamn everything. And he enlisted his own groupies to praise and sing songs of worship about him, to him, the muses, singing about Apollo all damn day long, worshiping the guy and pleasuring him. I mean, it's ridiculous. Where can I get me some of these muses? Like, is that like an escort thing, or is that a membership? Like, I'll pay up front. But just like his father, Apollo didn't just have a massive ego, he also had a serious dark side, fueled by his extreme pride. For example, once Apollo had a musical contest against the Satyros Marsyas, who had the audacity to declare himself the greatest musician alive. So Apollo had to show the dude was what. The stakes for the contest were that the winner could do whatever he wanted to the loser. Apollo won the contest and decided that whatever he wanted to do was to flay the man alive for his hubris. So he peeled his skin off while enjoying the screams. You get me? Dark. But Apollo's darkness was also triggered whenever his love was refused, something that led him to kill 3 women and 1 man, 4 innocent people, doomed the day Apollo fell in love with them. Apollo was bored by his muses. Sure, they worshipped him, but they constantly wanted him to play the lyre. So Apollo asked him, if I didn't play music, would you still love me?
If I didn't smell so good, would you still hug me?
Apollo wanted someone to love him for him, and he decided that that someone was Daphne, a beautiful nymph who he fell in love with the moment he saw her. Problem was, Daphne was a follower of Apollo's sister Artemis, and Artemis was one of the forever virgins of Greek mythology, and their followers were all about that life, meaning Daphne didn't do romance, but Apollo wanted to do Daphne, so he chased her while she ran away screaming in fear. I feel like Apollo, that's not how love works. I feel like you got that shit twisted. In their screams, Daphne pled to her father, the river god PERSEUS, to save her, to help her, and in response, PERSEUS transformed his daughter into a laurel tree. Which, bro, you couldn't have turned her into like an MMA pro or given her wings or something, but a tree, really? So now Daphne was a laurel tree, and because Apollo was so oblivious to how he is the bad guy in this story, he declared his eternal love for the laurel tree and decided it was time to adopt a new title, God of Laurel Trees. From then on, the laurel was Apollo's symbol, while Apollo was quickly busy finding another woman to love him. Victim number 2, Cassandra. Cassandra was a princess of Troy and a priestess of Apollo. And after the failure with Daphne, Apollo thought that making one of his priestesses fall in love with him should be easy money. And since Cassandra was the hottest one, he picked her. Of course, Apollo knew it was common courtesy to show up with a gift when you force someone to love you. So he was like, hey, Cassandra, is it? Yeah. I've been watching you, not in a stalker type of way, just in a godly type of way, you know, keeping my eye on you. I kind of want you to fall in love with me, and if you do, I will give you the gift of prophecy, yeah? Now, who would say no to being able to see the future? I mean, come on, we all dream of superpowers. So Cassandra took the gift, but then rejected Apollo's love. So Apollo cursed Cassandra, decreeing that no one shall ever believe a word she says ever again. And now Cassandra could see the future, but any and all predictions she made, no one believed. I feel like that's the curse that's easily reversed by just saying the opposite of what's going to happen. Or am I tripping? Like, come on. Why are you turning your back on? That's rude, bro. Come on, turn around. They want to see you. Yeah, this is dog labor. I don't care. You got to pay some. I pay all the bills around here. Listen, you feel me? You got to do something. I put food in your bowl. All I ask you is to look pretty on camera, bro. Dog, literally, dog, please. Guys, I'm telling you, it's hard to find good labor these days. All he has to do is sit pretty like a model. He can't do that. Come on, man. I love you. I love you. I love you so much. I love you. Much later, this curse will be the doom of Troy. Cassandra knew that the Trojan horse was a trick, but no one believed her, and so Troy fell, which is very ironic because Apollo fought for Troy during the Trojan War.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
So after these girls all refused Apollo, he was thinking, who needs a woman anyway? Anyone can sleep with a girl, but it takes a man to seduce. A man, you get me? So he shifted gears and fell in love with Iakintos, a beautiful man, and for once, Apollo got his wish. Iakintos fell in love with Apollo too, and they spent the time in bliss, and it was everything Apollo wanted. A true love, mutual love, perfect. So it's really obvious that something has got to go wrong here. This is Greek mythology after all. That something going wrong was Zephyros, a god of wind, who was also in love with Iakintos. So one day, Apollo and Iakintos decided to play frisbee, which, make no mistake, was just uncool back then as it is now. The only thing that makes it a bit more hardcore back in the day was that instead of a frisbee, they used a discus, which was made of steel. You with me? I feel like you can see where this is going. Apollo threw the discus for Iakintos to catch, but the jealous Zephyros couldn't bear their happiness, so he used his command over the winds to accelerate the discus to smash right into Iakintos' face. And it literally smashed his face. Skull, brains, forget about it. Boy was dead. On the spot, dead, unrecognizable dead, like bringing the dental records dead, you get me? And all Apollo could do was cradle his dead lover in his arms and cry, with the only solace being the flowers that bloomed from Iakintos' blood, which are still known by his name, the hyacinth flowers. So Apollo shifted gears again. Let's try another woman, another princess. Coronis. Apollo went after Coronis and they fell in love, actually love, and before long Coronis was even pregnant. All seemed well, until Apollo saw Coronis sleep with another dude while she was pregnant with his child. I love this story. Apollo was furious, so he called his sister Artemis to kill the pregnant Coronis. Yeah, I know, you don't know if it's funny because he called his sister or if it's sad because, they killed a pregnant woman. Apollo then burned the body but had the decency to cut out the son before it was burned to a crisp, which is now not some kind of good father born out of tragedy plot twist. Nah, Apollo stayed true to his selfish ways and gave his child away to someone else to raise it. I swear Apollo is the biggest prick. Is hilarious. But Apollo actually gave his son to Hieron, who was partly raised by Apollo. It was Apollo who made Hieron the great trainer of heroes like Heracles and Achilles. So Apollo's son was now in the hands of Apollo's adopted son. Apollo's biological son was given the name Asclepius, and Hieron raised him up to be the greatest mind of medicine the world had ever seen. So great at medicine that Asclepius even managed to bring a human back from the dead. And then Asclepius was killed for that by Zeus. Bro, I'm telling you, Apollo's whole story you can't catch a breather. Bringing people back from the dead kind of went against the rules of the gods. It went against Zeus's rules, it went against Hades' rules. Ares hated it because he had a hard-on for people dying. Nobody's allowed to mess with the dead. So Zeus killed Apollo's son, Asclepius, as punishment. This is when other gods usually back off because nobody wants to mess with Zeus. But we're talking about the self-proclaimed awesome Apollo here. To Apollo, the greatest god is Apollo. So I'm not sure if he then did what he did because killing a son was an offense to his greatness or because he actually cared about his son. But Apollo had the balls to exact his revenge against Zeus. He went after Zeus's beloved blacksmiths, the Cyclopses, who crafted Zeus' famous thunderbolts, one of which he used to kill Apollo's son. Zeus loved these Cyclopses. He freed them from hell himself, and they were his trusted followers. So Apollo killed them all. Zeus was mad and punished Apollo by exiling him from Mount Olympus to work as a slave for years. But, of course, Apollo would make his way back to Mount Olympus. He would recover, only to suffer some more in other ways. Apollo didn't actually spend all day just being worshipped and playing music. He also had a job. He had to drive the sun around the sky, which, depending on the source, this is kind of confusing because if you read one text, it's Helios driving the sun around the sky. If you read another, it's Apollo. But it's generally accepted that from the 3rd century BC onwards, Apollo drove the sun around the sky. More on that later in the extra notes. We'll stick to Apollo for now. So he was driving the sun around the sky like a newspaper route every morning. In the world of the mortals, everybody knew Apollo was the sun and everybody worshipped him as such. In fact, Apollo could be argued to be one of the most worshipped gods in ancient Greece and ancient Rome. And like any other god with that many groupies, Apollo had a bunch of children with a bunch of mortal women. And one of them, Phaethon, admired his father like crazy and loved to brag about his godly father. And now, some demigods do this and are admired for it, while others are looked at as losers who are just lying about their dad. The young Phaethon was the latter. Whenever he told his peers that his father was Apollo, the sun god, the great one, no one believed him. To them, Phaethon was just this nerd trying to be popular by lying about his father, when really his mother is just another woman that was knocked up and abandoned by some idiot. Phaethon was pissed and determined to prove his bullies wrong. He told them he would ride his father's sun chariot and they would see him in the sky driving the sun. So he went to his father and guilt-tripped him. He cried about how Apollo abandoned him, left his mom to raise him all alone, grew up to be bullied, blah, 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 blah. All he wanted was a father, So feeling guilty and to calm his son down, Apollo said that Phaethon could ask for anything, and Apollo promised that he would grant him one wish. And so Phaethon asked to ride Apollo's chariot, drawn by 4 powerful stallions, and Apollo knew that the young Phaethon stood no chance at controlling these wild stallions, but as a god, he can't go back on his promise, especially not the proud Apollo. So Apollo gave the boy a basic tutorial and told him that the horses ride this route every day, so really, just sit there, don't touch the reins, don't do anything, you'll be fine, don't touch the reins. You know what's gonna happen, right? The boy didn't listen. Phaethon took off in that chariot all proud and wanted to get closer to earth, lower, so that the boys can see him riding the sun chariot. So he took the horses closer to earth, but he took the sun way too low and it burned the earth, scorching it forever. Then Phaethon panicked, yanked the reins up, and the sun went way too high, causing the world to freeze over. And this is how we got the Sahara, the Arctic, and the Antarctica. Man, I love these little facts. That's why I love mythology. Phaethon was completely out of control, as were the horses. They were panicking. So before the sun caused any more damage, Zeus shot Phaethon out of the sky, and the boy fell to his death. I don't know why I'm laughing. It's just such a Zeus thing to do. Apollo's life is just From that day on, Apollo couldn't stand the sight of the chariot and its wild horses anymore and passed the duties of the sun on to the Titan Helios forever. That's okay though, because Apollo was still the god of music, art, dance, archery, healing, disease. You remember, right? And if the whole how is he the god of disease and healing thing kind of confuses you because they're contradicting, well, the God who can kill you is also often the God you pray to not to kill you. So Apollo was prayed to for life and health because the ancient Greeks believed that whenever people were struck by sudden unexplained deaths or a whole town, women and children were wiped out with like the plague, it was an angry Apollo who rained arrows down from the sky, just like he did during the Trojan War, where he supported Troy and rained thousands of arrows on the Greeks, something we now remember as the Greek army suffering from the plague. And speaking of the Trojan War, Apollo also had another important part to play here, actually several parts. He was the one who guided the arrow of Paris into the heel of Achilles. But I'm going off topic because, you know, the Trojan War, that's a video for another day. Artemis' story starts with Zeus cheating on Hera, because of course that's how it starts. This time Zeus got Leto pregnant and Hera was mad and told her and Zeus's daughter Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth,
"Hey, I know you don't smoke weed. I know this. But I'm gonna get you high today. 'Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do."
And Eileithyia was like, "What? I literally have a job, I oversee childbirth." And Hera was like, "Not today, bitch." Hooked on a weed addiction thanks to her mom, Eileithyia forgot all about Leto's pregnancy woes. But just in case Eileithyia kicks the weed habit, Hera had a backup plan and also threatened Zeus's grandmother Gaia with violence if she allows the skank Leto to give birth. Note, this is not some random old grandmother that she threatened with violence. Gaia is the earth personified, and Hera was basically saying Leto cannot give birth anywhere on land, aka anywhere on Gaia, or Hera is gonna twist Granny's nipples to make them even longer. So poor Leto was screwed, running around pregnant and overdue until baby daddy Zeus had some pity and told his brother Poseidon to please make an island float so that it's not connected to any land, and Leto is allowed to give birth on it. And then Zeus gave his daughter Eileithyia talking to do her damn job and deliver that baby. And so Leto finally gave birth to Artemis. Artemis immediately aged 6 years in a matter of hours and was then able to help her mother deliver her twin brother, Apollo. And seeing the bloody process of birth with all that ripping and excrement, seeing all that live and very up close at 6 years old, Artemis was like, no. No way she was ever gonna let someone exit her body like that. In fact, no way she was ever gonna let someone enter her body in the first place. She decided she was gonna be a virgin for life. So Artemis went to her father Zeus and told him that she wants to be the goddess of the hunt. She wants a bow, she wants a bunch of cool animals and a lot of naked hot virgins to follow her around everywhere. I know guys is like, I want a gorilla, I want a bear, man. Can I ride a giant wolf? That's the dopest wish ever. Girls be thinking we go crazy about them virgins. Nah, man, it's all about a gorilla and a wolf you can ride on. That's what it's about, man. Artemis also told Zeus that she wants to remain a virgin forever herself. So Zeus was like, okay, guess I'm not gonna have sex with this daughter of mine. And somewhere in the world, Persephone was like, wait, you telling me all I had to do was pretend to be a damn Make-A-Wish kid? Damn it. For reference, Zeus impregnated his daughter Persephone against her will, while he was in the form of a snake. Yeah, it's a long story. It has nothing to do with that story, but Zeus things. You get me? Zeus accepted all of his daughter Artemis's wishes, and so the ultimate badass was born. A forever virgin, not distracted by being left unread, who has a group of hot, naked, fangirl virgin nymphs following her around everywhere and is surrounded by cool animal companions, notably 4 deer that were bigger than bulls, had golden horns like stags, bronze hooves, and breathed fire like dragons, called the Elaphos Chrysokeros, which sounds very cool, man. Elaphos. Like, you jealous now because your name is just Zizou, the dog? There were 5 of these golden horned deer, and all of them were sacred to Artemis. So, to show her love, she strapped 4 of them to her chariot to pull her when she was too lazy to walk, and let the 5th one run free to forever live with the agonizing knowledge that its sisters are enslaved, tied to a chariot, while the chariot-pulling deer will forever wish to be back in freedom like their long-lost 5th sister. I mean, if you're trying to tell me Artemis and Santa Claus using deer to pull their chariots is somehow endearing and not really just deer slavery, please, man. Show me a deer that's willingly pulling a chariot with a fat man and a bunch of presents on it. Rudolph's nose is only red because that dude has an alcohol problem and he's coping. Bro, that's a cry for help if I've ever seen one. And we're all like, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer. That's terrible, man. That's terrible. Come on, pull my chariot. I gotta go get groceries. Anyway, Artemis let one of the sacred bull-sized golden-horned fire-breathing deer roam free, and that 5th one is important because years later, Heracles, aka Hercules, was told by the oracle to hunt down that exact deer as one of his famous 12 labors. And of course, Heracles knew that his half-sister Artemis isn't fond of anyone who hurts her dear. So trying not to hurt it, he hunted the deer for a year. But for a whole entire year, the deer ran away from Heracles in fear. Until after a year, Heracles was tired of its fear and shot the deer in the rear. Spit hot fire. Because I spit hot fire. You get me? See what I did there? They call that double entendre. Bro, you got a mic? I can't drop this mic. I need a mic to drop. Can I get a mic to drop? Spit hot fire. So now the deer was caught, but wounded due to Heracles shooting it with his bow, and Artemis was pissed, as expected. Artemis was ready to take Heracles' bow, shine it up real nice,
Turn that sumbitch sideways and stick it straight up your candy ass!
Heracles was like, chill, sister, chill. The oracle told me to do it. And Artemis was like, she told you to hunt down my deer. Yeah, man, what can I tell you? So after Artemis heard that, she was mad.
Is Wayne Brady gonna have to choke a bitch?
She didn't actually choke an oracle. I just wanted to use that clip because I missed the Dave Chappelle show. After Artemis heard that it was the oracle that ordered it, she was like, cool. No worries, we don't mess with the oracle. And I mostly just told you Heracles' story to do The Rock and to use it as a more light-hearted story, because from now on, this video is gonna get dark. Because Artemis, man, she had no chill. King Agamemnon. You might know him better as the king who led the Greeks into the Trojan War. And while him and his troops were on the way to set epic war, Agamemnon and the soldiers were setting up camp and hunting for a feast. And the king boasted that he was a better hunter than Artemis. And as if that hubris wasn't enough, he then hunted down one of Artemis' sacred deer. So what did Artemis do? She stopped the winds from blowing in favor of Agamemnon's ships when he was on the sea, so that his whole army stalled and he would never reach his destination, never fight in the Trojan War unless he makes up for the dead deer and burns his daughter alive. So Agamemnon was like, well, shit, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. You got matchsticks. Agamemnon would later pay for the death of his daughter when his wife kills him, and then his son kills that wife, his mother. That whole family drama, that's another Greek mythology tale. And if you're like, damn, man, Artemis, that's dark as hell, wait till you hear this one. Let's talk about that time Artemis killed 7 innocent children. Niobe was the proud mother of 14 children, and she was so proud that she gave birth to those 14 children that she called out Leto and said, Leto, you're soft, you only gave birth to 2 children, I did 14. And Leto obviously is the mother of Artemis and Apollo, and Artemis and Apollo don't like when anybody insults their mother, so they took that personally and they killed all the children. Apollo killed the 7 boys and Artemis killed the 7 girls. Yeah, Artemis was not to be messed with. Bro, once her brother Apollo caught his pregnant woman cheating on him, so he called his sister Artemis to take care of it, and Artemis was like, pregnant woman, dead. Artemis did not play. It wasn't all evil though. Another time, Artemis' wrath was entirely justified when Hera, who was still mad at Artemis' mother Leto for sleeping with Zeus, so Hera decided it was time to make a boring Wednesday more entertaining by commanding the giant THESEUS to rape Leto. And when THESEUS tried to do that, Artemis and Apollo were there to protect their mother. And you only need one guess to know what they did to THESEUS. Oh, and this one time,
Band camp?
Artemis got a little more creative with her murderous intentions that I can only imagine were pent-up sexual frustration by, what do I know? I'm not a forever virgin by choice.
They ask you how you are, you just have to...
I'm only kidding, man. Yo, if this video gets demonetized for this joke, worth it. So anyway, this one time,
Band camp?
Artemis was bathing in a river and her entourage of nymphs were watching her, which is not weird at all, also not a fantasy of mine at all, and unbeknownst to all of them, a male hunter got lost in the forest, Actaeon. Actaeon was a great hunter known throughout the lands for his skill and his well-trained and ferocious hunting dogs, who were experts at deer and stag hunting and devoured these animals. And this particular time, Actaeon and his dogs were out hunting in the thick of the forest trees, but Actaeon was not ready for the wood he was about to experience. He stumbled upon a hidden river where he saw Artemis bathing, naked. Now, it should be noted that, like basically every Greek goddess, Artemis is described as insanely beautiful. So Actaeon just stood there, jaw dropping so hard it shattered, when Artemis spotted the creep. So once again, she had the appropriate reaction. She turned Actaeon into a stag, and when he ran away in panic, his own hunting dogs hunted him down and tore him into pieces. Bro, his own dogs, like, his own dogs. You're just gonna sleep. I'm just trying to judge you. I'm testing the waters, bro. Like, all right, yo, easy, bro. You know, the whole burning the daughter thing reminded me of Stannis, right? Especially considering the involvement of stags. And now this one reminds me of Ramsay Bolton a little bit. You know, methinks Game of Thrones was majorly inspired by Norse mythology. But anyway, back to my original point, Artemis did not play. This one time, Artemis found out that one of her virgin follower nymphs was pregnant, which, unless you're a Mama Jesus, means you're not a virgin anymore, but there's a story to that. The pregnant nymph in question was Callisto, a devoted follower of Artemis, chastity vow and all, and Callisto had been seduced by Zeus. Shapeshifted into the form of the beautiful Artemis. I know, Brazos, bro, make it happen. So Callisto, first of all, must have been hella confused when she was pregnant, because she thought it was Artemis. But when she finally put two and two together, she was trying to hide the pregnancy from the real Artemis, which is kind of hard when your entire virgin sorority constantly bathes naked every Thursday. So Artemis saw that Callisto was pregnant and was furious that she broke her sacred vow and lied to her. So the goddess did not care about the definitely mitigating circumstances and appropriately transformed Callisto into a bear. Callisto was still pregnant as a bear, of course, so she then gave birth to her son, who was human, and years later, thanks to his inherited bear strength, her son became a great hunter who hunted a ferocious bear roaming the lands. His own mother. Damn. Zeus actually kind of felt bad about that one and then decided to make up for whatever he caused here, and he eternally honored Callisto by turning her into the Ursa star constellation. And by the way, if you're thinking, man, Artemis is always going after these small fish, nah, man, she wasn't scared of gods neither, man. When Aphrodite killed one of Artemis's followers, Hippolytus, because Hippolytus chose that virgin life to honor Artemis, which offended Aphrodite because Aphrodite does not like virgins, so Aphrodite killed Hippolytus. And Artemis got revenge by killing Aphrodite's lover, Adonis, by sending a boar to disembowel him. Artemis? No chill. None. Man, all this violence and death, let's switch it up. Let's talk about the only other thing humans care about. Sex. You might be wondering why a dedicated forever virgin even has a love life. But of course Artemis did love. She didn't break her vow, but her loins tempted her from time to time, or rather in a specific case. And this is the story of Artemis and Orion. Orion was a titan, and him and Artemis bonded over their love for animals and killing animals. I'm going to touch on that contradiction later, and it is a contradiction, just like Artemis wanting Orion but having a chastity vow. But still, they fell in love, and Artemis decided she would one day marry Orion, who probably thought he was going to get some after the wedding, and at the time wasn't aware that he was signing up for a very sexually frustrating marriage. Artemis' twin brother Apollo didn't really appreciate that whole getting married thing though, because after Artemis killed Apollo's last pregnant lady, Apollo thought that him and Artemis had the sibling thing going on where it's like, we don't need no partners, we only need us, sibling love forever, you know? Not in a Lannister way, just in a genuine sibling love way, you know? So to mess with Orion, one day Apollo challenged Artemis to an archer duel, betting her that she can't shoot a random tiny figure in the distance. Responsibly, Artemis didn't wonder or ask what the random tiny figure in the distance is, and shot a deadly arrow at it, nailed the target in the head, and when she proudly went there to see what she killed this time, it turned out to be Orion. Artemis was heartbroken. She killed her future husband, the man she loved. She was so sad that her father Zeus couldn't bear to see his daughter this sad. So he defaulted to his go-to solution when somebody dies by accident and people are sad about it. He turned Orion into a star constellation. Remember that Dave Chappelle skit about black murder cases and racist police and how with every black victim there's crack on the crime scene, and Dave Chappelle says that the cops must be like, let's sprinkle some crack on them and get out of here. I swear that's literally Zeus with the star constellations thing. That's Artemis, man. I love it. That's the end of that video. So I want to let y'all know that I have a Patreon where you can support the channel and get exclusive videos and all of this artwork in return to download and keep. Because, you know, the researching, the writing, the shooting, the editing, all of this is all me. Because this guy is just on the sofa sleeping. I'm not kidding, man. It's all me. It's become more than a full-time job in terms of hours, and without my Patreon, flat out wouldn't be able to do it. My patrons allow me to dedicate all of my time exclusively to creating these videos for you, and in return, patrons get a weekly shorter exclusive video every Sunday, and they get all my artwork that you see here to download and keep. And all that artwork, by the way, is exclusive to my videos. It doesn't exist anywhere else. It's just in my videos. I'm the only one who has it, and you can get it on the Patreon. There's also an option on Patreon to get producer credit and join my producer WhatsApp group where you can vote on thumbnails, get insight into scripts and other behind the scenes stuff, get shout outs in these videos. There's a lot going on my Patreon, and there's a tier for every budget. So if any of that sounds cool, or if you just want to support the channel to make sure I can keep Briefed going and bring these mythology and history tales to you, then your support means the world. And I'm not just saying this. Listen, there's a million channels out here, and I do not take any of this for granted. So thank you, man, because you could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me, and I appreciate that. Let's start the story with Zagreus, the one meant to inherit his father Zeus's throne. You already know that Zeus had Zagreus after having sex with his daughter. That daughter was Persephone. But don't worry, that's okay, because he originally had Persephone by sticking his thunderbolt into his sister Demeter, which is not that tragic when you consider that Zeus's wife Hera is also his sister. So there Zagreus was, born into a completely normal family, and after Zagreus' sister gave birth to him, Zeus decided that this pinnacle of inbreeding would be his successor, and to show how serious he was about that, he immediately armed baby boy Zagreus with his infamous lightning bolts. Not sure if giving a toddler lightning bolts is good parenting, but hey, we're talking about a father who slept with his daughter. The bar is low. Unsurprisingly, Zeus's actual wife Hera was furious about this. Another illegitimate child, this time with his own daughter, and he makes him his heir over the legitimate male son Ares he had with Hera. Yeah, she was pissed. And the only way Zeus could have made this any worse is if he had named this illegitimate son after Hera, like, I don't know, call him HERAKLES or something. But he wouldn't do that. Not Zeus. So Hera is fuming right now, and when Hera is mad, babies usually die or at least get crippled, thrown off cliffs, or something. In the case of Zagreus, murder was the case. And Hera did that by taking away his lightning bolts, replacing them with toys, and then while baby Zagreus was playing with these new toys, Hera ordered a group of titans to tear him into pieces and eat the baby boy.
What?
Zagreus was dead, and the one to discover the crime scene was Athena, who immediately brought the only remaining part of her dead baby brother to her father, Zagreus' heart. To say Zeus was mad would be an understatement. In fact, once he heard that the Titans were responsible for this, Zeus famously said,
I have a very particular set of skills. Skills I have acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. I will look for you. I will find you. And I will kill you.
Zeus blasted the Titans to ashes with his lightning. Not figuratively, literally, he burned the Titans into a crisp down to ashes. And then he had a special punishment for Hera, who obviously thought she had taken care of this illegitimate heir of his. Zeus took Zagreus' heart, turned it into a potion, and gave that potion to another one of his mistresses, who drank it, became pregnant, and so ensured that Zeus's beloved son would be reborn. And that's where Dionysus enters this story. To properly introduce Dionysus into the story, let me rewind the clock a little bit to when Zagreus is still alive and Zeus is enjoying another affair, this one with the beautiful mortal Semele. But this affair with Semele stood out because it was actually consensual, unexpected, like, well done, King Sparkles. Consensual, for once. In fact, it wasn't just consensual. Semele actually loved Zeus, and King Sparkles loved her back. So they met, often, intimately. And eventually, Semele was ready to receive. So Zeus asked her to drink a potion that is very dear to him, a potion that would make her pregnant and cement their love. In a different context, that sounds like him tricking her into getting sloppy with his thunderbolt. But Semele drank the actual potion that was once Zagreus' heart, remember? And now she was pregnant. With that in mind, understand this. The gods see everything, right? All of us down here, that's a peep show for them. A just chatting section live stream, you get me. Your secret self-pleasure habits are the gods' bedtime stories. So of course, Hera saw what was going on between Semele and Zeus. And usually, Hera only snaps once one of Zeus's mistresses becomes pregnant. And especially so if Zeus cares about that pregnant mistress. So Semele ticked all the boxes, and it was time for Hera to pay her a visit. As is the standard for godly visits on Earth, Hera did that in disguise. The gods and goddesses could never appear in their godly form because their divine presence would be so overwhelming it would literally kill people. So Hera chose her favorite disguise, that of an old lady. An old lady that is itching for some scratching. A bone without a dog, a turkey without the stuffing. You catch my drift? She wanted sex, alright? She wanted sex. She played the role of a thirsty old lady that's all up in everybody's business, and she went up to Semele like, hey, how you doing? Good to meet you. You look like you just had sex. Literally our first conversation ever, but okay, let's talk about I did have sex. Was it good? I bet it wasn't good. Back in my day, I was the best slay. Hey, I bet you suck though. I bet he's like, Tiny, I feel sorry for you. Bye. Okay, what's happening here? You know what? It was actually amazing. It's actually Zeus, like the god. So, suck it. Sounds like that's what you did. A lady doesn't suck and tell. So, God, huh? Are you sure? Can you even prove it? But you can't prove it. But he's like, only saying that, but he's like, not even a god. You get the drift. Basically, it went on like this for a while until Semele was so annoyed that she agreed to prove the existence of her godly lover to this horny old lady by asking Zeus to reveal himself in his true form the next time they have sex. With the old lady presumably hiding behind a tree or something, just watching. I don't know how they provided evidence before smartphones. So the next time King Sparkles paid Semele a visit to stick his spark plug into her outlet, she asked him to make her a promise to promise her something. Always a setup, by the way. Never promise to promise something. But Zeus agreed, and Semele asked to see his true form. So now Zeus had made the mistake of promising a promise. He could not go back on his word, because while the gods commit every sin known to the imagination, breaking promises is something they really avoid doing. Zeus begged her not to ask this of him, anything but to show his true form, for she does not know the consequences. But the more he resisted, the more the doubt the old lady planted incepted Semele's mind, and the more she wanted proof that Zeus really is who he claims to be. So Zeus had no way out. Dropped the disguise, showed his divine self, and at the sight of his thunderbolts, plural, I'm not doing that thunderbolt D joke again, plural. At the sight of the thunderbolts and lightning bolts surrounding his divine presence, she melted away in their heat. Not figuratively, literally melted away. Flashbone, girl was dead. Luckily, the speedster god Hermes was also watching the show for some random reason, and he zipped up just in time to zip over there with his speed and rescue the baby from her melting belly. Then, to make all of this even more messed up, Zeus implanted the baby in his thigh to carry it to term. So the reincarnation of Zagreus was now safe in Zeus's thigh, but he knew the boy would never really be safe from Hera and her baby-killing fetish, so Zeus gave birth to reborn Zagreus in secret, and then used Hermes' speed once again to secretly deliver the baby to a family far away from Mount Olympus to raise the boy under a different name, Dionysus. Zagreus was reborn, and now under the name of Dionysus, he was raised outside of Hera's grasp, raised by Semele's sister Ino and her husband ARTEMIS, raised as a girl even, to further fool Hera. Now, here's me thinking though, if you're gonna try to fool her, don't give him to the sister of the woman who gave birth to him. I mean, hey, what do I know? All I'm saying is, it didn't take long for Hera to find out about Dionysus being Zagreus reborn, and it didn't take long to find out where he's hiding. She found the aunt, she found the uncle, she found the family, so Dionysus and his new family were only able to enjoy a couple of years of happy home before Hera arrived, cast a spell of madness on Ino and her husband ARTEMIS, and turned the happy home into a home where parents kill their children and then kill each other. Classic Hera. When in doubt, just drive people mad and have them kill each other or something. The young Dionysus was able to narrowly escape the bloodbath and hid away in the mountains, where he found shelter with mountain nymphs and the satyros. And if you don't know anything about the satyros, just know that they are half goats, and all they do is get drunk, play music, and have sex. They're always naked, they have a constant boner, and are constantly making use of that boner with their own hand, or willing or unwilling participants. And now you actually know everything there is to know about the satyros. One satyros in particular took on the responsibility to raise Dionysus. Selenos was his name. But still, you know, even though Selenos is being responsible, I think at this point the damage was done. First, the baby boy is torn apart and eaten. Then he's put into a new mom, but she melts to death. So he is reborn out of his dad's thigh, but hidden away because a stepmom is trying to kill him. So he's raised as a girl until his stepmom finds out about him and drives his new parents mad. So then the boy watches them kill each other. And then he is raised by a bunch of drunk, horny goats in the mountains. It explains why Dionysus took to a life of alcohol faster than Demi Lovato and Charlie Sheen combined. But still, Dionysus made it to adulthood, became a beautiful man, and was now powerful enough to be safe from Hera. And He was completely normal and totally stable. Lycurgus was a king that once killed one of the nymphs that cared for young Dionysus in their mountain home. And Dionysus held a forever grudge against Lycurgus, so when he grew into his powers, he took a page out of Hera's book and drove the king mad, so that Lycurgus hacked apart his own wife and child with an axe, thinking he is cutting vines. And then Dionysus had the king devoured by panthers. PANDORA was another king that offended Dionysus, this one by rejecting Dionysus' divinity and forbidding his subject from worshipping Dionysus. So the god drove the king's mother and aunt mad, so mad that the two women tore him apart limb from limb. Yeah, I think the family dynamics, the madness that Hera cast, and being torn apart as a baby thing, all that kind of left an impression on Dionysus, a fetish, if you will. There's more stories like this, but they all play out the same way. Anyone who opposed Dionysus was punished by having to face the same hardships Dionysus once faced: madness or being torn apart, or both. So that's Dionysus' dark side. Keep all that in mind, because we're going to come back to it later. But Dionysus also famously had a bright, irresponsible, chaotic party side. He was the god of wine, after all. Drinking was half his life. And most of those drinking stories involve a lot of sex. And I'm not trying to have this video demonetized, so lots of wine, a beautiful god, lots of women, men, everybody's drunk. I'll let you fill in the blanks. Just like Dionysus filled in a lot of blanks. Both genders, by the way. He didn't discriminate in which blanks he filled. You get me? But there's one Dionysus story that originates out of drunken stupor and kind of works as a symbolic story for the chaotic and carefree side of Dionysus and his decision making. The story of King Midas. It starts with Dionysus and his mentor and friend Silenos getting absolutely wasted in the forest. They got so drunk that they then got separated, and the drunk goat man Silenos got lost. Dionysus went looking for his friend everywhere but could not find him. Was in a panic, and luckily then found some soldiers who were like, "Hey, looking for a goat, like massive boner, constantly touching himself? Yeah, that's my friend. You see him? Yeah, come with us." That joke was not even in the script. I'm gonna leave it. I like it. I don't know what's wrong with that. So they took him to the palace of King Midas, who had not only found Silenos, but also had taken great care of him. And you know, when you're hungover and you're still kind of emotional and very quick to love everybody and all that, that was Dionysus right now. He was just like, "Oh, thank you so much. Like, you're just kind, you're so kind. I'll do anything you want. If you have a wish, just ask. I'll make any wish. Can I throw up over there?" He was willing to grant King Midas any wish. And King Midas' wish was simple: to have anything he touches turn into gold. Dionysus was too busy throwing up to really give it much thought, and he was just like, yeah, anything he touches is gold. I enjoy. Immediately, Midas picked up a rock, and it turned into gold. The king was happy. Spent all day turning everything he could find into gold until he got tired and sat down to eat. But when the food touched his teeth, it turned into gold. Midas figured he would probably find a solution for this later and retired to his chambers to have some quality one-on-one time, play with himself a little bit. But when he touched it, it turned into the first golden dill. That's not true. Power didn't work on himself, but it did work on other people. So after days of starving, Midas' daughter found her father all sad, looking horrible, so she went up to console and hug him, and before Midas could warn her, she turned into gold. Midas was heartbroken, took his golden statue daughter with him, and went to find Dionysus to beg him to release the curse. And since Dionysus never meant to curse Midas, he helped him find the river that, when bathed in, would undo the golden curse and everything it affected. So Midas bathed in the river, and when he emerged from it, his daughter was brought back to life, and her and Midas left behind the kingdom, all the riches, and lived a simple life in the forest. So that's the other side of Dionysus. Not dark, not cold-hearted, not scary, just a chaotic drunk, that makes mistakes but has a kind heart. And this is crucial to Dionysus, who more than any other god represents duality. On the one hand, there was absolute cold wrath, darkness, or to put it simply, there was death. And on the other hand, he was this carefree drunk, enjoying the moment and not worrying about anything else. On the other hand, he represented life. The answer to this duality of Dionysus, to him representing life and death, is on the surface level as obvious as it seems. He is two people, literally. He is ZAGREUS and DIONYSUS. He is the boy who died and the boy who was born twice. But as simple as it is on a surface level, it's much more complex than that. So complex that it inspired an entire ancient Greek religion, Orphism. And that all starts with when baby Zagreus was eaten by the Titans and Zeus turned his killers into ash. Within Orphism, it is believed that those ashes are what humanity was then born out of, which is why humanity is partly divine, since the Titans ate the divine child Zagreus, but also partly wicked, since the Titans ate the divine child Zagreus. And if you take that further and give it a bit of a spin, like religions tend to do, you arrive at a belief system that claims that our physical body is inherited from the Titan remains in the ashes, and our soul is the divine spark of Zagreus, and it is only when we receive his divine blessing that we get to rest in the blissful afterlife. Until then, our wicked physical Titan body will forever be trapped in a cycle of rebirth within the physical realm. I am severely oversimplifying because Orphism is very complex and it originates out of an earlier cult of Dionysus that predates the Greek pantheon, but that is roughly the gist of it. You get me? Yeah? Because this is not getting any less complex from here on out. That's why I got all the childish jokes out the way early, because school's in session now, y'all. Sit down, take notes, and to make all of this easier, from here on out, internalize that Zagreus is basically just an alternate name for Dionysus and vice versa. But I'm gonna go with Dionysus from now on, since that is the more popular name. So, as a deity that was central to a religion that is older than the Greek pantheon we all know, Dionysus is seriously ancient and powerful, which is why he has insane feats within Greek mythology, feats that were simply carried over and integrated into Greek mythology from his older worship. Feats like being reborn, and in one of his tales, Dionysus even travels to the underworld to bring his dead mother Semele back and make her immortal, which is crazy enough, but made even crazier that later he does the same thing to bring back his dead wife too. The details of these stories will blow the scope of this video, but the point is Dionysus brings two people back from the underworld, back to life, to immortality. That should not be possible. The dead are the realm of Hades and Persephone. No one else has any business taking souls from them. But this is where this gets very interesting. Remember how Dionysus was originally born to Zeus and his daughter Persephone? Of course you do. That's still living in your head rent-free for life. Well, there are ancient versions of this story where the Zeus impregnating Persephone is called Zeus Chthonios, which translates to Zeus of the underworld, and that would make him Hades. So with this interpretation, King Sparkle's Zeus didn't actually have sex with his daughter. Yay! If you ever played the game Hades, all of this should be absolutely blowing your mind right now. And if you haven't played that game, it's a game called Hades, and you play a guy named Zagreus trying to escape the underworld, but the gameplay loop is set up so that you constantly die and start the game from the beginning. You're constantly reborn. And that's essentially Dionysus, remember, aka Zagreus' entire existence. Even the wine Dionysus famously represents is a symbol for that. Wine is made of crushed grapes, reborn into the drink humanity can't get enough of. Crushed grapes, dismembered boy, reborn. You get it, you see it, yeah? Dionysus didn't just represent wine, he kind of was wine. And that further connects him to the underworld, and I swear I'm trying to explain this as simplified as possible. Stay with me. Wine is stored in the underground, aka in the underworld, before it is consumed on the surface world, bringing ecstasy and frenzy to the people. Crushed, dismembered, reborn, underworld, surface world, from darkness to the surface world, chaos, dark, drunken, frenzy. You know, you see it, you with me, you get me? Good. Because there's another reason why wine was so central to Dionysus' ancient cult and later important to Orphism. Orphism centers around Dionysus returning from the dead, and it was believed that getting drunk on his wine would bring you closer to your pure divine soul being and detaches you from your sinful, titan-infested physical body, because it was believed that when you're absolutely drunk, you are now possessed by Dionysus, and that's kind of goals if you believe in Orphism. In its heyday, that whole belief system was entirely hippie and anti-establishment and a secret underground cult. But over time, the rich and powerful adopted it, really digging the whole, I'm getting drunk, but I'm possessed by Dionysus, I have that as an excuse. That was just a way for them to constantly be wasted. So over time, that's how Dionysus became really popular in ancient Greece and found his way to become worshipped as an Olympian, become part of the pantheon, and the cult of Dionysus became less and less associated with gloomy death, rebirth, and less of an underground thing, and just became more about drinking. AKA, they kind of made Dionysus mainstream. Damn, that was complex. I hope you got it. Also, not enough jokes for my liking there in the end, but it was a lot to explain. And again, I simplified this. There is a lot more to Dionysus than I could possibly convey within this time frame, since he is so ancient, and that's why there are so many versions of him and of every aspect of his birth, his life, his wife, his stories. There's so many versions, they all contradict each other. It's ridiculous. It's a mess, but it makes sense once you understand that really Dionysus is older than Greek mythology itself. Ooh, the intense stare at the end. Did I do too much? Are you sleeping? I'm so sorry. That's the end of the video. That's the end of the video, guys. Now, let's see what topic we're covering next on Keeping Up with the Greek Gods. Hermes' story starts when Zeus cheated on Hera.
Oh, help, please.
Every Zeus cheating special comes with a unique flavoring, you know, and in this one, that unique flavoring is that it was actually a woman that slept with Zeus of her own will. She actually liked him, so in return, Zeus left a pregnant woman behind in a cave after he was done with her. This is made slightly less terrible by the fact that she was only pregnant with Hermes for 1 day before the god burst onto the scene, breaking speed records from day one. And while his mom was getting her deserved rest and recovering from giving birth in a cave all alone, Hermes got hungry, and at 1 day old, he snuck out the cave to steal 50 oxen. He didn't just steal any oxen though, nah. He stole a holy cattle from his holy half-brother, the god Apollo. Also born to Zeus cheating, by the way, but I got his story covered on my channel too, you know, in this video. That was a plug, that was real smooth, you were right. Good idea. So baby Hermes stole Apollo's 50 oxen, ate 2 of them because he was hungry, and kept the rest hidden from Apollo. Then Hermes randomly killed a turtle to turn its shell into the first lyre with strings made from the guts of yet another dead animal, a dead sheep. God damn, what did animals ever do to this guy? He's a day old, bro. And after casually mastering the lyre over the rest of that first day, Hermes fell asleep, only to be woken up by his mother, who was all like, why are you sleeping next to a dead turtle And why is its shell ripped off? Why are you covered in blood? And why is there 48 oxen outside of the cave? Like, you're 2 days old, bro. What the fuck? But before Hermes could answer, Apollo entered their humble cave and accused the baby of stealing his cattle. And Hermes said, "It wasn't me." But then Apollo said, "There's literally 48 oxen outside the cave. I literally walked past my 48. I recognize that. It wasn't me." Bro, there's leftover steak on the plate next to you. You got barbecue sauce on your face. It wasn't me. So yeah, Hermes dragged this out, and Apollo dragged Hermes before Zeus for some divine judgment. But little did Apollo know that this all was Hermes' plan all along. He simply wanted to be on his father's radar, and when he finally came face to face with the man who abandoned him and his mother, Hermes decided to become his dad's personal messenger, live on Mount Olympus with him and the other gods, and also abandon his mother in her cave alone. Apollo, meanwhile, was still mad about the stolen cattle, though. So Hermes was like, "Yo, bro, check this out." He busts out the lyre, he plays some sweet tunes, and Apollo was so mesmerized by the sounds of the lyre that all beef was forgotten because...
That's the power of music!
Also, I feel like that line went over some of y'all's heads. I said, all beef was forgotten. Beef, stolen oxen, the beef. The theft of the beef was forgotten. You get me some bars, bro. This bars, that's the kind of bars. Well, I'm not trying to say nothing. Like, I don't know why you're moving away from me right now. I'm trying to, but it's like the kind of bars we gotta think. You know what I mean? Like, I put some mustard in. So Apollo and Hermes decided to become BFFs, and Hermes gave Apollo his lyre to make Apollo the god of music, and Apollo gave Hermes his cattle because a guy that at this point of the story kidnapped 50 animals, killed 4 others, and mutilated 2 more seems like a solid choice to be the god of cattle and herds. And sure enough, Hermes would later live up to that standard by having animal tongues sacrificed to him because Hermes is good with his tongue, and men wanted to receive that blessing. But I'm gonna let you sit on that for a while to wonder whether that's like meant in a kinky, dirty way or not. Because for now, I need to get back to how Apollo also gifted Hermes the infamous caduceus, which is a staff that looks like this, and you most likely seen this symbol associated with medicine, but back then it was Hermes' staff, a symbol for commerce and trading, since that was another thing that the cunning Hermes was assigned to be the god of. That's, by the way, why he was good with his tongue. He was the OG silver-tongued devil, well, god, that will smooth talk people into anything. So money-hungry people naturally worshipped him for money-hungry dreams and to be blessed with Hermes' silver tongue. But all of that is just a fraction of who Hermes is, what Hermes did, and what Hermes represents. And now, let's talk about the innocent people he killed. Or drowned. Not killed, drowned, rather. But, semantics. Now, which story should I continue with? The time Hermes helped his father Zeus cheat on his wife and then beheaded an innocent sleeping man? The time Hermes helped Perseus slay an innocent woman that his uncle Poseidon raped and who his sister Athena turned into a monster? Or the time him and Zeus killed an entire village because nobody invited them in for dinner? Actually, let's start with how Hermes and Aphrodite had a child that is both male and female. And I call this one the story of they and them. Aphrodite cheated on her husband Hephaestus with his brother and the love of her life, Ares, whom she loved so much that she then cheated on him with his brother Hermes. Yeah, she's a keeper. Aphrodite and Hermes had a son and figured, hey, let's put our names together to come up with something stupid like how Kevin and Maria makes Kevria or Stephen and Helen makes Stephen. Wait, she works. Damn. So the boy was named Hermaphrodite, and he grew up to be a man that was so ridiculously beautiful that when he was bathing by a river, a nymph fell madly in love with him instantly, on the spot, at first sight. So madly in love that she literally jumped at him, hugged him so aggressively and intensely, and screamed prayed to all the gods that they should please forever be one. And first of all, what the hell? That's crazy. Second, you should know that the gods take these kinds of scream prayers literally. They get a kick out of it. So they fuse the nymph and Hermaphrodite into one. And now Hermaphrodite had two genders. And that's the story of they and them. Hermes had one more relevant child, a child he had with his wife Penelope, a child that you might know under the name Pan, the goat man, the horny goat man. The horny goat man who is always naked and always has a boner and always tries to use it regardless of whether or not the woman wants it to be used on her or not. In fact, Pan is lovingly named after one such non-consensual attempt at boner usage. The name Pan comes from the word panikos, which means panic, and that's because Pan and his boner instilled panic in many a woman, famously once chasing a beautiful nymph trying to present his furry goat boner to her, and she was so terrified she ran away and transformed herself into reeds so he can't do anything to her. So then Pan turned her into the first pan flute so that he can still get his lips on all the holes. Damn. Like, how is that so dirty, yet also simply the most accurate way to describe the use of a flute? So that's where the pan flute gets its name from. Tell that story at the next cool flute gathering you have and you're playing holes. That's a real icebreaker. Anyway, yes, that's Hermes' other son. Or his only son, since Hermaphrodite is not, excuse me, not technically, they're not a son. Man, this stuff is complicated. Please don't cancel me. There is more to the story of Pan, so please wait for the extra notes at the end of the video if you want more about lips, holes, and goat boners. And on that note, hi to the teachers who are using this video in classes. How you doing, kids? Hope you're enjoying it. Now that I filled you in on Hermes' family life, let's look at what the guy got up to when he was not home, because he was actually one of the busiest Greek gods. Hermes was literally guiding all of Greek mythology. He guided heroes on their quests to glory, he guided souls into the underworld, Hermes even guided dreams to whoever is meant to dream them, and he guided Zeus's word and orders whenever that was required of him. Why did Hermes have to guide anything and everything? Because he was fast, and in his cute little winged sandals, he was real fast, real cunning, and deceiving enough to talk himself in and out of any situation, or do any and all convincing that might be required on any of these journeys. He was just the perfect guy for these things, and a good example of this is one of the three stories I teased earlier. That time, Hermes helped his father cheat and beheaded a dude. It was a clear black night, a clear white moon. Zeus was on the streets, trying to consume. So Zeus ran into the beautiful Io, a woman minding her business until Zeus made her business all about his business, aka his raging lightning bolt, and suddenly suggested to start some thunder in the forest.
Smooth.
Unsurprisingly, Io said, "Ew." Get it? Unsurprisingly, Io said, "Ew, no," and ran away instead. And even less unsurprisingly, Zeus chased her down and did to her what he came to do. Hera, at the time, was on a jealous tear and had been tailing Zeus, so she caught her husband in the act, and then Zeus quickly transformed Io into a cow because Hera, though, was not to be fooled. Immediately clocked what happened, so to save the innocent Io, Hera made Zeus gift the cow to her, and then did not transform her back into human, but instead had her giant servant watch over her and hold her prisoner, so she is away from Zeus, all the while keeping her in her cow form. What was Hera's title again? Alright. Goddess and protector of women. Good. For a second I was like, is she not doing her job? That giant servant was not just a big man, by the way, but literally a giant servant. The 100-eyed giant Argos, who could sleep with any 2 eyes closed and 98 open, so nothing ever escaped his sight. After Io was kept prisoner as a cow forever, Zeus eventually felt guilty, but not guilty enough to do something about it himself. So he sent Hermes instead to save Io. Hermes disguised himself as a shepherd and wandered his sheep along the pasture where the giant was keeping cow. Io and Hermes strode past Argos playing the pan flute, and Argos was like, "What's that? That sounds amazing. Oh, this? This here is just a little pan flute, but you know what? Let me tell you a story about my horny son and his furry boner and a lady in peril." And then Hermes told the giant the same story I told you about the origin of the flute, but cleverly turned it into the longest and most boring story ever, getting the giant to fall asleep and close all his eyes. At this point, Hermes could have just saved Io, but randomly decided that it was necessary to also decapitate Argos first, while he was sleeping, and then was so proud of that sleep frag that one of his nicknames forever was Argefontes, Slayer of Argos. With the giant dead, Hermes told Io to be free, and Io was like, "Bro, I'm still a cow. What the hell is this crappy rescue, man?" But beggars can't be choosers, so Io put her hooves to good use and ran for freedom. But she could never truly escape Hera's wrath. Hera set the evil furies on Io's tail, literally tail, to follow her everywhere, eternally torture and eventually kill her. So in desperation, cow Io escaped all the way to the river Nile, where she eventually collapsed. But just before she died, Zeus begged Hera for mercy and forgiveness. And sometimes a sorry is all you want to hear after your husband cheated on you for the 973rd time before you torture a bitch to death. You know what I mean? So Hera transformed Io back into a human, and Io then started a new life in Egypt. She married a pharaoh and became known and worshipped as the goddess Isis. And that's that time Hermes helped Zeus cheat and beheaded a dude. So that was one major part of Hermes' duties, do Zeus's bidding. Like this one time,
I'm at band camp?
Zeus was captured by the evil monster Typhon, who threatened to take over Mount Olympus, and it was Hermes who freed Zeus and enabled Zeus to win the battle against Typhon and keep the throne. But in general, you could say that Hermes kind of helped all the gods maintain order. He once freed Ares when the god of war was captured by enemies, and he helped the goddess Demeter find her daughter Persephone when she was kidnapped and taken to the underworld. But on that note, him helping Demeter find her daughter in the underworld, that was more than just him being helpful, because it also relates to the connection Hermes in general has to the underworld, or more specific, Hermes' connection to the dead. Psychopomp, a guide of souls to the place of the dead. Hermes was a psychopomp in Greek mythology. And just so you understand his exact role in the cycle of life and death, here's how that cycle works in Greek mythology. The Moirae weave all the fates and determine all deaths. They then sent their brother Thanatos to take the soul when it's due to die. Thanatos then obviously collects these souls and gives them to Hermes, who uses the speed to transport the souls to the gates of the underworld, where Charon, another sibling of Thanatos and the Moirae, ferries them across the river Styx and finally delivers them to Hades and the judges for eternal judgment. So Hermes was frequently in and out of the underworld, guiding souls. That's also why Hermes was the god of travelers, and specifically the god of roads. Not just, physical crossroads that you might meet while you're going somewhere, but also mental crossroads, and crossroads that transcend the world entirely, life and death. And sometimes that connection to death meant that Hermes himself was the cause of it. As the silver-tongued god, anything that has anything to do with communication was Hermes' duty. In essence, Hermes was also the god of social intercourse. And while the gods themselves were more about intercourse than social when it came to humanity, they were very strict on how humans behave amongst each other and towards the gods, specifically when it came to hospitality. And when humans didn't comply, Hermes was often the one to punish people for it, either individually or by eradicating a whole town from the face of the earth. Like that time, Hermes and Zeus murdered an entire town because they were hungry. Hermes and Zeus were roaming the world of the living in disguise. And particularly, they visited a town where they asked everybody for food, drink, and shelter. And the story goes that they were turned down 1,000 times until finally a poor elderly couple who had about a cup of water and a slice of bread to share between the two of them invited them in to their rundown shack for food, drinks, and shelter. A touching gesture, so touching that Hermes and Zeus showed their gratitude by killing everybody in the town except for the elderly couple who, being older, I assume have children and grandchildren in that village. But hey, those children didn't invite them in for food, drink, and shelter. So Zeus and Hermes flooded the whole town, drowned everybody, tore apart all the houses except for the couple and their shack, that shack they turned into a temple for the worship of Zeus. A temple, mind you, that is now in the middle of a goddamn swamp that used to be a town. A swamp flooded, filled with corpses of children floating around. And the couple was then rewarded to worship Zeus in that temple for the rest of their lives. And when one dies, the other would be blessed with instant death too, and they would become intertwined trees in front of the temple. Intertwined trees in front of a temple in the middle of a flooded swamp with corpses of their children floating around, including their grandchildren and their children. Thanks, Hermes. Thanks, Zeus. And that's that time Hermes and Zeus murdered an entire town because they were hungry. When he wasn't busy drowning children and their families for the crime of whoever answered the door, not inviting a stranger into their home in which they are trying to protect their children and their family, when he wasn't doing that or psychopumping, Hermes was also the god of trickery and thievery. Kind of obvious from him literally tricking and thieving on the first day he was born, but it should be noted that being a trickster in ancient Greece is not necessarily as evil as we define the word today. Every great mortal hero used trickery and forms of thievery to complete their deeds. In fact, many great tales are all about the heroes tricking the villains, like in the case of HERAKLES, aka Hercules, where he literally used trickery to then steal something. For one of his 12 labors, Heracles had to steal a golden apple, and he tricked Atlas into helping him do it. And we consider him a hero for it. So yes, trickery was in a way just an aspect of being a genius, of being cunning, which were admirable attributes, and all of those attributes Hermes was the god of, while a certain mortal was the hero entirely defined by these traits. Odysseus, the charming, cunning trickster hero of the Odyssey, who doesn't just take after Hermes by accident. Odysseus is actually Hermes' great-grandson. So, unsurprisingly, Hermes had a thing for helping his great-grandson out on his travels, but since Odysseus will get his own video, I want to use another Greek hero to symbolize Hermes' role as the guide for heroes, Perseus. Story number 3 that I teased earlier, which is that time Hermes helped Perseus slay the innocent woman that his uncle Poseidon raped and his sister Athena turned into a monster. Medusa was a beautiful priestess, minding her own business, just praying away. But everybody was minding her because she was just so damn beautiful. Unfortunately, for all the thirsty simps of the time, Medusa was also a forever virgin since she dedicated her life to the worship of the virgin goddess Athena. Then, one day, god of thirst, Poseidon, who very fittingly rules over water, paid Medusa a visit in her temple to rape her. Since the temple was a temple of the virgin goddess Athena, the goddess Athena was furious and punished Medusa for being raped and breaking the chastity vow. What was Athena's role again? Oh yeah, also a goddess and protector of women. Maybe her and Hera can exchange ideas on how best to protect women. Athena's punishment was to turn Medusa into the infamous snake monster because Athena thought it would be kind of ironic that the woman once stared at constantly for her beauty is now the monster whose gaze turns everyone into stone. Yeah, Athena's a kind of a bitch. But even after all that, poor Medusa didn't even seek vengeance. She actually didn't want to harm anybody and fled to a remote island to be left in peace. But every soldier looking for his 15 minutes of fame came after her to slay the monster. Yet none succeeded, and soon Medusa's island was filled with the statues of petrified soldiers. Enter Perseus and Hermes. Perseus was a son of Zeus. And you know how these incestuous royal families are. They stick together. They stick together, literally. So when Perseus decided to slay Medusa, Hermes decided that killing innocent women who are punished for being the victim of rape is a cause that he can really get behind. So he wanted to help and lent Perseus his famous winged sandals, and then Hermes guided Perseus around Greece to collect even more OP gear: Athena's shield, Hades' helmet of invisibility, and an adamantine sword from Zeus. Basically, Hermes was the dude guiding Perseus to a bunch of cheat codes and then sent him on his way to slay Medusa, which, of course, Perseus then did. And that's how Hermes helped Perseus slay the innocent woman that his uncle Poseidon raped and his sister Athena turned into a monster. So that's kind of all there is to Hermes in a nutshell. I'll leave it to you to interpret the morality of these tales, but when you do, keep in mind that a god's title always reflects the good and the bad aspects of it. For example, since I ragged on Athena and Hera earlier, anybody who is the goddess of women is then responsible for all good that happens to women, but also all the bad. That's why you pray to them. That's why you worship gods and goddesses, not just for their blessing, but also out of fear for the opposite. All of the Greek mythology tales serve as a cautionary tale, and there are lessons contained within. So feel free to interpret Hermes' tales for that lesson, morality, or ethics in the comments. But first, here's the extra note about the goat boner guy who puts his lips on holes. Pan. As I said, within Greek mythology as we know it, Pan is Hermes' son. But Pan as a deity is actually older than Greek mythology as we know it. Pan originates out of the Hindu Vedic deity Pushan, an ancient psychopomp, meaning he helped souls transcend into the underworld like Hermes. But Pushan, way back, was also a deity worshipped for nature, herds, cattle, roads, journeys, and goats. And as you can see from all these things, they are obviously all attributes that either Pan or Hermes or both have. And that's because at some point in time, the ancient Pushan was divided into Hermes and Pan, each taking on various attributes of the OG god. And then once our beloved era of Greek mythology came around, this was simplified as Pan simply being Hermes' son. And then for his backstory and name, they decided to ruin flutes forever. So, yeah. See you on the next episode of Keeping Up with the Greek Gods. Yeah, and now let's see what that next episode is going to be. Zeus was bored. Zeus had led his siblings to victory in a war against their abusive father that had tried to kill them, and after the dust of that epic Titan war had settled, Zeus was the supreme ruler of the world. But at the time, the world wasn't all that exciting. There were the Titans, but most of them had opposed Zeus, and as punishment were now imprisoned in the depths of hell. There were the primordial beings that literally represent concepts like said hell, which was actually a primordial called Tartaros, or Gaia, the personification of the earth, or Nyx, the night, and her husband Erebus, the darkness. But there were only like 5 or 13 of these primordials, depending on who's counting. And outside of that, They were just a bunch of gods and smaller deities, nymphs and that. But everything that existed was either related to Zeus or he already had sex with it. Actually, don't go thinking that being related to Zeus would stop him from having sex with you. Just ask his daughter Persephone how that worked out for her.
What the fuck?
So, when there was nothing left to assault against her will, Zeus kinda ran out of hobbies. The only hobby he had left was being worshipped, and so he combined his love for the carnal act and that desire to be worshipped, and he opened an OnlyFans account. Zeus went to one of the few people that actually called him friend, a titan that did not fight against the gods when they usurped their titan overlords, Prometheus. Since he sided with the gods during the war, Prometheus was good in Zeus's book. And you'll understand this if you have a full beard and you meet a guy with a full beard, and ideally like the same hairstyle, you know, a beard and hairstyle. That's all it takes for two guys to go,
What? Did we just become best friends? Yup!
So Prometheus and Zeus, BFFs. Now you need to know that Prometheus was a serious intellectual, so serious in his intellectuality that his name Prometheus. No, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. Prometheus. It literally means forethinker. And that's because he could literally forethink. My guy could see the future. Remember that, because it'll be important later. And that's why I started on the name, just so you remember it more. Not because I have trouble pronouncing the name. Prometheus was also a masterful craftsman and could literally create anything. Not Zeus. Zeus was not the craftsman, by the way. But Zeus came up with that idea because he was bored. So he came up with an idea like, bro, can you create beings that they look like us but slightly worse looking? And they think like us but like slightly dumber. And basically, I want like small tiny god things without the wisdom, without the power or the immortality. Like squishy, you know, squishy. And weak but fun to watch. Alright, cool, thanks. It's like, well, bro, you can't just come up with the wildest demands. Like, seriously, Zeus was like Steve Jobs, strutting around with ideas he had no idea how to execute. Like,
I want my whole music collection in that phone. Get on it!
But Prometheus was that dude. So he went to work on Zeus's order and created smaller, dumber, less powerful versions of the gods, which he called humans, made to worship the gods in fear and awe, always striving to be like the gods, but always struggling in their quest and deferring back to the gods' divine guidance. At least that was the idea. But spoiler alert, a lot of us humans turned out quite different from what Zeus was hoping for, and we have Prometheus kind of hard to thank for it. Prometheus modeled the first humans out of Gaia's flesh. Remember? One of the primordial beings that I mentioned earlier, Gaia, the earth personified. Don't worry, he didn't carve the old lady up. Her flesh is just earth. So Prometheus modeled the first humans out of earth, and to make all that dirt stick together, he used Zeus's spit to shape and form us, and then baked us in the heat of Apollo's sun, and then we were ready. I mean, literally, we males. I'm sorry, ladies, but Zeus's order was specifically to not create any females. You know, because the dude is prone to assault everything without a pillar and stones. At least he was aware of that. At least he was aware, you know. So at this point, males only. Prometheus created men in all shapes and colors: red, green, white, brown, blue, yellow, black. The first humans were incredibly diverse. And when Prometheus called Zeus over to show him his little creations, Zeus came running up all excited and trampled all over the humans and broke them all. Bro. The only thing that survived Zeus's happy feet were the kind of whitish and the kind of blackish men. And before Zeus could do more damage, Prometheus lined up all these white and black dudes and called over the goddess Athena to blow life into them. Now don't even take it there. Don't you even take it. I mean, her wind, her breath blew life into the men. Jesus, guys, you always take it to the dirtiest of places. And so here we were, the first men, and Zeus was so excited that he clapped his hands to multiply us thousands of times, and Bob's your uncle. Humanity was born. All because Zeus was bored and wanted new worshippers. And if you really think about that, suppressed horniness, leading to boredom, leading to the desire to be looked up to by something that highly resembles you and aspires to be like you. That's basically the same reason people have kids. This is where I want to introduce y'all to my newborn son. No, I'm just messing with you. I went extra miles for this joke, man. I went on the streets. I asked babies, yo, can you give me, I have 2 million followers on TikTok, 25,000 on YouTube. Give me your baby. It's a practical joke. It's going to be fun. They're like, nah, what's wrong with you, creep? People. So you had these first men trotting around the planet, and Zeus and Prometheus kind of looked at them all tiny, all stupid, all naked. And Zeus was like, yeah, not gonna lie, they're probably all gonna die throughout the first winter. But hey, it'll be fun to watch them die, right? But Prometheus was not one to abandon his creation. He felt responsible. So he had a bright idea and said, listen, bro, all they really need to survive, to create and to fend for themselves, really all they need is fire. But as soon as Prometheus uttered the word fire, Zeus snapped.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
This guy Zeus got so angry that under threat of death, agonizing, slow death, he warned his best friend and all the other gods that under no circumstance is humanity ever allowed to attain the knowledge of fire, for with fire comes evolution, and with evolution comes enlightenment and ego, and with that, no more believing in the gods, no more googly-eyed worship. So Zeus made it clear, if anyone dares to give humanity fire, I will personally. So Prometheus stole fire from Mount Olympus and gave it to humanity. Prometheus didn't just give humanity fire to figure it out on their own though. He went from settlement to settlement and taught humans the fire's many uses. And before long, the view from up on Mount Olympus changed. And what the gods now saw was a human world where a bunch of light just popped up in places. Suddenly, the nights weren't quite as dark anymore. And in fact, with the nights not being all that dark and scary anymore, a lot less prayers reached the gods. Why were humans not praying for the gods' protection against the nightly terrors? Why were they coming together over bonfires, having fun, turning the dark into something calm, peaceful, enjoyable? What was this confidence humanity had acquired? Of course, it only took Zeus one serious look to realize what had happened, to realize that his orders had been defied, and once he did, there wasn't an outburst of anger. There was only cold, calculated hatred. And all Zeus could think was,
now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
It turns out that the destroyer of worlds was the first woman. Not just any woman though, she was the most beautiful and perfect woman ever created, a true goddess amongst men, for the actual gods crafted her without any restrictions. On Zeus's orders, this woman was to be as beautiful as the most beautiful of goddesses, and her name was to be Pandora. The first human woman was crafted by yet another masterful craftsman, the god of blacksmiths, Hephaestus, and he modeled Pandora after all the goddesses he was secretly creeping on. And because Hephaestus is actually ugly as hell, his mom threw him off a cliff when he was born because she was shocked by how ugly her baby was. True story. Watch it. Because Hephaestus was ugly and not blessed with the best flirt game, his creep game was strong. And you know creeps have the best attention to detail. So them details on this first human woman on Pandora were exquisite, which is to say, damn, Pandora was fine, you know? Fine with a capital, fine, you know what I mean? Like, down to the details, you get me, bruv. No cellulite on this one. Side note, I actually love me some cellulite, like genuinely, I'm not kidding, not just saying that. There's just something mature about it, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, real woman things, you know? Pandora was so fine that even the gods and goddesses were impressed by this first human lady. And to make her truly perfect, they taught her everything she needed. Apollo taught her music and the ways of a silver tongue. Athena taught her weaving and other womanly skills, and then the irresistible goddess of love, Aphrodite, taught Pandora the art of love making, one-on-one. Just Just Aphrodite and Pandora practicing lovemaking. Like, you get me, bro. This woman was equipped.
Perfection.
And this perfectly sculpted woman was to be step one of Zeus's evil master plan. She, Pandora, was going to be the one to destroy the world for him. Because Zeus, man, he never planned to just nuke humanity and be done with it. You know, he was in it for that slow pain and suffering. And for that, step two was to send Pandora down to Earth with a mysterious box, of which she told her, "Hey, yo, girl, listen, take this here box. Don't worry about what's in it. Just never open it. You got it? Like, here, go to Earth. By the way, filled with men, be careful. Take this here box. Don't worry, never open it. Always keep it. Never open it." Step 3 was to not just send Pandora to Earth, but to actually send her to Prometheus' younger brother, Epimetheus, who joined his brother during his time amongst humans, because don't forget, this all is an elaborate plan of Zeus's to punish Prometheus also. And Prometheus knew this. Of course, he knew his friend Zeus's lust for vengeance. He knew King Sparkles was coming for him, so he told his brother Epimetheus, "Bro, listen, no interaction with Mount Olympus. Don't accept any visitors or gifts from the gods. Like, nothing. You hear me? Like, no matter how incredible, no matter what. You hear the words Mount Olympus, gift from the gods, you run." Eudis, hi, I'm Pandora. I'm from Mount Olympus. I'm a gift from the gods.
Oh my God.
Bro, Pandora was so fine that Prometheus just flat out married her instantly on the spot. And before you judge the man, imagine the sausage fest he was living through. There were no women on Earth. None. And now, because his brother was on some midlife crisis, self-fulfillment, I'm gonna save humanity thing, Epimetheus has to join him on Earth and never feel the touch of a woman again?
No. No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No. 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 Hell no. 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 I refuse. No. No.
Me, for one, I don't blame the man for folding instantly. When perfect Pandora appeared before him, and the two were actually happy in their marriage. It was perfect. Mind you, this was a perfect world, in general, humanity's golden age. Men did not yet know evil or any of its nuances. All they knew was happiness, and the only ones to even know the love of a partner were Epimetheus and Pandora. So it was perfect. Until Pandora got bored. I mean, Epimetheus wasn't perfect like she was. Man, his name, Epimetheus, literally translates to afterthought. You know, not the brightest bulb on the Christmas tree, you get me? Also, he wasn't masterfully sculpted like Pandora, not trained in the art of eloquence and the art of lovemaking by the greatest gods themselves. So after a while, one night, Pandora was like, "Hey honey, I'm just stepping out with the girls. Have a girls' night out with the girls, huh? That's plural, huh? Man, Pandora couldn't go anywhere, so the only thing she had to distract her from the boredom of an infinite marriage with an immortal was her box. This is not a masturbation joke. Jesus, guys, keep it mature. I'm literally talking about the mysterious box. Zeus gave her her box. The box she had kept close and closed all these years. That box that for some reason cannot be opened under any circumstances. And be honest, you would have cracked that thing open the moment Zeus turned his back on you. It's amazing that Pandora even held on for this long, but finally, craving something new in life, overcome with curiosity, she snuck away and opened the box. And what happened next? Well, let's just say, no more blissful golden age for mankind. Pandora's box was Zeus's wrath perfected. The box contained all the bad things we know and fear. Actually, let me rephrase that. The box contained all the bad things humanity at this point did not know and not fear, because it was a golden age. It was perfect. They literally didn't know fear. They didn't know the dread of death, and they didn't know jealousy. Like, what's that? They didn't know rage, and they didn't even fear old age. And yes, all that rhymed, all just to say, evil was not a thing on humanity's mind. I spit on fire. You like that? Yeah, I spit on fire. I was bars. Double entendre. Triple, quadruple entendre. But once Pandora opened the box, evil and fear in all its many shapes and forms escaped out of Pandora's box and took hold of the earth, forever to be a part of humanity now, forever here to make us flirt with doom. And that's the crucial aspect I just mentioned there, forever here to make us flirt with doom. Because again, Zeus didn't want to destroy humanity outright. That would not have been real suffering. To Zeus, suffering was facing the same hardship over and over, hoping for a different outcome, only to end up with more pain. Hoping for a different outcome. That was the crucial variable needed for true suffering, hoping. And that's why at the bottom of Pandora's box, Zeus placed hope. The last thing to escape the box, the thing Zeus knew would allow humanity to battle with misery, forever clinging to hope for a chance that things will get better, and thus praying in hope, praying for better to the one who cursed them all in the first place, Zeus, the evil mastermind whose plan was perfect. Humanity would suffer forever and know their place, and thus the gods would be worshipped forever and be more powerful than ever before. Now all there was left to do was to punish Prometheus. Zeus took his sweet old time punishing his former best friend for the very same psychological principle he put hope at the bottom of Pandora's box. He wanted Prometheus to know the punishment was coming and to never fully live at peace for fear of what Zeus would actually do to him. But eventually, Zeus made his move, and surprisingly, the time he had let pass had softened his anger. When Zeus finally called upon his former friend to come receive his punishment, he told Prometheus that he wanted to give him a chance to apologize. Renounce humanity, Prometheus. Look at their evil ways. Look at how disgusting they are. Renounce them, hate them, forget them, and I will forgive you. But Prometheus refused. He blamed Zeus for cursing humans, but promised Zeus could not keep them down, told Zeus that he still believes in mankind, that he loves humanity and will never renounce us. So Zeus was furious, and his punishment was the most heinous thing he could think of. For his arrogance and betrayal, Prometheus would be tortured forever, and since Prometheus is an immortal that cannot die, forever really means for all eternity. And by torture, Zeus meant that he would have an eagle eat Prometheus out every day, only for his wounds to heal every night, while Prometheus is helplessly tied to a rock. And Prometheus was like, have an eagle eat me out? Damn, bro, that's perverted as hell, dog. And just for that little joke, Zeus decided that a noble eagle is actually too good for the mankind-loving Prometheus. Instead, a dirty vulture would do the deed. And so he chained Prometheus up, and from that day on until the end of days, a vulture comes to rip apart Prometheus's flesh, tear out his liver, and eat it right in front of him. That was Prometheus' fate. Another horror show that the sadistic Zeus could now enjoy watching from his throne, along with the drama of humanity crumbling under the terrors of the evils he unleashed from Pandora's box. Sitting on Mount Olympus, Zeus not only enjoyed the vulture tear apart Prometheus and mankind tear apart each other, I think honestly, he probably got a little spark out of it. A little trembling spark in his little thunderbolt. I could just imagine Zeus's twisted mind sitting there watching mankind suffering with the same glee other people watch adult films where, you know the feeling, you're enjoying yourself, loving your innocent debauchery, but then, every once in a while, once in a movie, there comes a moment where they do some outlandish stuff and you think you're having a good time, but then comes that two girls, one cup moment out of nowhere and you're just like, no, wait. It was too much. What humanity was doing was much too much, even for Zeus. He wanted them to suffer, but he didn't want them to ruin the world he loved. He had no idea that humanity was capable of such depravity. Man, they spawned more evil than he ever imagined. Zeus was shocked, disgusted, and no amount of prayers and worship could make him feel good or be worth this abhorrent behavior. Zeus regretted his decision and went to the gods that helped him calculate and execute this plan, the gods that helped him create Pandora and her box, and he told them,
Help him. When I came to you with those calculations, we thought we might start a chain reaction that would destroy the entire world.
I remember it well. What happened?
I believe we did.
It's hard to shock a god like Zeus. It's harder to make him regret something, but Zeus loved the world. He ruled over too much to allow humanity to go on. So he decided it was time to fully eradicate them. All of them. All of us. It was time for a great flood that would cleanse the world. And this is where one little thing I told you to remember in the beginning of this video becomes very relevant. Remember how I told you that Prometheus' name means forethinking, foresight, forethinker, that he can see the future? Yeah, as soon as Zeus had formed the thought of flooding the world, as soon as he formed it with intention, Prometheus knew the flood was coming. Even while being tortured and suffering, Prometheus' mind was still sharp and his heart was still with humanity. His heart was still with us. So he immediately took measures to stop the genocide. Using his powers of prophecy, Prometheus appeared in the dream of his son, Deucalion, a divine son born to Prometheus and the minor goddess Icyone. Deucalion chose life on Earth, like his father, where he married the daughter of Prometheus' brother, Epimetheus, and Pandora. So obviously, at this point, a bit of time, roughly 2 decades, had passed since Pandora had appeared on Earth. So anyway, Prometheus appeared in his son's dream to tell him how Zeus's plans were to devastate the world, and he warned him, Deucalion, be worried. Zeus is fed up, man. He always underestimated humanity's potential, also in their ability to do evil and tear apart his beloved world, and he will end everything. There's a great flood coming. Zeus is punishing all of you. Son, you need to build a boat. And the son was like, okay, cool, Dad, I got it. I'll build a boat. And then Prometheus was like, and when the flood's over, and this is the most important thing of this message that this part I very carefully worded, when the flood is over, throw the bones of the great mother over your shoulder. And his son was like, what the fuck is that supposed to mean? But the dream was over. Deucalion woke up and Prometheus never appeared to him again. And he was like, bones, mother, shoulder, oh no time to ponder. Need to build a boat. Need to build a boat for 2. Yeah, he literally built a boat that was big enough for only 2, him and his wife, like screw everybody else. What, do you think he was going to build an ark or something? Save animals, other people, a pair of each? Hell no. I mean, did you miss the memo about how evil humanity had become and how there are basically no women? Like, he had the daughter of Pandora, the daughter of the only woman. He's going to invite a bunch of depraved guys on his boat with a woman? The only other woman? Like, hell no, man. Come on, man. You must be tripping. Nah, man. Man was like, it's every man for himself now, guys. Sorry, man. Saved this girl, packed some snacks and drinks for the road, hopped on his little boat and watched humanity drown. Good riddance. And when the flood did what it was intended for, Deucalion and his wife were the only humans left. All men were dead. Their naked, dead human bodies littering the surface of the earth. And Deucalion and his wife were like, oh my God. It really does shrivel up. But again, no time to ponder. Now it was time to figure out the whole bones of the great mother over your shoulder thing. Or what does that mean? And actually, you might just be able to figure it out too. I actually gave you a hint early on in the video. Remember when I said Prometheus modeled humanity out of Gaia's flesh? Gaia being the earth personified, with her flesh being earth, dirt, right? So her bones, they were stones. Deucalion figured out his dad's entirely unnecessarily confusing message, told his wife to pick up some stones and throw them over her shoulder. And because, I mean, everybody was that, they literally had nothing better to do. They did that threw stones over their shoulders for miles upon miles, days upon days, and when they turned around, every stone that Deucalion had thrown turned into a man, and every stone that his wife had thrown turned into a woman. Mankind was reborn, and Zeus gave up. He just gave up. He was tired of wasting time and energy on such low beings and just decided to let us live. And to this day, some of us give in to the evils he once unleashed with Pandora's box. Some of us cling to hope. And like Zeus originally intended, some of us worship God, but also just like he feared when he first forbade us the knowledge of fire, just like Zeus worried and warned, some of us, for better or for worse, think of themselves as gods.
I just told you who I thought I was, a god.
And with that, the exclusive age of the gods was over. Now we enter the age of humanity and heroes. Perseus, Heracles, Odysseus, the Trojan War. The gods will still make appearances, many appearances, but they are no longer the only stars of the show. So I hope you're excited for Perseus. You know him as a hero, a demigod, the inspiration for Percy Jackson, the mighty son of the great god Poseidon, but I know him as the son of Zeus, born after Zeus gave Perseus' mother a golden shower.
What?
You also know Perseus as the hero that slayed the evil Medusa, but I know him as the man who killed an innocent woman who was raped by his uncle Poseidon and unjustly turned into a monster. Matter of perspective, I guess. But I also know Perseus as the boy left for dead by his deadbeat godfather. No, not godfather. I mean, his actual father, who is a god, Zeus. And I know Perseus as a son who would do anything to protect his mother. And you see, there's a lot more darkness in the story of Perseus than you might have known, than Percy Jackson might convey. So let's tell the true story. Let's tell the story of the inspiration for Percy Jackson. Let's tell the story of Perseus. Perseus' story starts with... Hold up, I know some of you can finish that sentence with me by now, so let's do this together. Perseus' story starts with Zeus cheating on HERA. Honestly, guys, if I were to write a book on Greek mythology, I would just call it So Zeus Cheated on HERA, and this time Zeus cheated on HERA with the beautiful mortal woman Danae. And this instance of cheating, this instance of cheating was a real horny Zeus special. Danae was locked up by her father, King Achilles, who, as a young man struggling to father a son, that king received a prophecy which foretold him that he would never have a son, but that one day his grandson would kill the king. So this king had two choices: not have a daughter, or have a daughter and lock her up. And the king was a man of sound decision making, so he had a daughter and locked her up. And that daughter was the aforementioned beautiful Danae, and he locked her up in a tower so that no one ever gets her pregnant. Now, if you live in Greek mythology and lock a woman up for the sole purpose that no one ever gets her pregnant, bro, you might as well send Zeus a handwritten invitation for a challenge. So Zeus was like,
challenge accepted.
And to his credit, Zeus got real creative about this one. He just busts one out from the heavens, which trickled down onto earth as golden rain into the tower and onto Danae through the one crack in her window, and somehow found its way into the other crack in the tower, her crack. I mean, goddamn, I don't know how to say this without getting YouTube to demonetize these videos. I don't know how to say the word, but you know, you know which crack I'm talking about. You know how golden showers and pregnancy works, right? Danae was pregnant. And when her father, the king, found out that she was pregnant, he once again found himself with a choice to make. Have his daughter abort the baby to stop the prophecy, or he could wait until his daughter delivers the baby and then put the daughter and the infant in a box alive, close the box and throw it into the ocean. Luckily, the king's sound decision-making once again won the day. So the king put his daughter and the baby in a box and sent them on a one-way trip to the bottom of the ocean.
Under the sea.
Luckily, the seas are the territory of Zeus's brother, Poseidon. Now, Poseidon is known to drown a person, or a million, and he's also known to not exactly be a friend of the well-being of women. But Aquaman was also not a fan of mortals killing godly offspring, so he rescued his brother's son and his mother by safely guiding the box to safety onto the shores of Seriphos, the island, where he made sure that the fisherman Dictys would find the box. And when the kind fisherman opened the box, like...
Jesus Christ.
He must have been pleasantly surprised by what he saw, because he decided to take care of the woman and her son and raise the baby as if it were his own, and that baby would grow up to be quite the remarkable man. A man we now know as...
What's your name?
Perseus. That is the beginning of Perseus' story. And it only gets better from here on out. Perseus' mom, Danae, was hella fine. And that was a problem, because you see her and that savior fisherman that saved him, Dictys, and her son, Perseus, they lived on an island ruled by the king Polydectes. And the king Polydectes was actually the brother of the fisherman. And that king, he took a liking to the woman his brother found on the shores. He took a liking to Danae. So Polydectes made a move on Danae like...
What's up, baby girl?
So Danae was like, ew, no, bro, I'd rather get pregnant from a golden shower slash golden nut again. Nah, man. Danae rejected him. Of course, as Trump taught us, you don't become the leader of a nation by accepting a no. So the king kept on pushing Perseus' mom hard. But Perseus had grown into a young man by then. A young man with the strength of a god, not just any god, with the strength of Zeus. So Perseus wasn't exactly a pushover, and the king was kind of scared of him, rightfully so. As long as Perseus was around, his mom was untouchable. So Perseus then had the genius idea to save his mom from the horny king by going away. Yeah, I know, it doesn't make any sense. Perseus struck a deal with the king that if he goes away to slay the infamous monster Medusa, then the king would have to leave his mom alone. And somehow Perseus assumed that a sleazy, horny king would somehow leave the mother alone while he was gone, when his presence was the only part that kept her safe. Greek mythology, sometimes this really doesn't make sense. But okay, let's assume the king is an honorable man who will only force Perseus' mother to be with him after he honors a promise that was made about her life without her consent or involvement. Let's just roll with it. The king agreed to the deal, because why not? This monster, Medusa, was a real problem, so if Perseus slays it, great! One less monster to worry about, and if he doesn't, which was way more likely to be honest, great! Because then Perseus is dead, and the king can honorably force himself on his mother.
Great success.
A win-win for the king, so he happily sent Perseus away to slay. Of course, Medusa was a beast of legend. Everybody in Greece had heard her story. So allow me to present Medusa's story to you like it was authentically presented to the ancient Greeks back in the day. No, wait, no. I can't use the Star Wars music because I actually got a copyright strike on YouTube. Let me use a song that's like very similar to the Star Wars theme song.
I like big butt.
I can't use that either. Let me just narrate. It was a period of peace. A beautiful woman named Medusa was born into a simple purpose. She devoted her life to the virgin goddess Athena and spent all her days worshipping the divine daughter of Zeus in her temple. The problem was that Medusa was incredibly hot. So hot that the temple Medusa was living in and worshipping Athena from all day, that temple kind of turned into a holy pilgrimage for all simps of Greece. Like seriously, dudes gathered up outside the temple just to catch a peek of the beautiful Medusa, and their thirst energy kind of disrupted the virgin energy of the temple, which pissed Athena off majorly. But Medusa kept her chastity vow, kept worshipping Athena, so the goddess condoned Medusa's beauty. And then, one day, Poseidon, the god, I guess he was kind of bored of his wife and children, and browsed the earth for some women whose life he could ruin. And I like to think that the gods kind of just, they browse the earth like we browse through the internet. And I also like to think that their search engine is for some reason called HERMES.com. So Poseidon would just type his search into Hermes, like innocent, beautiful woman whose life I can ruin. And so he stumbled upon Medusa. And when Poseidon actually saw her, the devilish thirst god Poseidon smiled, because he had long been beefing with his niece Athena, and to defile a priestess of his niece, it was too evil of an opportunity to pass up. So Poseidon went down to earth, intruded Athena's temple, found Medusa, and he raped her. And after he was done, it was not Poseidon who was punished. It was Medusa. Athena punished Medusa for breaking her chastity vow in Athena's holy temple. She blamed it all on Medusa's seductive beauty, which catches everybody's eye. So Athena's punishment was to now turn Medusa into a hideous monster with snakes for hair, a hideous creature that catches everybody's eye, except now all that will look at her will turn into stone. That was Medusa's fate. It sounds like a super villain origin story, and you'd think Medusa would go around abusing her power, turning everybody into stone, and coming after Athena and the gods on some real Kratos thing, but nah, man. Medusa just wanted to be left alone. She didn't want to cause any more trouble, so she retreated to a remote island, all alone, all so that no one can see her, and thus no one is turned into stone, and no one is harmed. And on that island, Medusa still worshipped Athena and begged the goddess for forgiveness.
He was special.
But peace did not follow Medusa. Instead, all of Greece's warriors, trying to prove something, came to kill her, kill the monster, kill Medusa, and claim her snake-haired head for fame and glory. And one of those warriors was Perseus. Except he didn't do it for fame and glory. He was doing it to save his mother. Perseus knew he was no match for Medusa without leveling up first. Many warriors had tried to slay the snake beast, and all their attempts amounted to were a bunch of petrified stone statues on Medusa's island. It was also not just Medusa on that island. You see, the monster Athena transformed her into, a woman-ish beast with a snake-like body and or snake-like hair, whose gaze turns men into stone. That was a common creature, not too common, but it was a creature called Gorgons. And Medusa's island was actually called Sarpedon, and already housed two other Gorgons, Steno and Eruiale. Depending on which version of this tale you read, these Gorgons are all sisters of Medusa, and Medusa has different origins in each tale, but in our tale, Medusa simply found refuge and shelter with her fellow Gorgons that became as sisters to her over time. That meant that Perseus had 3 threats to navigate, and each would end him with a single look. So Perseus had to do the equivalent of leveling up in a video game.
40,000 for the holy hand grenade? Whoa! Zemeckis Cube, X1 haptic boot suit.
And for that he employed the help of his half-brother, Hermes. Hermes was the messenger god, and he knew his way around the Greek realm and all its gossip, so he could really tell Perseus how exactly to get to Medusa. And he told him, bro, you have to get Athena's golden shield, because without that, forget about it. Then you have to go get Hades' helmet of invisibility, because it will make you invisible. You have to get all of that from the northern nymphs and the Grey, it's a tough word, but it's just the Grey sisters. They are the only ones who know where the northern nymphs are. So first you have to visit the northern nymphs, but kind of in order to get there, you need my winged sandals. So here you go. That's your gift to start this quest. Not even joking, that's literally video game structure. So first, the Grey sisters. And if this were a video game, they would be 3 old weak-looking ladies that once the main character approaches them, they turn into a massive 3-headed dragons when provoked. But nah, man, when Perseus approached them, they were really just insanely old ladies. So old, they had no teeth. So old, they only had one eye that they passed around and shared. So old that they were the epitome, the pinnacle of being weak and defenseless. So old that Perseus knew that causing them any harm or distress is not exactly heroic. So he kind of figured, what the hell, I'm already planning to kill an innocent victim of sexual assault. The true hero ship has long sailed. Whatever. And he stole their one eye so that the 3 old women were blind and begged him to return it. And so Perseus then forced the location of the northern nymphs out of them.
Because that's what heroes do.
Next, Perseus visited the northern nymphs. Obviously, that was his next stop. And they were beautiful, pure women. And Perseus needed them to give him the legendary equipment that Hermes had promised. So when they refused, tore off skin, fingernails. He tortured them. I'm kidding. The northern nymphs actually just gave him the equipment. No non-heroics, no villain stuff going on here. The northern nymphs were expecting Perseus and presented him with Athena's shield and Hades' helmet of invisibility, as well as a magical bag to hold Medusa's head. Then Zeus also gave Hermes a sword to bring to his son, a sword of adamantine, which cuts through anything like butter, because killing an innocent woman like Medusa was a cause Zeus could finally really get behind. And so, off to Gorgon Island, Perseus went to do the deed. He used Hades' invisibility helmet to sneak around the island and past the Gorgon sisters so they don't turn them into stone, and into the lair of the emboss. And it's really a video game, I'm just saying. And as he was about to confront the emboss Medusa, Perseus accidentally kicked a rock. And perception level 100, Medusa immediately knew that a random but naturally occurring sound must mean that an invisible intruder is now here to kill her. And conveniently, Medusa was running around with a bow and arrow, just ready to shoot for no reason, and turned around on the spot, instantly ready to fire a perfect arrow at Perseus that knocked his invisibility helmet off his head. So now Perseus was visible, but he was able to duck behind Athena's shield just in time to avoid getting pierced by more arrows from Medusa. And then Perseus ran into cover behind a pillar in the darkness out of Medusa's sight. And while Medusa was looking for him, Perseus watched her, tracked her movements in a reflection of Athena's golden shield. And when Medusa had her back turned on him, Perseus jumped out from behind the pillar and stabbed Medusa in the back. Jaime Lannister approves. Then, to continue in true hero fashion, Perseus cut her head off as a trophy, as proof for the king. It actually makes sense. Hero, no hero, that actually makes sense. And to Perseus' surprise, out of the blood of Medusa's decapitated head, 2 creatures were instantly born from the unwanted union between Medusa and Poseidon. Those children were Krios, or a giant with a golden sword, and the winged horse Pegasus. And because decapitating Medusa from the back wasn't disrespectful enough, Perseus now made Medusa's son his son, and rode Perseus off into the sunset to save his mother. Before Perseus could save his mother, he had to save a damsel in distress, aka a woman who was tied up by her parents because her mother was bragging that her daughter was more beautiful than Poseidon's wife, and because Poseidon hasn't been enough of a scumbag in this story, he punished that woman, that mother, by flooding her entire kingdom, unless the parents sacrificed their pretty daughter, who the mother said was prettier than Poseidon's wife, and thus they sacrificed her to a sea monster. You know, just Poseidon things. That woman waiting to be sacrificed was Andromeda, shackled to a rock, waiting for the sea monster Zeus to devour her. And it was exactly then that Perseus happened to fly by on Pegasus, and Perseus felt like, maybe I should save this woman, because, you know, I'm a hero despite stabbing Medusa in the back. And he easily killed the monster, and then figured now is a good time to flirt with a woman that was almost killed after being tied to a rock, shackled to a rock. So he rizzed her up on the spot, because even when you have to save mom by 5, there's still time to spit some riz at 3. And so Perseus took Andromeda with him.
Follow the pimp manual, step by goddamn step.
Then, on his continued journey home, Perseus ran into another distraction. The Titan Atlas, who was holding up the skies as punishment for his crimes. Wait, actually, if you don't know the story of why Atlas is forever punished to hold up the skies, allow me to explain. Copyright. Copyright. Sorry, guys. Different song.
All you ladies pop your
Let me narrate. It was a period of unrest. Led by Zeus, the gods were fighting the Titans over supremacy of the realm, but General Atlas of the Titans was a real pain in the ass for Zeus, so when Zeus, aka King Sparkles, defeated the Titans, he imprisoned all of them in hell, in Tartarus. But for how annoying and how strong Atlas was, Zeus had a special punishment for him. His fate was to forever lift up the sky. Ever since, for a time so long we have no way to even calculate it, Atlas had been lifting up the sky, suffering under its weight of fate, worse than death. But as an immortal, death would never be an option to relieve Atlas of his suffering, until Perseus came flying by on a winged horse whose mother he just killed, with a girl he just picked up. Then Perseus was like, "Bro, are you okay? That leg looks super heavy." And Atlas said, "Bro, you have like no idea at all." And Perseus was like, "Hey, I just killed this horse's mom, like the horse I'm riding on." It's her son. And her head turns anything I point it at into like stone. Do you want me to like point the head at you and turn you into stone? And I was like, "Bro, you would like do that for me? Like, really?" "Yeah, bro, like totally. Are you kidding? I'm kind of like a hero." So he took Medusa's head, pointed it at Atlas, and Atlas was now turned into stone, still forever lifting the sky, but without feeling its burden. Nowadays known as the Atlas Mountains. Google that. It actually exists. Then Perseus could finally fly home to where, surprise, King Polydectes did not keep his promise and actually tried to assault Perseus' mother while Perseus was gone, so his mother Danae had to hide in Athena's temple. And once Perseus was back and found out that the King Polydectes had laid a hand on his mother, oh Lord, he walked up into the king's palace, and he didn't care about no promises anymore. Yeah, I told you I'll bring him Medusa. He didn't care. He wasn't scared anymore, man. This wasn't young Perseus anymore, you get me, man. Perseus had just killed Medusa, petrified the Titan Atlas, killed a sea monster. Perseus had become death. Wasn't scared of no king. He didn't care about no promises, didn't care about no king's guard. So as he walked up to the king and was like, man, you hurt my mother? Listen to me, son.
You don't know what death is. You have no idea what death is.
And then he killed the king and his entire king's guard. Well, he didn't kill him. He used his new cheat code weapon. He pulled out Medusa's head, spun around like a pretty ballerina, and petrified everybody in the room. And then Perseus, on some real boss thing, made his stepfather Dictys the new king of the kingdom, and then left with his new wife that he just picked up. And I'm just saying, Perseus is a demigod. That king he just petrified, that's a normal king. Like, he could have killed the king all along, even without Medusa's head, and would have never had to go on the journey. But man, I agree. This all made for a much better story. Oh, okay. At this point, word of Perseus had spread all around Greece. He had become the famous hero who slayed Medusa. And remember the king from the beginning who put his daughter and her infant son in a box to drown them?
Under the sea.
Perseus' granddad? Yeah, word of Perseus even reached King Acristeus, and he was mad scared. Like, the prophecy kind of seemed to fulfill himself. Surely Perseus would come back to seek revenge and kill him, so the king fled his own kingdom to live an anonymous life in the distant city of Larissa. And years later, the city Larissa held a sports festival and invited the famous hero Perseus as their guest of honor to show off his strength. Perseus participated in the disc throwing contest and absolutely yeeted the disc into the stands, where it hit an old man in the head who died on the spot because, don't forget, Perseus is a hero.
Yes, I am.
But as fate would have it, that old man, dead in the stands with a discus lodged in his head, was King Acristeus. The prophecy had come true, because you cannot escape fate. So Perseus looked at his evil grandfather and said,
"That is destiny fulfilled."
Then Perseus and his wife Andromeda founded their own city, started their own family in their city of Mycenae, and years later, Perseus' great-grandson would become known around the world as a great hero, and that great-grandson of Perseus is Heracles, better known as Hercules, son of Zeus, the most famous hero ever, who is also the world's most famous
Busted.
Bastard.
Bastard. Busted.
Bastard.
Bastard. Bastard. Bastard.
Bastard.
Hey, I'm not saying that as an insult, I'm just calling it like it is to teach Heracles a lesson.
Never forget what you are. The rest of the world will not. Wear it like armor, and it can never be used to hurt you.
Hercules was born out of wedlock, with his father Zeus raw-dogging someone other than his wife Hera, which is why it is important to not call him Hercules, but Heracles. Well, to be precise, it's Heracles and Hera is Hera, but, you know, let's keep it simple with the pronunciations and call them Hera and Heracles. And Heracles translates to Hera's glory, and the name was given to him by Zeus to make Hera happy. But imagine your loved one cheats on you and then names the illegitimate child after you. I feel like that's just the that's ultimate disrespect. And to make things more complicated, his mortal birth name is actually Archeos, before Zeus' guilty conscience gave him the name Heracles that the Romans then changed to Hercules. Anyway, you know him as a big, muscular hero, slayer of beasts, right? Well, what if I told you that Heracles actually killed his own wife and children, murdered more than any serial killer you're obsessing over on Netflix, cheated and slept around in ways that would even impress his dad Zeus, and often Heracles was as far from a hero as anybody could be. But also, he was a hero. In a way, he was a hero, not just for once impregnating 50 women in 50 consecutive nights, but for actually doing heroic things. So let's meet the real Hercules. Let's meet Heracles, like you've never seen him before. Heracles' story starts when Zeus slept with his great-granddaughter.
What the?
Yeah, surprise, new lows. This time, Zeus slept with the great-granddaughter of his own son, Perseus. And Perseus, by the way, was also a...
He's a bastard!
To be precise, Zeus slept with Perseus' great-granddaughter, Almene, and got her pregnant, because he was, raw. He didn't just get her pregnant though. Almene was actually married to a king, in fact. But Zeus really wanted to tap his great-granddaughter, so when her husband, the king, went away to war, Zeus transformed, shapeshifted into her husband and paid his great-granddaughter a visit for some godly loving in disguise. Great-grandfather style. When the king returned and found his wife was pregnant, he was kind of confused, understandably. He was like...
You know a word that is not used very often anymore? Cuckold. I'm a cuckold. David Lindhagen cuckolded me. He made a cuckold out of me. He slept with my wife, and I didn't know about it. And that is the definition of cuckolddom.
So he got pissed, but he was a mature man, so like a true level-headed king, his reaction was,
Let's burn her!
But just in time, Zeus intervened and told the king what he did, and that also his wife was actually pregnant with 2 sons, and one of them is the king's. Yay, 2 for 1. To celebrate the occasion, Zeus told the happy couple that a prophecy was foretold that the next son born from Perseus' bloodline would become the king of Mycenae. Yay! So, no hard feelings, right? So Hera, who was listening from all this up on Mount Olympus, was like, next king of Mycenae, Oh, really? And Hera went to her daughter Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth, and told her, Listen, baby girl, the next bastard that is born into Zeus's other bastard, Perseus' bloodline, will take over his little bastard kingdom, and I don't want it to be his new bastard. Whoa, mom, easy with the language. What's the new age? We PC now. We don't call him that. We call him illegitimate children born out of wedlock.
Shut your mouth!
Okay, make sure that Heracles' cousin, by the way, I hate the name, how dare you? Heracles? My glory? What the hell is wrong with that dude? I want that his cousin is born first, so that the cousin becomes the king of Mycenae. Got it? Yeah, chill, mom, got it. But you think it's a bad idea, though, right? You think your mom's evil, right? Oh, mom, I'm glad you kind of asked, because I think...
It doesn't matter what you think!
Forced by Hera, Eileithyia delayed the birth of Heracles and his twin brother long enough for Alcmene's cousin, who happened to also be pregnant, to give birth first. And so a boy named Eurystheus was born into Perseus' bloodline before Heracles or his brother, and so Heracles' cousin Eurystheus became king of Mycenae. Still, eventually Heracles was born, alongside his brother Iphicles, who I will never again mention in the story because no one really cares about him. It's like the 3rd Hemsworth brother.
It was a wonderful joke.
Hera, though, was not satisfied with just having foiled Heracles' prophesied kinghood. She wanted to inflict more damage, so she felt like murdering an infant is the next logical step here. Don't be shocked, Hera wasn't new to this. She once threw her own baby down a cliff because it was too ugly. For this premeditated baby murder, Hera sent 2 snakes into baby Heracles' crib to poison him. But little baby Heracles was like,
What do we say to the god of death?
Not the name!
And he strangled the snakes. He was too strong, and also was kind of showing early signs of animal abuse that will play a major role later in his life. His mother, Almene, was terrified that somebody would attempt to kill her baby, and she vowed that she would do anything to protect her baby boy, that she would do anything to protect Heracles. Yeah, she took baby Heracles into the forest and abandoned him there. Parents, take notes. Protecting children 101. Against all odds, though, the baby did not get eaten, did not freeze to death in the forest, abandoned all alone, but was actually found by 2 goddesses who had no idea who the baby was, but took care of it lovingly. Those goddesses were Athena and Hera. Yeah, it does not make any sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. But let's roll with the plot hole, alright? Let's assume that all babies kind of look alike from up on Mount Olympus when you're sending snakes to kill them, alright? Let's roll with it. Hera didn't recognize Heracles. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
So Hera and Athena took care of the baby and were super impressed with how godlike the baby seemed, and they decided to make the baby even more OP. So Athena blessed him with superior courage and cunning, and Hera fed the baby her divine breast milk, which gave baby Heracles even more godly strength, making him way stronger than every other demigod, so strong, in fact, that as a baby, Heracles was As he was drinking the breast milk directly from the source, he grew stronger by the second, so strong that he bit down on Hera's nipple so hard that she had to pull him off, and milk gushed out of her boob and into the sky where it formed the Milky Way. Yeah, with her nipple hurting, Hera got mad, and with her anger returning, she suddenly recognized the baby, and she was like, But before she could get her hands on Heracles and finish the job, Athena also took a closer look at the boy and realized that this is her brother. So she welcomed him to the born from Zeus cheating on Hera club and swore to always protect him as his patron goddess. And then Athena got bored of him and took Heracles back to the mother that abandoned him. Patron goddess. My patrons are way better. By the way, shout out to everybody supporting me on Patreon. Shout out to all my patrons. Love you all. And if you want to have all the artwork from these videos in high resolution, download all these videos in high resolution and get about 30 shorter exclusive videos in high resolution, check out my Patreon from the link in the description. And that's how you plug your Patreon.
Now that's how you let the beat build. That's how you let the beat build.
So Heracles was back with the mother who abandoned him. This time though, Amini was up to the task, which is not really a great redemption arc because, the baby was blessed and protected by Athena and had even more super strength. Honestly, not much could go wrong anymore. And Heracles grew up into a young hero. And like every great hero, Heracles had all kinds of epic teachers, from heroes to philosophers to sword masters, archery masters, kings, all to teach him everything that he needed to know. And Heracles was so thankful to his teachers that once, when his music teacher chastised him for getting a tune wrong, Heracles murdered him on the spot by smashing his skull into pieces with his instrument.
That escalated quickly. That really got out of hand fast.
And for that, Heracles was actually tried for murder, but it was found that he was defending himself because his teacher chastised him and kind of whooped him with a stick. So he was found innocent. But even though he was found innocent, this incident changed the perception of Heracles. People were now scared of him. So Zeus decided that it was time for Heracles to leave his sheltered life behind and go on his first journey. To humble and educate young Heracles and make sure he grows into an independent man that knows responsibility, Zeus had Heracles take care of some cattle on a farm in Thespiae. And there, after living the simple, uneventful farmer life for a bit, Heracles ran into two women one day. One of the women was beautiful in the traditional sense, a picture of class, purity, a lady, the type you want to proudly introduce to your parents. And the other woman,
she belongs to the streets.
Hot as hell though, hot as hell. But that's about it. That other woman went by the classical ancient Greek name of Thotiana. And Thotiana approached Heracles and told him, "You, young Heracles, must choose your path in life. You have two choices. Come with me and you know we're gonna get it on. From dusk till dawn, you get me? Comfort and excess, or luxury, no work, just lots of sex. And it can all start with a simple kiss, for I am the goddess of bliss." And the other one, the lady, the pure one, she said, "Don't listen to her. She's a thought. They also call her the goddess sloth. Come with me and it's a life of virtue you'll see. Luxuries earned through victory, paid for in blood. It will take all you got, but you will reign after you learn that without pain, there is no gain." You didn't know I had bars like that, son. You didn't know I had bars like that.
Because I spit hot fire.
You get me. You get me. You're sleeping. You're sleeping. You're sleeping. I'm hyped. I need a... His one job would be to be like a hype man, but not even, Anyway, Heracles decided to go with the pure, virtuous one and sent Thotiana back to the streets. We actually don't know what happened next, but this is more of a spiritual experience, metaphorical type of situation. Anyway, you know what I mean? Heracles was probably just high on something, imagining things or whatever. As for the farming life, the cattle life, there was finally some action. A lion caused trouble for Heracles' cattle and the other farms in the region, so the King Theseus, approached Heracles and said that if Heracles slays the lion, he can sleep with all of the king's daughters, and the king had 50 daughters. But since Heracles was now on that path of virtue, he didn't have to think twice about his answer. So do you want me to call you father from now on or something? Heracles tracked the lion down for 50 days, and each night he slept with one of the king's 50 daughters until the lion was dead and all the daughters were pregnant.
Impressive. Very nice.
After that, Heracles really kind of grew into this hero thing and helped out a bunch of people, which eventually led him away from his farm and cattle to Thebes, which had just lost the war against the Mineas and now was oppressed and suffering under their enemies' rule and exploitation. And the Thebians asked Heracles for help. The king offered his daughter as a reward if Heracles could possibly help them defeat the evil that oppressed them. And Heracles was like, your daughter? Like, singular? Wait, you gotta do I just tapped 50. But this daughter was so beautiful that once he saw her, Heracles actually fell in love. So he helped them defeat their enemies, and the king was so happy that he gave his daughter away to this stranger that was really good at violence. And so Heracles acquired his first wife, Megara. His marriage to Megara changed Heracles. She loved him and he loved her, and eventually they gave each other the most beautiful gift in the world. 3 children, 3 beautiful sons, and now Heracles had grown from a hot-headed, irresponsible boy into a man, a husband, and a father. And if there was a happy ending to the tale of Heracles, this would be the last stop for it. Hera was never going to let Heracles just be happy. She had become fixated on Heracles, and it was almost as if he was to suffer all the accumulated pain Hera had endured from Zeus's constant cheating. And even though Heracles translates into Hera's glory, the demigod became the pinnacle of Hera's wrath. After Heracles enjoyed a couple of years of happiness with Megara and their 3 sons, Hera, out of nowhere, cast a spell of madness on him. Heracles, always had a knack for violence, so his mind was susceptible to rage, and Hera played on that weakness to make Heracles see his former enemies in his wife and sons. So in a literal act of blind rage, Heracles butchered his children, butchered Megara, and only came back to his senses when he was covered in their blood with their dead bodies around him. After that, Heracles fell into a deep and dark depression and started roaming around the lands aimlessly until his brother Apollo, the god of healing and prophecy, appeared to him. And Apollo told Heracles that there is one way he can atone for his sins. He must go to Apollo's temple in Delphi, where the oracle will tell Heracles exactly what to do. And once Heracles got there, the oracle told him that he has to complete the 12 labors of Heracles. To be precise, the oracle told him that Heracles must do any and all tasks that his cousin Evrystheus, the king of Mycenae, tells him to do. And so Heracles returned to his cousin's kingdom and put himself in his cousin's servitude, and the king told Heracles that he had to complete 10. Yes, actually, at first it was 10 labors to fulfill the oracle's orders. Labor number 1, the Nemean lion. For his first labor, Heracles was tasked to kill a monstrous lion. No, not the same lion as before.
Different animal and the same beast?
What the does that mean?
This monstrous lion was a child of the legendary monster Typhon. And if you don't know who Typhon was, just the guy who once almost defeated Zeus and changed the course of Greek mythology. So Typhon's child, this lion, was serious stuff. And he was not just messing with cattle, nah, man. He was eating all the humans all over the region and was said to have indestructible skin. But Heracles was like, please, what are you talking to, bro? Call me Scar, because I've been killing lions. So he went to the Nemean lion's lair, all confident, where this lion just stood on a rock staring at Heracles on some real dark Mufasa thing and jumped at the guy, who immediately fired arrows at the beast. But it turns out that hide was actually indestructible. Not to worry though, arrows were not Heracles' only tool. His deadliest weapon was still his strength. So now it was time for some good old fisting. good old fist fight. And with all his godly strength, Heracles fought the lion bare-handed like
ding ding ding, and walked forward to him, and he went running away around the cage.
And ultimately, Heracles defeated the lion by strangling him and then skinned it with its own claw. And because people weren't so soft like now, back then, you could still wear lion fur like a pimp, you know? So Heracles then proudly rocked the lion's indestructible hide as his armor, you know? I'm not advocating wearing fur, by the way. I'm just saying that back then, they just had thicker skin. Thicker skin, get it? Because actually the lion skin was impenetrable. It's literally thick. Anyway, chill, I'm joking too. I'm against fur. I'm against fur, seriously. Entirely against it. Animal lover. And that's why I also want to thank today's sponsor who really tried to make a difference by combating the fur industry. I'm just kidding. I don't have a sponsor. But this could be you. Anti-fur company, this could be you sponsoring this video right here. Missed opportunity, perfect plug. PETA, WWF, WWE, www, whatever.com. I don't care, help a bird out. I need sponsors, I need money. Seriously. So that's one animal dead, one labor done. Time for labor number 2. Kill another animal. This time, the animal on the hit list was a cute serpent, except that it had multiple heads, and except that it wasn't a cute serpent at all, it was actually a giant hydra. Another child of Typhon, because that guy was like Martin Sheen. No good came from his seed. For this task, Heracles took a stereotypical nerd sidekick with him, his nephew Iolaus, who was, you know, the character whose designated tasks are to come up with a smart solution during the fight, be annoying, or get captured, or all three. Basically, the Armin of the story. The Hydra was burning down villages all around its lair, and it had to be stopped. So Heracles waded through its swamps, found it, and immediately started smashing away at its head with his club. But instead of going down after losing its head, the Hydra grew 2 more heads out of the wound. So ever the sharp-minded warrior, Heracles immediately figured, if I smash 1 head and 2 more grow out of it, I need to smash more heads. So he smashed away with his club, cut away with his sword, and more heads grew out of all the stumps. And in any other situation, smashing things and receiving more head is gold. But this, I'm so sorry, teachers. Once again, I know some of you use these videos in class. I apologize. Luckily, nerd sidekick Greek Armin was there to do exactly what he was there for, be the brains of this operation, and he pointed out what's going on here and that they should cauterize the wounds before the new heads grow, and so they did. And 1 head after the other, they worked their way up to the climax. But then after all this head, Heracles ended up with crabs. I'm not joking. Hera sent monstrous crabs to help out the Hydra and kill Heracles. Duh. What type of crabs are you thinking? But even with the crabs, the evil was no match for Heracles, and eventually the Hydra was headless, the crabs were dead, and the fight was over. And Heracles buried the headless Hydra alive, and then dipped his arrows in its poisonous blood to acquire a new weapon. Back in Mycenae, tales of Heracles' deeds had reached the people, and Heracles was more popular than ever. No one cared about the small matter of a dead family anymore. What's a dead wife and a couple of kids compared to a dead lion and a Hydra? Heracles was a hero, but he was only getting started. Labor 3 and 4. More animal abuse. This time, the tasks were less Dark Souls and more Pokemon. Capture 2 legendary beasts alive, the Cerinitis hind and the Erymantheus boar. One was a stag with golden horns, bronze hooves, breathing fire, and the other just an insanely powerful pig. The stag was actually sacred to Heracles' half-sister, Artemis, and it was one of 5 fire-breathing stags, 4 of which Artemis captured to have them pull her chariot, because animal abuse apparently runs in the family. The 5th stag, though, got away and roams Greece, and this stag was the rarest of sights, impossible to find, like a super rare Pokemon. And Heracles tracked it for a whole year until he finally found it, but over that year of tracking, The beast, he had grown fond of this worthy adversary, learned to respect it even. There was a bond between Heracles and the stag, and he wasn't sure if he shot it with an arrow. Don't worry, it didn't die, it was just crippled for easy capture. As for the boar, Heracles strategically chased it through the heavy snow until the boar tired out and collapsed and was also easily captured. Labor number 5, shoveling poop. I'm not kidding. Since Heracles was obviously an S-tier monster hunter, his cousin had to switch it up. So Heracles' next task was to clean Greece's biggest horse stable in a day. Yes, to further cleanse his conscience, Heracles was off to cleanse a stable. But who says you can't make some profit while redeeming yourself, right? When he got to the king that owned the stable, Heracles wanted to get paid for cleaning it in a day, get his bag. Heracles wasn't about to do that pro bono stuff, so he said to the king that if he cleans it in a day, he wants 1/10 of the king's flock. Since the task seemed impossible, the king agreed to the deal. No one's going to clean this in a day, and the king's son was there as a witness. Then Heracles showed that he had apparently learned from his time with his nerd nephew Iolaus and used his brains for this task. He blocked off a river passage with rocks and diverted the river into the stables so that the water rushed through the stables and cleaned everything out in a matter of hours. The king felt cheated. He said that Heracles tricked him and refused to honor the deal by simply claiming he had no memory of it and that he never agreed to anything. But it turns out the king's son was a massive snitch, so he called his father out. And the king's natural response was to exile his son and Heracles. So then the son's natural response was to have Heracles gather an army, invade his dad's kingdom, dethrone him and become the new king and give Heracles his payment. Moral of the story, snitches actually don't get stitches, the parents do. Labor number 6. Back to animal abuse. For the next labor, Heracles was sent to clear the swamp of Stymphalia, clear it of its evil winged beasts, the Stymphalides birds, who took over and were terrorizing the region. And when I say evil birds, I mean evil birds that are straight out of Dark Souls, like straight up from software stuff. They have iron beaks, iron feathers that are sharp as daggers and that they can fire at you. Like, it's cute that from software things we don't know that they wrote this labor. For this one, Heracles actually was outmatched by the sheer amount of birds. He had no way to approach the vultures with their iron feathers shooting at him, so he went to his patron Athena, who helped him out by giving him a set of magical drums made by Hephaestus that were so loud that when he banged them, it chased the birds away. Technically, that was already labor completed, but because that is a lame ending to the labor, Heracles then randomly decided to shoot down some of the escaping birds with poisoned arrows, because he's a hero. Labor number 7. Bullfighting, aka more animal abuse. You know the Minotaur, half bull, half human, born after a human woman, god, a wooden cow costume with all the appropriate hole cut out so she could have sex with a bull, the usual. But the tale of how the Minotaur was eventually defeated is another hero story for another day. The thing is, the bull that fathered the Minotaur was also a bit of a problem. See, originally, that bull was a gift from Poseidon to the king of Crete, to Minos. Minos had asked for the bull to sacrifice it in Poseidon's honor so that the people of Crete would honor Poseidon more and love their king more for his amazing bull sacrifice. Win-win for god and king. So Poseidon sent Minos the most beautiful bull, so beautiful that Minos was like, screw that, I'm not sacrificing this bull, and tried to fool Poseidon by sacrificing some cheap Walmart bull knockoff. Big mistake. Poseidon was pissed. So first, he made Minos' wife thirst for the bull so hard that, cow costume, hole cutouts, I already told you, it led to the Minotaur. And then he drove the beautiful bull mad with rage. So now Crete had a vicious beast running around causing problems. Until Heracles came. And Heracles took the bull's horns, shined them up real nice.
Turn that sumbitch sideways and stick it straight up your candy ass!
Labor number 8. Steel mares, aka more animal. You get it. Next, Heracles had to steal horses from Diomedes, a barbaric king who was mad proud of his horses because his horses, they ate human flesh. barbaric, that's pretty cool. And everyone that visited the king's realm was fed to these horses, like real exaggerated villain stuff. Enter our hero, Heracles. Man's just straight up went to the palace, slapped the king around a little bit, dragged him to the stable, and lifted him up by the throat for everybody to see, like,
You want forgiveness?
and then he threw him into the stables where Diomedes was devoured by his own horses, and with a full belly, the horses were then calm enough for Heracles to steal them. Labor number 9. Steal more stuff, this time from the Amazons. Next, Heracles had to go to Themyscira. The task was to steal the girdle, or the belt, of the queen of the Amazons, Hippolyta. And when Heracles got there, all half naked, sweating under his lion skin armor, his muscles glistening in the sun, the queen of the Amazons was like... So they had sex and she agreed to give him the girdle. Labor number 10. Oh, stop. Wait. It wasn't that easy, because even though they made some sweet loving and Hippolytus agreed, Hera intervened. Hera disguised herself as one of the Amazons and spread the rumor that Heracles secretly plans to kill their queen and that the Amazons should rally to their queen and kill Heracles first. So the Amazons did rally to their queen and attacked Heracles, and Heracles was like... Well, technically, he didn't just slap them, he actually killed a bunch of the Amazons and then killed the queen that he had just slept with, and then took the belt off of her dead body.
Because that's what heroes do.
Labor number 10. Steal some more animals. Come on. Is it just me, or is this getting repetitive? Like, come on, Greek mythology writers, this is feeling like a Ubisoft game. This task was to steal the cattle from the giant Geryon, who was just minding his own business in Erythea, a faraway island beyond a desert. You know, he was just there, chilling, until some dude wearing lion fur, looking ridiculous in this heat. Lion fur, like some kind of pimp. This dude suddenly shows up, attacked Geryon's guard dog, killed him, and then when Geryon defended himself, this lion fur pimp maniac beat him to death with his club and then just took his cattle. The pimp fur maniac is Heracles, by the way. It's a switch perspective to switch it up. Is it me, or did these 10 labors just make Heracles a worse person than before, by the way? Anyway, that was 10 labors done. So when Heracles brought his cousin the millionth random animal that he had to steal to prove that murdering your wife and sons isn't all that bad, King Cousin was like, you know what? I don't think I like what you did with the flooding. I feel like you kind of cheated. Since you got help with the Hydra from your nerd sidekick, yeah, I'm gonna add 2 more tasks. So labor number 11, steal apples. All right, apples now. Okay, so steal some apples. Of course, they were not just any apples. They were golden apples that grew in a secret garden which housed the magical tree that grew golden apples. The tree was actually a wedding gift from Zeus's grandmother to Hera, and its apples were guarded by a dragon with 100 heads and tended to by the Hesperides, the daughters of Atlas. No matter. Heracles does any and all fetch quests like a good GTA hero, but on his way to steal some more things that aren't his and kill people that oppose him in order to prove that he is a good guy, Heracles ran into the titan Prometheus. And the titan, he was in a bit of a pickle. He was chained to a rock, and a vulture was ripping out and eating his liver every day, and it was healing every night. And he'd kind of been there forever. So Prometheus was like, yo, can you help a brother out? And Heracles figured that one actually purely heroic thing without killing something can't hurt. So he freed Prometheus from his chains, and then for no reason he killed the vulture. As thanks, Prometheus told Heracles that this 100-headed dragon is actually a bit too strong for Heracles, no matter how experienced he is with multiple heads going up against him and his powerful club. And he told Heracles of an easier way to accomplish this task without fighting. There was another guy, unjustly punished by Zeus for all eternity, a fellow titan, Atlas, who was forced to lift up the sky, and Prometheus told Heracles that the women guarding the tree are actually Atlas's daughters, so maybe Heracles should talk to him first. Of course, Heracles did as suggested, and Atlas told him that he would happily get the apples if it means that, for a moment, he doesn't have to hold the sky and can talk to his daughters who he hadn't seen in an eternity. So Heracles took the sky from Atlas for a little while until Atlas returned with the golden apples. But suddenly the gentle, helpful Titan turned into a hateful Titan and told Heracles that he was going to return the apples to the king himself, and that Heracles can now hold the sky forever. After all, it was Heracles' father Zeus who punished Atlas to this ridiculously unjust punishment in the first place. But quick-witted Heracles put on his best poker face and was like, "Really? Would you really take the apples back from me? That's amazing, that is. Truth is, I hate dealing with my prick cousin. Like, finally, done, winning, no more labors. Don't worry, I'll sort this whole sky thing out with my dad. Just before you leave, let me just, get in a more comfortable position. Maybe put the line from my shoulders or something. The friction, the friction. Of course, Can you just hold the sky for a second, so I can..." So Heracles handed the sky back to Atlas and ran away with the golden apples. At this point, Heracles' cousin was pissed. Around Mycenae, people celebrated Heracles for his labors, and all the king managed to do was make him more of a living legend. Everybody loved Heracles, and the word on the streets of Mycenae was that a lot of people actually wanted Heracles to be their next king. So with the last labor, King APHRODITE had to get rid of Heracles once and for all. So for this labor, he sent him on a journey that Heracles could not possibly return from. For labor number 12, Heracles had to go to the underworld and steal the hellhound Cerberus. Yeah, Heracles was like, "Hey, Uncle Hades, mind if I take Cerberus for a little walk?" And Hades was like, "Yeah, sure, no problem." And Heracles brought Cerberus in front of his king, the cousin. Labor completed. It was done. There was nothing the king could do. Despite the king's worst efforts, Heracles had completed the labors, all 12 of them. And by order of the oracle, that meant that his soul was now cleansed and that Heracles was now free, both in servitude and in mind. Free from the servitude of atonement after 12 years of slaving away, Heracles went back to living the good life. AKA, he hooked up with everybody. I mean, Heracles even hooked up with the world's most beautiful man, Adonis, at some point, but that's a story from my video on Adonis. At the end of the day, though, Heracles decided that it was time to settle down again, be happy again, start a family maybe, So he found himself a beautiful wife, Deianira, and the two became a happy couple that roamed throughout the land, all bliss, all joy, until one day, an evil centaur by the name of Nessus kidnapped Heracles' wife to do terrible things to her, which is made even worse when you consider that a centaur's lower half is a horse's body. Like, oh man. Luckily for all of us, Heracles quickly found his wife before Nessus was able to force himself on her, and he killed Nessus with one of his poisoned arrows. Then the dying Nessus whispered into the ear of Heracles' wife. He said, "Listen, I know I just tried to assault you, but trust me on this. I'm a trustworthy centaur. Collect my blood, and when your husband tries to cheat on you, dip his clothes in my blood and make him wear the clothes that are dipped in my blood. It's a love potion that will make him fall in love with you forever." And then he died. And the wife was like, "Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me." So she collected the blood as her secret love potion weapon if Heracles ever tries to leave her. Then the couple continued their travels and eventually found themselves in ACHILLES, where one of Heracles' former masters was the king. Remember how I told you that at a young age Heracles was educated and trained by the best of the best in all kinds of areas? Well, the one who taught young Heracles archery was actually this very king, King APHRODITE, known to be the best archer in all of Greece, only surpassed by his sons, the princes that the king had taught himself. And every year, the king holds an archery competition, and for no reason at all, whoever can beat the king's sons gets the king's daughter Aeole as a prize. Of course, the king wanted to see his former pupil, the great hero Heracles, challenge his sons, but Heracles was like, listen bro, I'm a married man now. But I always say you can never have enough fathers-in-law, so where do I sign up? Of course, Heracles being Heracles, he won the contest. He beat the sons. But the king, he knew Heracles from way back when. From Heracles was young, so he was well aware that Heracles once killed his wife and his daughter, so he refused to give his daughter away as a prize. And I mean, you don't expect a father that offers his daughter as a prize to strangers for an entirely unnecessary archery contest to make sound decisions, but not marrying her to Heracles? Sound decision. So Heracles was pissed and swore revenge on the king for breaking his promise. And when days later the king's cattle mysteriously disappeared, all fingers pointed at Heracles, because, I mean, fair enough, at this point, how many cattle or horses has he stolen, bro? All blamed Heracles, except one of the king's sons, Iphitos. Iphitos admired Heracles, knew of his heroics, and said that he would actually help Heracles find the cattle to prove his innocence. What Iphitos didn't know, though, was that it was Heracles who drove the cattle away in the first place to get payback on the king. And because he told Iphitos his dark secret now, like a bad B-movie villain, you know what's coming next. Yeah, Heracles threw Iphitos off the city walls to his death. Then Heracles decided that killing one of the king's sons wasn't enough punishment for not receiving his archery contest prize, so Heracles gathered an army and marched on the king's city to take over, kill all the sons, and then kidnap his daughter Aeole and make her his prisoner. Now, some say that it was Hera who once again used Heracles' anger over the contest prize not being given to him to drive him mad, but this is the same guy who took another king's kingdom for withholding payment when he cleaned out the stables, and the same guy who murdered his music teacher for correcting him, so... Of course, Heracles was still married to Deianira, so she wasn't happy with her husband literally overthrowing a kingdom just to get his hands on another woman. She feared that Heracles would leave her for Aeole, so Deianira remembered the words of the centaur Nessus, and she remembered his love potion blood, and she secretly dipped Heracles' clothes in the blood, and when Heracles put on his clothes, the poison killed him. Okay, technically the poisoned blood caused agonizing pain, but wasn't strong enough to kill him, so that Heracles decided to build himself a pyre and burn to death. So that's how he died, by burning away his mortal body. And then his spirit ascended to Mount Olympus, and Heracles became a god and married the goddess Hebe, the goddess of youth. And they lived happily ever after amongst the other gods. Oh, and his wife Deianira, yeah, she felt so guilty that she killed herself. Theseus' story starts with his then still childless father visiting his best friend, complaining about not having any children, about not having any sons. And then the best friend said, "Hey, why don't you get drunk and sleep with my daughter? She's like super fertile." And Theseus' dad said, "Bro, really?" And the friend said, "My daughter is your daughter. What are friends for, right? Don't forget that."
We're the three best friends that anybody could have.
I don't know why he's saying three best friends when there was just two of them, but that was an actual quote reenacted from back then, so what can I do? Of course, there was a reason that Theseus' father brought this problem up to his best friend in the first place. He was a king. Theseus' father was a king. He was King Aegeus, king of Athens, and having a male heir was kind of important. And his several wives weren't getting the job done, and instead of thinking, maybe if several women can't get pregnant by me and I'm the only common denominator, maybe I'm the problem. Instead of thinking that, King Aegeus went to an oracle and asked the oracle what he needs to do to get a son. And the oracle was very clear and precise in her reply and said, "Do not loosen the dangling foot of the wineskin before you return to Athens." And the king was like,
"Yeah, I think I want my money back."
But when he visited his friend, King PERSEUS, they figured out that it translates to drinking wine and sleeping with his daughter. So here we are, a good friends doing what good friends do, and after spending the night with his best friend's daughter, Aethra was then visited by Athena in her post-slept with my dad's best friend sex slumber dream, and Athena told Aethra to get up get out of bed and go to the beach. And since Athena is the protector goddess of women, Aethra obviously did as she was told and went to the beach in the middle of the night, where she was then raped by Poseidon. Thank you, Athena. You're doing a wonderful job at protecting women. So now Aethra was pregnant with Poseidon's child, a demigod, and King Cuckold Aegeus never found out that he's still shooting blanks, and he thought he produced the son. And King Aegeus was proud to finally have a male heir, and he was like, yes, winning, you still got it. But he knew if news got out, his rivals would try to assassinate the boy. So he told Aethra to not tell anyone who the father is, because that's always a good look for any woman to act like she doesn't know who got her pregnant. Then Aegeus looked around, looked for the heaviest rock he could find, rolled up his sleeves and went to lift the rock like... And then he realized that the rock was too heavy and acted like nothing happened, picked a smaller rock, pushed it aside, placed his sandals and sword under that rock, and told Aethra that only once the boy can lift this here rock and retrieve the sandals and the sword, only then can she tell him who his father is and tell him to come find him and become the rightful heir to the throne of Athens. And then he returned to Athens and left Aethra to be a single mom that has to pretend she doesn't know who got her pregnant. So Theseus grew up without a father. He grew up with his mother and his pimp grandfather, King Pythius, who pimped out his daughter, which is the reason Theseus exists. And one day, Theseus' grandfather, King Pythius, received a visit from one of Greece's greatest heroes, Heracles, aka Hercules. And as Heracles was talking to the king, Theseus and the other kids were playing, and Heracles took off his lion-skin armor with the head still on it, and when the kids stumbled upon that lion armor, they thought it was a real lion, and they were all scared and ran away in fear, except Theseus. Theseus was like,
You want to go to war? Come on. You want to go to war? We'll take you to war, okay?
So Theseus took the sword of a nearby guard and impaled the already dead lion. Why the guard would let a 7-year-old disarm him, I don't know, but somebody probably lied on their resume. Heracles was impressed by Theseus' bravery and prophesied that Theseus would one day be a great hero. Fast forward 9 years, and at age 16, Theseus lifted the rock with ease. And he found the sandals and the sword and set off on his journey to find his father and his inheritance, the throne of Athens. King Pythius offered his grandson a ship and guards for the long journey to Athens, but Theseus scoffed at the idea. He had long assumed that he was divine and no mere mortal, so he told the king,
I know who I am, and I do not need your help.
And so, by himself, on foot, Theseus left his home to become the hero. The hero we now know him as. At age 16, the muscular and athletic Theseus set out on a journey to prove his worth and find the father who abandoned him as a child. Are we sure that Theseus wasn't black? And the long journey to Athens was literally a video game, riddled with adversity so that Theseus, could prove his strength against enemy after enemy, and by proving his strength, I mean killing all of them, because hero. First, Theseus met the bandit Periphetes, who was known to smash his victims' heads in with his club. So Theseus disarmed the scoundrel and smashed Periphetes' head in with his own club. Then Theseus ran into Skiron, a man that offered to wash people's feet at the edge of a cliff, but then he kicked them off the cliff to their death because that's what got him going. And when he tried that with Theseus, Theseus kicked him off the cliff to his death. The next man Theseus ran into asked travelers to help him tie down pine trees, but then he cut the rope while the people were tying them down so that they would be catapulted to their death. Theseus tied the man up to a pine tree himself and then catapulted that man to his death. And then Theseus raped the man's daughter and got her pregnant.
Because that's what heroes do.
Next, Theseus was challenged to hand-to-hand combat by a man who claimed to be the greatest hand-to-hand combatant in the region. And the man had heard about Theseus, so he was like,
You wanna fight?
Yeah, Theseus whooped the man, casually invented Roman wrestling while he was at it, became the first MMA fighter basically, and suplexed his opponent to death.
Lesnar went for the clothesline. Suplex! How quick can Kurt Angle snap?
Then Theseus came across an evil boar. This boar was the offspring of Typhon, a monster that once almost usurped the throne from Zeus and the gods. So this son of Typhon, this boar, was far from an ordinary foe. It was pure evil and powerful beyond measure. After all that fighting and killing, Theseus had to rest, and luckily he stumbled across an inn owner that invited him in. The owner of the small inn only had 2 beds, and one of them seemed rather short, while the other was a little bit long, which is weird. And then it got weirder because it turns out that the owner would tie tall guests to the short bed and cut their limbs off to make them fit, and he would stretch short guests on the longer bed until their limbs tear off to make them fit said bed. But when he tried that with Theseus, Theseus instead tied the man up and cut his limbs off. Like a hero. Then, finally, 16-year-old Theseus arrived at his dad's, King Aegeus' palace in Athens, but after 16 years, neither recognized the other, except the witch woman at the king's side, the sorceress Medea, who claimed she had seen Theseus in a prophecy which foretold that this boy would cause King Aegeus' death. So when Theseus was invited in for a welcome drink, he was immediately given poisoned wine. But when he raised the cup to drink it, King Aegeus suddenly recognized the sword, he recognized the sandals, and he remembered. This was his long-awaited son, oh my god. So he quickly slapped the poisoned wine out of Theseus' hand and embraced his son, the heir to the throne. And Medea, she was exiled for false prophecy, but it would later turn out that she was speaking the truth. Theseus was back at his father's side and introduced as the Prince of Athens, and with his divine power and the tales of his heroics, he quickly rose in popularity and renown. So it wasn't long before he stepped up to help Athens out of its greatest misery. Years ago, Athens had lost a war to Crete and its evil king Minos, and after the loss, Minos and his army oppressed the weak Athenians and made them pay a yearly tribute. King Aegeus had to send 14 kids under 18 as annual sacrifices, 7 boys and 7 girls. Those tributes were then taken to Crete to be eaten by King Minos' son, the Minotaur. And if you don't know who or what the Minotaur is, King Minos was ruler of Crete and super unpopular for wasting money, so in a bid to become more popular, he prayed to Poseidon for help. Like, oh great Aquaman, please, I want to be more popular, so can you give me a white bull and I'll sacrifice it in your honor, obviously, so that I'm more popular and you're more honored. Of course. Poseidon likes being honored, so he did his little god thing, and out of the oceans emerged the most beautiful white bull ever. So beautiful that King Selfish then decided to not sacrifice it and keep it, which majorly pissed Poseidon off, so he made Minos' wife, Pasiphae, fall in love with the bull. So Pasiphae put on a cow costume, rizzed up the bull, and after some probably very painful intercourse, 9 months later, the Minotaur was born, half human, half bull, with an appetite for human flesh. Now, with Theseus around, the Athenians finally had a way to fight back. So for this year's annual Labyrinth Games, Theseus was like,
I volunteer as tribute!
And so 16-year-old Theseus, who was basically a trained teenage assassin at this point, was sent to Crete. Before he left, though, Theseus promised his father that he would return with a raised white sail to let him know that he's alive and the Minotaur is dead, since usually the ship leaves and returns with a black sail to mourn the death of Athens' young tributes. And then, just before he set off on his journey, Theseus did one more thing. He prayed to the goddess of love, Aphrodite. He prayed to her to bless him on this journey, and he would forever worship her. Then he and the other young Athenians set sail, and once they arrived in Crete, Theseus and the others were thrown into the mysterious labyrinth. But First, Aphrodite's prayer came in handy. King Minos also had an all-human daughter, Ariadne, and the moment she set eyes on Theseus, she fell in love with him on the spot. Because what's a good teenage hero story without the subplot of a love that bridges the animosity of the lovers' fathers? Theseus rizzed Ariadne up so hard that she instantly decided to defy her father over this boy she had known for 5 minutes. She gave Theseus a sword and a ball of yarn, and when he entered the labyrinth, she held on to the end of that ball of yarn so that Theseus would find his way back. And then it was off into the labyrinth of the mighty Minotaur. And technically, this should be the climax part of the video, but in the labyrinth, Theseus just found the Minotaur, and the fight basically went something like this.
You ain't scared nobody. What you want to do? Come on, what you want, baby? You a joke. I ain't scared of you, man. I'm grown now. I'm grown. I ain't scared of you. What you want to do? What's up? Back it up, son. I ain't scared of you. I ain't scared of you. Back it up. I ain't scared of you. What's up, boy? You watch. What's up? You watch, Jordan. What's up? I'm gonna eat pork, and I'm gonna get real big, and I'm gonna kick your ass. Yeah? Why don't you do it now?
Except that at the end of this fight, Theseus chopped the Minotaur's head off. Victorious, the demigod exited the labyrinth and threw the Minotaur's head in front of King Minos' feet and told him that this is the end of his oppression of Athens, and that also he is taking his daughter too. And then Theseus and Ariadne and the other Athenians left Crete, and none of this makes any sense. Forget the fact that why would you have this all-powerful Minotaur weapon and you want tributes that should be killed? Why make them go through a labyrinth? Why make it a completely unnecessary labyrinth? But maybe for entertainment purposes. But what about the fact that Crete is still stronger than Athens? Why would the king just say, yeah, sure, you killed my weird bull son, and now take my daughter, take my balls while you're at it, and I'll leave Athens alone? It doesn't make any sense. But it is what it is.
It is what it is.
And what it is that Theseus came to Crete to kill a beast. But he found something much more precious: love. And so Theseus and Ariadne sailed back to Athens together and vowed each other eternal love, until Theseus got drunk and had visions of the god of wine Dionysus telling him that he wants to marry Ariadne and that Theseus should dump her. So Theseus immediately dumped her all by herself on the next island.
Smooth.
But in all this loving and drama and dumping and the excitement of his victory, Theseus forgot one thing. He forgot to exchange the sails on the ship, and he returned to Athens with the black sail raised. And his father, King Aegeus, was anxiously waiting for the safe return of his son, waiting and watching from the top of a cliff that overlooked the sea, waiting to see a white sail appear on the horizon to signal his son's safety and victory. But when he saw a ship with a black sail approaching, the king knew his son must have died, and so he jumped to his death into the sea below. Medea's vision came true. Theseus caused the death of his father, King Aegeus, and to this day we call the sea he jumped into the Aegean Sea in his honor. With his father dead, Theseus assumed the role of king of Athens, but that did not mean he was done being an adventurer. No, one day his friend and cousin, fellow demigod, son of Zeus, Pirithous, came to Theseus all distraught. Bro, my wife died. Oh, I'm so sorry. May she rest in peace. Yeah. I'm gonna need a new wife. And I'm thinking, I want you to come with me to kidnap Uncle Hades' wife, my half-sister, Persephone. And Theseus figured, yeah, what the hell, why not? And he also figured that if Pirithous is going for some good old incest, the only way Theseus can top that is by going for his 10-year-old niece, Helen of Sparta, the half-mortal daughter of Zeus, a girl that was prophesied to one day grow into her divine beauty and become the most beautiful woman in the world. So naturally, our hero Theseus wanted to lock that up before anybody else. Kidnapping a little girl wasn't too hard for two demigods. as you can imagine. They just killed whoever they had to kill and kidnapped the girl, and then Theseus gave young Helen to his mother so that his mom could groom her for him until Helen is able to bear children and Theseus can get her pregnant against her will.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait, first of all, you're not gonna speed past that like you didn't just say what you just said.
Now, getting to Persephone, though, that was a whole different story, because you don't just take the wife of a god, much less the queen of the underworld, wife of Hades, the king of the underworld. But we're not talking about two regular dudes here, we're talking about the demigods, Pirithos and Theseus. So when they kicked down the door to the underworld and started their two-man invasion, Hades was like... Yeah, they were immediately defeated, like, immediately. They had sat down on a rock after they came into the underworld to rest, plan, and scheme, and Hades tied them up with magical serpents and completely entangled and immobilized them so that he could casually finish lunch and then kill them after. You don't mess with Hades and Persephone. But as Theseus and Pirithos were facing death, literally, another hero, another demigod, appeared before them, and they could hardly believe their eyes.
Oh, Hercules, Hercules, Hercules!
Hercules, aka Herakles, the biggest cheat code in Greek mythology, was here, because Herakles randomly had some business in the underworld. For the last of his famous 12 labors, he had to bring the hellhound Cerberus to the world of the living. And he just so happened to stumble upon the two tied-up kidnappers. And because Herakles and Theseus go way back, remember? When he was a kid, and Herakles told him he would be a great hero one day, and now here he is, after kidnapping a 10-year-old. Good prophecy, Herakles. Anyway, they go way back. So Herakles immediately freed his friend, but when he tried to free Pirithos, Hades himself appeared before Herakles, angry like,
"They tried to kill my wife!"
And Pirithos was like, "Bro, chill. I was just gonna kidnap her and force her to marry me, and you know what? Now that I say it, I kind of see your point." So Herakles could not free Pirithos because even he didn't want that Hades smoke, meaning only Theseus was able to escape the underworld, while Pirithos' fate would eventually be to be eaten alive by Hades' hellhound Cerberus. Theseus meanwhile returned home to check on his child bride, only to find that Helen was rescued by her brothers Castor and Pollux and taken back to Sparta, and while the brothers were at it, they also kidnapped Theseus' mom Aethra, and they made Theseus' mom Aethra become Helen's personal slave. Karma. Aethra would in fact stay a slave until the Trojan War, but the story of the Trojan War, that's a video for another day. Of course, Theseus was still the king of Athens, and as a king, he had a kingdom to look after, and he needed a wife. So he figured he would accomplish the wife task by absolutely failing at the kingdom task. He started a war with the Amazons after he kidnapped the sister of the Amazons' queen to be his wife. Hey, at least this one was actually an adult. The kidnapped Amazon woman in question was Antiope, sister to Hippolyta, the queen of the Amazons. And Antiope and Theseus met while King Theseus was on a diplomatic mission to the land of the legendary Amazon warriors. But Theseus fell in love with Antiope on the spot, and kidnapping was kind of his go-to flirt move. So Antiope quickly found herself on an involuntary trip back to Athens. But even though the journey started against her will, Antiope did actually fall in love with Theseus, and the two married back in Athens and had a son, Hippolytos, named after Antiope's sister, the queen Hippolyta. And I feel like at some point somebody should have told Hippolyta that they're, in love, and named their son after her, maybe write her a letter or something. But no, the responsible diplomatic mastermind, king of Athens, Theseus, forgot all about that, and so the queen of the Amazons launched an attack against Athens to get her sister back. Theseus and his men fought back and actually won the war against the Amazons, but in the chaos of the battle that was fought over Antiope's safety and love, Antiope died. Moral of the story: communication, man. If somebody would have just taken the time to explain the situation and talk, none of this would have happened. But here we are. Antiope is dead. And Theseus was so torn up over the death of Antiope that he actually stayed single until their son Hippolytos became a man. And it was only then that Theseus was like, wait, wasn't there once a woman that I left alone on an island? I wonder how she's doing. Wait, didn't she have like a 10-year-old sister back then? I mean, the sister's probably a bit too old for my tastes now, but it's about time I kidnapped myself a new woman. And so he did. He did go and kidnap her and made her his wife. Phaedra is her name, and her and Theseus had 2 sons together. Meanwhile, Theseus' first son, Hippolytos, swore loyalty to the goddess Artemis, which meant he had to make a chastity vow for life. And remember how Theseus once swore loyalty to Aphrodite before he went to kill the Minotaur? Yeah, his son now becoming a forever virgin was a major loser move in Aphrodite's eyes, because the goddess of love wants everybody to get STDs or die trying, so Hippolytos' devotion to Artemis was a major breach of the worship contract she made with Theseus. And Aphrodite decided to punish Theseus' family by making his wife Phaedra fall in love with her stepson Hippolytos. This would have given us great material for the Orange and Black hub site if it wasn't for that damn chastity vow Hippolytos took. So unlike what the internet taught us to expect, this stepson actually said no to his stepmother. But Aphrodite's power is too strong. So even though he said no, Phaedra's love and desire for her stepson was unbearable. So unbearable that if she couldn't have him, she'd rather die. And since Hippolytos' devotion to his virginity was just as strong, Phaedra did take her own life. And to save herself from the embarrassment of having tried to sleep with her stepson, she wrote a suicide note saying that Hippolytos had raped her. Because that's the obvious solution to this problem. Theseus was devastated. This was the 3rd wife he kidnapped and lost, so heartbroken and emotional, he read Phaedra's note, and when he read that his son raped his wife, he wasn't just emotional that his son had betrayed him.
But I am emotional about the fact that someone laid their hands on my wife. My wife!
Yet even our very tainted hero Theseus could not kill his own son with his own 2 hands, so he asked his father, Poseidon, to do the deed for him. And one day, the god of the sea sent a mad bull to suddenly emerge out of the ocean, just as Hippolytos passed on his horse-drawn chariot. The horses were so startled at the sight of the bull that Hippolytos lost control. His chariot flipped over with him caught in the reins, and the startled horses dragged Hippolytos to a certain death for miles. But Theseus, meanwhile, had learned the truth from his wife's servant, a servant that Phaedra had confided in, who told Theseus that this piece of paper, this will, these accusations,
it was all a lie. Guys, it was all a lie. She lied.
And Theseus rushed to save his son, but he got there late, and all he managed to do was hold his dying son in his arms while Hippolytos drew his last breath. And you could say that Theseus' tragic family life is maybe karma for all the bad deeds he committed in between his violent heroics. Maybe. And the Athenians surely thought so. They lost faith in their king. Theseus was quickly losing popularity amongst the people of Athens, and they forced him to give up the throne and chased him out of the city. Eventually, Theseus then found refuge on Skyros, an island kingdom, but having heard of Theseus' past, of his heroics and misdeeds, the king of Skyros feared that Theseus would one day usurp him and take the throne. So, pretending to show him the view of the island and its surrounding ocean, the king lured Theseus to the top of a mountain and then pushed Theseus down the cliff into the sea to his death. And that was the end of Theseus. Throughout his life, Theseus did heroic things, but just like one of his fathers, Poseidon, he caused just as much agony and darkness. And in the end, he died, just like his other father, the king, falling to his death off a cliff into the oceans below. The Argonauts. You have no idea how epic this story is. I'm not exaggerating when I say this might be the most epic team-up story ever. Think Avengers meets One Piece, meets X-Men, meets Justice League. Just think every epic team-up ever, put it on steroids, and you have the Argonauts. A team that includes a dude that can walk on water, a dude that sees in the dark and has some real X-ray vision thing going on, a huntress who is the fastest woman alive, and it's two personal Omega tier nuke heroes. HERAKLES, aka Hercules, the strongest man alive, and the witch Medea, who is basically Scarlet Witch, batshit powerful and batshit crazy at the same time. And you have two male lovers, because when warriors are stuck on a boat for long enough, then hey.
And everyone's gay once in a while.
Oh yeah, and the whole adventure is them on a ship looking for treasure. Nani? Like what? That sounds familiar. The only thing is that this is still Greek mythology, so you know, our heroes here kind of get a bunch of women pregnant and murder a lot of people, including one of them murdering their own children. What the fuck? I went too early with the Idris cough in this one, didn't I? I feel like I used it a little bit too early this time. I didn't. But anyway, it's because I'm excited about this one. I'm excited. I love the Argonauts. I love the Argonauts, man. The first superhero team up of all time. No biggie. Let's do this. The king was dead, and the throne of Iolcos was empty. The king left behind two sons, Aeson and Peleus. But Peleus was the king's stepson, so Aeson was the rightful heir to the throne. But Peleus wasn't just any stepson. Nah, he was only the king's stepson because the king's wife got one of those non-consensual nightly visits from pervy Aquaman. Yeah, she was impregnated by Poseidon. Peleus was the son of Poseidon, the god of the sea. So obviously, Peleus was quite powerful as a demigod and a bit of a bully. And Aeson, the rightful heir, was not only just a mere human. Aeson was also known to be a little bit soft. So Peleus went up to him like,
I mean, is that true? Are you a little bitch?
And Peleus just took the throne from Aeson and then exiled him to somewhere outside the city, so Aeson and his wife eventually lived a quiet, unassuming life and also had a quiet, unassuming baby boy. But they knew that once King Peleus finds out that Aeson had a baby boy, another legitimate heir to rival the throne, they knew King Peleus would be like, so to save the baby, they gave it to Chiron, a centaur, which means he was a horse from the waist down, half human, half horse. And this centaur Chiron, he was basically the Mr. Miyagi of the time. Literally the greatest teacher ever in all things from philosophy to combat. I mean, Chiron would later also turn Achilles into a walking, talking bad man that every man wants to be like and every woman wants to be with. I mean, come on, how are you supposed to compete with that? Come on, Brad. But long before Achilles, Chiron was now raising and training the son of Aeson, and his name was Jason. He raised Jason from infancy until he was 20, and in a movie, this would be when we would cue the montage, you know, like the epic training scenes and him growing up, you know how it goes.
My grandma runs faster than you, and she's only got one leg!
And then Chiron, one day, told Jason the truth, like, Jason, you know that I raised you, and you see me, I'm half a horse, and you're fully human, so naturally, you must have questions, and now that you're old enough, I want to tell you that, yes, it is horse-sized, and yes, you too will inherit it, full size. And you need to know that with great power
comes great responsibility.
I'm sorry, teachers using this in class. I couldn't resist. I mean, he's horse from the waist down. He told Jason that he was the rightful heir to the throne of Iolcos, and that now he was ready to go and claim what was rightfully his. So, you know, he gave him the whole motivational speech, you know.
You know what's there? Waiting. Beyond that beach. Immortality. Take it!
It's yours!
And then he sent young Jason on his way back home. In the Orcos, meanwhile, the reigning bully King Pelias could never shake the fear of being usurped. He knew he had no legit claim to the throne, so like every single person in Greek mythology that is scared of something and is looking for someone to ease their mind, he went to the Oracle of Delphi. And the Oracle just made it worse, because the Oracle told King Pelias that one day a man wearing only one sandal would bring the king's doom. So now the king got mad, paranoid, and was on the lookout for anybody wearing only one sandal. And on top of that, just to make sure, he prayed to all the gods and made sacrifices to all the gods for their protection. But in his rush and in his paranoia, he forgot to pray to a goddess usually not associated with the fates of man. He forgot to pray to HERA. And it's never a good idea to scorn HERA, because
hell have no fury. Like a what?
And HERA is the queen of holding grudges. And now King Pelias was in HERA's death note, and she was actively looking for a hero to exact her vengeance on him. Enter Jason. Jason had just started his first adventure and put the skills Chiron taught him to good use. He killed some evil man-eating leopard that was terrorizing some folks somewhere, and then he started rocking leopard print way before our favorite trash TV stars did it. And with his DIY leopard coat, Jason had kind of made a name for himself and climbed the ladder of heroics high enough to get on HERA's radar. So then on his journey, Jason arrived at a river crossing, and an old lady was sitting at the river bank, sad, because she was too scared to cross the river, scared that the current would sweep her away. So, being the good guy Jason is, he carried the old lady across the river on his back. And when they got to the other side, he noticed that the current of the river had swept one of his sandals away. But even more importantly, the old woman suddenly transformed into a beautiful, radiant, shining woman, and Jason was confused, like, is that a GIF now? Or is that a myth? Like, how would you categorize that? The woman was HERA, of course. HERA had disguised herself as an old lady to test the hero and his worth, and decided he was worthy of her being his patron, because patrons are important on any hero's journey, which is why I want to thank my patrons for supporting me on my journey on Patreon. And if you want to have all the artwork from these videos in high resolution to forever keep, and download all of these videos and get about 30 more shorter exclusive videos, check out my Patreon from the link in the description. And that's how you plug a Patreon.
Now that's how you let the beat build, bitch. That's how you let the beat build, bitch.
Now, you might be thinking, HERA actually helping someone, blessing someone? Yeah, it turns out that if you're not the offspring of Zeus's cheating, HERA is actually not all that bad. She approved of Jason, and he was fit to be her hero in her beef with King Pelias. So one sandal down, one goddess's blessing up, Jason arrived in his hometown, and as soon as he entered the town with just the one sandal, all these little snitches immediately reported to the evil king. At the time, King Pelias was actually holding a banquet and games to honor his dad, the god POSEIDON, which, I mean, that basically tells you everything you need to know about Pelias, because that's the equivalent of you holding a banquet to honor R. Kelly, you know what I mean? Of course, once the king heard about a man in town with just one sandal, the king immediately sees that man. He sees Jason, but this boy, Jason, man, he had no chill, no subtlety at all. He just straight up confronted Pelias on some boss thing and demanded the throne, like,
what? Just like that.
You think you can do this to me? King Kong ain't got shit on me!
Of course, the king wasn't scared though. He was a demigod after all, but also he wasn't fool enough to mess with someone trained by the legendary Chiron, not if the king could avoid it. So he just asked Jason, bro, if I walked in here and treated you like a punk, demanding the throne, what would you do? And Jason was like, I would send you on an adventure that you were sure to die on, and lie that if you make it back alive, you'd have proven your worth and can have the throne, you know? And the king was like,
congratulations, you played yourself.
And so King Pelias sent Jason away on an adventure that he was sure to die on, and lied that if he makes it back, he'd have proven his worth and can have the throne. That adventure was to get the golden fleece. And I feel like everybody just throws that around. Get the golden fleece, the Argonauts and the golden fleece this, golden fleece that. Bro, am I the only one who has no idea what the golden fleece really does? Like, why does everybody just gloss over that? That's like telling a story about the One Piece without anybody knowing what the One Piece is. Well, I'm not everybody, so I'm not glossing over anything. I'm gonna tell you exactly what the golden fleece is all about, which I guess is another video within this video. First of all, it is a fleece, unsurprisingly, which is wool. By the way, fleece is wool, if you didn't know. And specifically, it's wool from a ram, a golden ram, also unsurprisingly. And that ram will actually be important later, and I just realized I structured this wrong. But I was too lazy to rewrite, so we're keeping this. There once was a man named Phrixus, and he had a twin sister, Ellie, and the two were the children of ARTEMIS, a king, and his wife, a goddess of the clouds, named Nephele. Naturally, with the king being mortal, he didn't live with his goddess wife, but with a human woman, Ino. And stepmother Ino hated the king's children Phrixus and Ellie, so the evil stepmother devised an evil plan to get rid of the children. Did anybody ever notice that in fairy tales, stepmoms are always evil, and now in the 21st century, stepmoms are always horny? I mean, just food for thought. Like, what happened there? I prefer the 21st century stepmoms. So the evil stepmom devised an evil plan to get rid of the twins. First, she ruined all the crops in the kingdom. Then she bribed the farmers to go to the oracle and ask what to do to get new crops, and then lie to the king that the oracle said the twins, his children, needed to be sacrificed for the kingdom to ever have crops ever again. So they did that. They went to the king and lied. But of course, the king, the loving father, he said, well, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. And he agreed to sacrifice his children. But just before they were killed, a flying ram with golden wool appeared to save them. The ram was sent by their godly mother Nephele, and the ram carried them away to safety, flying high in the sky above the oceans. And then Ellie, the woman, she fell off the ram and drowned to her death anyway. It's okay though, because at least we now call the waters where she drowned the Hellespont in her honor. Consolation. Phrixus, the brother, he survived though. He survived, and the ram took him all the way to Colchis, where King Aeetes ruled, and the kind king gave Phrixus a new home. So of course, Phrixus was forever indebted to his rescuers, the king who took him in, and the ram who kept him from being killed as a sacrifice. So as thanks, Phrixus killed the ram as a sacrifice to the king. I'm not making this stuff up. I love Greek mythology. He's literally snoring. Can you hear that? And then Phrixus gave the king the ram's golden fleece, which Aeetes proudly hung from a tree in the holy grove of Ares, a symbol of friendship and kindness. The golden fleece was so precious that it was now forever guarded there by a dragon that never slept. And then the king gave his new friend Phrixus a new life, a life at the king's court, where Phrixus could... Yeah, an oracle told the king that Phrixus would one day kill him, so the king killed Phrixus first. So, with his main quest now acquired, our main character, Jason, had to gather companions. And you best believe that Jason's milkshake brought all of Greece's heroes to the yard. Jason literally assembled the Justice Straw Hats of the time. See what I did there? I just assembled from Avengers Justice, from Justice League Straw Hat. No, you think I'm over-explaining my jokes? At least I'm not actually falling asleep during work hours, just looking pretty. I'm just saying, man. The who's who of Greek mythology. Think of it like whatever series you're into. One of them probably has some ominous characters that are S-tier strong and the stuff of legends to appear later in the series. Imagine all of them assembling on one crew, and you have the Argonauts. First of all, there was HERAKLES, aka Hercules, which no introduction necessary because...
Man, you better check my police record. You don't know who you messing with.
I slap people for fun. That's what I do, man.
Then there was Theseus, the famous hero that killed the Minotaur and was later portrayed by Jennifer Lawrence in his movie adaptation. Yeah, seriously, the Hunger Games are just Theseus' story, but I digress. Then there was Atalanta, the mandatory badass woman, the greatest huntress and the fastest human alive. Orpheus, the mandatory soft musician who can't fight, but his music can serenade anybody. The famous Gemini twins. I mean, that in itself was already so badass. Imagine an epic series where there's just some, some famous, ominous Gemini twins that are only revealed in like the last season. Psst, epic. These Gemini twins had names though. Castor and Pollux, who everybody calls Pollux, but his actual name is like POSEIDON. How cool of a name is that? Multiple deuces? I mean, come on, POSEIDON? I know it's not pronounced POSEIDON, but Castor and Pollux. Then there were two dudes with wings, Calais and Zeus, because as if this crew wasn't cool enough already. Of course they had dudes with wings, and also Echion, son of Hermes, who had such a silver tongue that he could smooth talk anyone into anything, and Ephemos, a dude that can walk on water, and another guy that has X-ray vision and can see in the night. Lingius. Come on, this is a superpower team up with a capital team up. Come here, I love Greek mythology. Did I mention that? Unfortunate side note though, Theseus, Atalanta, and the water walker, they're not really going to feature in this video. Yeah, sorry for the blue balls, but there's literally like over 50 people on this group and so many versions of this tale, and a lot of those names are just in there because they were big, and some writers would just put them there to say, oh, they're part of this journey, like bad crossovers. But then they don't really do anything. So I'm only going to focus on the ones that are actively involved in the main adventures that I'm focusing on. But for the record, for example, also Achilles' father was part of the group. And I'll list the full list of heroes in the video description. I'll only focus on the active members. Let's start their journey. Remember the guy that was saved by the golden ram and then sacrificed it on some punk snitch trader thing, and from the dead savior ram the golden fleece was born? Remember that? Yeah, punk snitch trader guy also had a son, and that son's name was Argo, and Argo just so happened to be an amazing shipbuilder, and Jason commissioned Argo to build him a ship for his newly assembled crew. And because Hera was the patron of the crew, she then blessed Argo to build a divine ship that would never rot and has the ability to navigate the open sea, which at the time no ship had done before. Back then, sailors were still hugging the shoreline like virgins are hugging the walls on a club. But Argo built this masterpiece of a ship, and to honor the goddess, he put a massive Hera figurehead in the front of the ship through which the crew could actually talk to the goddess. A figurehead allowing the ship to actually talk to the crew? Man, if you're a One Piece fan, this will make it go. The ship was perfect, and in honor of its builder, it was named Argo. And now all that was missing was a captain. Of course, since Jason put this whole thing together and gathered all the heroes, everyone agreed that the captain should be HERAKLES. HERAKLES was in the middle of his 12 labors. He was the most famous and strongest and bravest man in all of Greece. Easy choice. But HERAKLES said that he already has his own adventures for glory and doesn't want to take any shine from Jason. He said that this was Jason's time to shine, and that Big J should be the captain of the group. And so it was decided, and the gang called themselves the Argonauts, the sailors of Argo. That's the actual translation. And with that, our heroes were off on their adventure to retrieve some golden wool from the kingdom of Colchis, to retrieve the golden fleece. Adventure number 1, the island of women. 6 days after setting sail, Jason and the gang arrived on the island of Lemnos. Now, I'm not sure how many of you remember my Aphrodite video, but here's a little recap of what Aphrodite did to the women of Lemnos because they didn't worship her. Actually, the title card is the whole recap. That's it. Like, they didn't worship her, so the goddess of love made all the women stink. Like, we're talking vomit-inducing type of stank. You get me? So all the women's dudes basically stayed away from their ladies all week, spending their time on the nearby mainland where they hooked up with other women that, you know, that didn't smell so bad it makes you have to vomit. Understandable, I guess. So eventually, when the men came back home, back to Lemnos, the women of Lemnos killed all of the men. Not just their husbands, nah, all of the men of Lemnos were butchered. Every single one. And because these stinky ladies had no chill, they even danced with the chopped up corpses of the men. And that's how the stanky leg was invented. Except one stinky lady actually showed mercy, Queen Stank, Ipsipili. She was the only one who actually spared a man by putting him in a casket and then casting it out into the ocean. Not sure if that's better than just killing the man. Oh yeah, and that man was her father. So you get the gist of what Team No Deodorant was all about, meaning that when the Argonauts anchored on the island, they had to come up with a plan to not be treated as hostiles. And so they sent Echion, the smooth-talking son of Hermes, to talk to the stinky girls. And when Echion approached them, this is literally what happened.
Hey, little troublemaker.
The women fell for the Argonauts hard, because after years of being without men, their loins were longing. You get me? Also, for some convenient reason, the story doesn't mention them smelling bad anymore, so either the sailors were just that horny after just 6 days out at sea, or it's a major plot hole. Whatever the case, the Argonauts hooked up with the women of Lemnos and that's it, journey done. 6 days into the adventure, they literally just hooked up with all these women, got drunk with them all damn day long, and forgot about their journey. I mean, who cares about some golden wool when you can have an island full of beautiful women? Well, it turns out Herakles stayed behind at the ship and didn't care to even meet the women, which I mean, this is the same guy that once slept with 50 women in 50 nights and impregnated all of them, but also, fair enough, because Herakles was in the middle of his 12 labors, which he did for killing his wife and children. Probably wasn't feeling like getting anybody new pregnant right about now. So Herakles went up to Jason and slapped him around like a pimp, and he finally made all the Argonauts leave the island after the crew had turned the island of Lemnos from the island of women into the island of abandoned baby mamas.
Because that's what heroes do.
The island of the Mount of Bears. For their next stop to restock supplies, rest and feel some solid ground under their feet, the crew anchored on the island of the Mount of Bears. Which is completely misleading because none of this has anything to do with bears. Instead, the island was inhabited by the DIONYSUS and their newly crowned king Kyzikos, who was about to also be the newly crowned king Kyzikos. So the Argonauts kind of crashed that wedding, but they were more than welcome to. Kyzikos was a good dude, which meant that our heroes basically went from an island where they had non-stop sex to an island with a massive party where they got drunk and had non-stop sex. Man, if I had known that this is what it means to go on a legendary adventure, I would have been like,
I volunteer as tribute!
Once again, Mr. Oh, I'm so serious now because I accidentally killed my wife and 3 sons, Kles, stayed behind at the ship. And while the Argonauts were partying with the king was like, by the way, I forgot, there's like a bunch of 6-armed giants on the island that attack and kill anything that's not safe behind these city walls. Basically anything that's not at the party right now. Just FYI. But whatever, I'm married, I'm so happy. Let's get drunk. So, of course, the giants came for Herakles and the ship, but not to worry, this is the mighty Herakles we're talking about here. So when the giants approached, my guy Herakles was just like, and Herakles single-handedly genocided the race of evil 6-armed giants on the island. Then, after the party was over, Herakles and his drunk, horny sidekicks left the island to continue their journey. But in the night, out in the open sea, they got caught up in the storm and had to quickly make an emergency anchor at the nearest island that they only ever saw because the lightning of the storm was so powerful that it lit up that island. But once they anchored on that mysterious island, the entire crew was suddenly attacked by wild barbarians that fought them to the death. But of course, you don't attack Heracles and his drunk, horny sidekicks and live to tell the tale. The Argonauts slaughtered every attacker, and just as Jason put his spear through the chest of the last one, lightning cracked in the sky above, and Jason could see the dead man's face. It was the newly wed and newly crowned King Chrysikos, now the newly dead King Chrysikos, and all around him were his dead friends, the men the Argonauts had just partied with. Hungover from the party, the soldiers mistook the Argonauts for invading attackers in the dark of the night, and neither side recognized the other until the Argonauts were the only side left standing. Jason and the crew stayed on the island for 3 days and 3 nights to mourn the dead, and then left the Mount of Bears after turning a happy wedding into the world's first red wedding.
Because that's what heroes do.
The nerf. For their next resupply stop, the Argonauts docked at the island of Mysia. They didn't just need food and water, they also needed a new oar, because Heracles was roaring so hard that it was literally him on one side of the boat and everybody else on the other side, and his oar couldn't handle his strong grip, so it snapped. That meant that Heracles was out on the island looking for some wood, and Ilas, the man Heracles regularly gave his wood to, joined him. Yeah, surprise, strong Heracles had a male lover on board with him. And while Heracles was looking for the right tree to cut down, his lover, Ilas, went to fetch some water. But it turns out that maybe the oar wasn't the only thing Heracles' grip was too strong for, because while looking for water, Ilas, man, he cheated on Heracles. From the river where Ilas refilled the ship's water supplies, a beautiful nymph emerged to kiss him, and then several other nymphs emerged. And I don't know how much you know about water nymphs, but they're usually butt naked. And they asked Ilas to come with him. And my man Ilas turned into Aquaman with a quickness, like going with the nymphs into the depths of the ocean, never to be seen again. Can't blame him. Worried, Heracles looked for his lover until the god Hermes appeared to him to tell him the truth. Bro, we, the gods, we orchestrated all of this. We orchestrated Ilas' disappearance because, brother, you gotta get back to your 12 labors, dog. What are you doing with the Argonauts? Also, they realized that Heracles is a massive cheat code, and this whole golden fleece thing is supposed to be a test for new heroes, not a new game plus for Heracles. So they had to nerf the Argonaut crew hard. So, heartbroken, Heracles left the crew. While all this went down on the island, the crew was just idling and drinking, and they forgot all about Heracles and Ilas because they were busy with mutiny. More and more, the crew, the heroes, they were saying that Heracles was the real captain and that Jason was a punk. So they argued like,
I'm no punk bitch.
I ain't no punk bitch neither.
I'm no punk bitch.
Knock that head off.
and then to prove them wrong, drunk Jason was like, I'm gonna show you, and poutingly waited for the perfect wind to set sail again, eager to prove his worth to these fools who questioned his leadership. And when the perfect breeze suddenly came, Jason did set sail and forgot all about Heracles. That obviously made it seem like he left Heracles behind on purpose out of jealousy, so the argument escalated again and mutiny was at hand, until the gods intervened to reveal that they had separated Heracles from the group on purpose, and also sent that perfect breeze so that the Argonauts can get the hell on with their journey without the mighty hero, the boxing king. Without Heracles, the Argonauts' next stop for resupply was the land of the Vivrices, who were famous for their king, who was convinced that he was the best boxer in the world. And to prove it, every visitor had to send one man to meet the boxing king in the ring. And so far, every man that faced the boxing king died. And you can see where this is going, right? And why Heracles had to conveniently be taken out of the equation just before comes to a test of strength. Of course, the Argonauts were immediately challenged by the king.
Tomorrow night,
Alright, I'm gonna smash your boy, guys. I'm gonna smash your boy.
The perfect opportunity for Jason to step up and prove his leadership and bravery. So he didn't say anything and let POSEIDON step up to fight the king. And the fight between POSEIDON and the boxing king can best be summarized with the following clip.
Analyze his fight pattern.
Scanning. Countermeasures ready.
Let's kick his ass.
Yeah, the king was overwhelmingly strong and big, but once the smart Pollux had analyzed his moves, he countered the boxing king with a perfect and vicious punch to the ear that shattered the king's skull. The king was dead on the spot, and his people, the Vevriques, were outraged, so they attacked the Argonauts in an all-out brawl. But of course, the Argonauts whooped them so bad that the Vevriques ran away crying, and then the Argonauts stole all their cattle and supplies and left the island. Thanks to the Argonauts killing their king, the Vevriques were now defenseless and were attacked by the surrounding enemy kingdoms, and all the Vevriques died. Basically, the Argonauts turned the Vevriques from a kingdom into an extinct people.
Because that's what heroes do.
The Argonauts versus the Harpies. Next, our heroes arrived at a small island where they met Phineus. Phineus was a man with the ability to prophesize things, and back in the day Phineus went around Greece and used his ability of foresight to warn people of their death or impending tragedy, so Zeus punished him for meddling with fate. Zeus turned the young man, Phineus, into a blind old man, so old that his brittle bones are now merely held together by his saggy skin. But that was enough. Zeus was so angry that Phineus meddled with fate of men that he also cursed him to eternal starvation. Every time Phineus attempts to eat, harpies appear out of nowhere to eat all his food before he can even get a bite in, and then, for no reason, they also poop on his plates and his cups. So one old blind man, one cup it was, because sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. If you know the reference, you know, and if you don't, be glad. But despite being old, blind, weak, and on their poop diet, Phineus could still see the future, so he knew the Argonauts were coming and knew that they would save him from his fate. So he welcomed them with tears of joy because he knew that the two winged Argonauts, Calais and Zeus, would save him from his curse once they heard about his suffering. And just as he foresaw, they did that. Calais and Zeus killed all the harpies, flew after them, slaughtered them, and when the Argonauts left this island, Phineus was still old, still blind, but he was no longer starving because the harpies were dead, so he was finally free from the curse.
Because that's what heroes...
Wait, that's actually what heroes do. Good job, Argonauts. I'm still kind of waiting for Jason to actually do something, but yeah, other than that, good job guys, well done. The clashing rocks and the iron birds. On their way to their next stop, the Argo and its crew had to navigate the infamous moving Siligades, the clashing rocks, a narrow part of the sea with massing moving cliffs on either side that will clash into each other the moment anything passes through, smashing whatever is between them so that no ship may ever pass. And I just want to say, this whole thing already had major One Piece vibes throughout, but I swear, moving cliffs, this is literally something that could be straight out of One Piece, that I could see One Piece using that, and now you know where it will come from. But after helping Phineus, the old man used his gift of prophecy to foresee a way that the Argonauts can pass the clashing rocks safely. And honestly, this is the most disappointing part of the story. The epic way to pass these rocks that they needed a prophecy and foresight to think of was just to let a dove fly through first, and when the cliffs smashed the dove and had to pull back to smash again, the Argonauts just quickly rode through the narrow past the cliffs. Super lame. Once they made it past the dangerous cliffs, our heroes then sailed past the island of the Amazons with a quickness, because they did not dare to enter that island. Heracles had told them about his war with the Amazons for one of his labors. The Argonauts did not want any of that Wonder Woman smoke. But that meant that they didn't have anywhere to anchor and had to sail the dark seas longer than usual, and so they got caught up in a night so black you couldn't see the hand in front of your eyes. Luckily, they had Lingiefs on board, the man who could see in the dark and could safely navigate them even through the darkest of nights. And I just want to point out that ability would have been pretty damn useful when they fought the newlywed, newly crowned, and now newly dead king and killed him and his people because they didn't recognize them. But hey, what do I know about superpowers and supervision? Eventually, Lingiefs navigated them to an abandoned island with an ancient and equally abandoned temple dedicated to the god of war Ares, which was so abandoned that a flock of birds have made it their home. And we're not just talking any birds, we're talking birds that were straight out of Dark Souls. Massive birds with iron beaks and iron wings that they could shoot at their enemies. And if that sounds familiar to you, yeah, they are the same birds that Heracles had to fight on one of his labors, the Stymphalides ornithopes, who took up residence here after Heracles had defeated them elsewhere. In fact, back then, even Heracles was no match for the birds in combat and only defeated them by exploiting their only weakness, extreme noise. Heracles drove them away with the loud noise of magical drums, and since I'd assume that the Argonauts and Heracles talked a lot about his first couple labors, Jason and his crew knew exactly what to do.
Muscle! 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 What? Muscle! 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 Back! Keyboard solo!
Well, to be precise, they banged their spears on their shields and marched on through the birds, scaring them away.
And that's the power of music!
In the abandoned temple, the guys then found more than just shelter. They found a pair of shipwrecked brothers who got stranded on the island and hid from the birds inside the temple. And it turns out that the two brothers were the grandsons of King Aeetes, and King Aeetes just so happened to be the very king in possession of the golden fleece that they went on this whole entire adventure for.
How about that?
Of course, the Argonauts rescued the brothers, and with them on board with the grandsons of the king on the Argo, they now knew the fastest and most direct route to reach their destination. Finally, the Argonauts arrived in Colchis, and being the rescuers of the king's nephews, they got a warm welcome. King Aeetes immediately invited the crew in for dinner and introduced them to his daughters. One was the mother of the two brothers that they just rescued, and the other was a certified walking nuke, an OP powerhouse of epic proportions. She was the sorceress Medea. More on her OP powers later. Over dinner, the rescued grandson brothers were obviously gushing to the king about the Argonauts and how they saved them from certain death and that they should be rewarded with the golden fleece for their efforts. A logical proposal. Logical, if you ask me. But for some reason, all the king heard was, "Grandpa, they're here to kill you and take your throne." So for absolutely no reason other than not to give away some golden wool that was given to him by a man he had killed anyway, to not give away that wool to the men that literally just saved his grandsons, the king instead decided, hey, I'm gonna kill the Argonauts. So he told the Argonauts that if they want the golden fleece, they have to pass a challenge that is certain to kill them because it is equal to the labors of Heracles. The task was to tame a pair of wild and very angry fire-breathing oxen and use them to plow a magical field and then sow that field with the teeth of a dragon, teeth which would then insta-grow into a skeleton army that the challenger then had to defeat in order to be rewarded the golden fleece. Without a guy like Heracles, that was kind of an impossible task, but luckily the Argonauts still had their patron goddess HERA on their side. Hera immediately threw her weight around Mount Olympus a little bit and told Aphrodite to tell her son Eros to help the Argonauts by making the powerful walking nuke Medea fall in love with Jason. And one little love arrow from Eros later, it was so. Medea took one look at Jason and was madly in love. Knowing that the labor would be impossible for any of the Argonauts' members, Medea stayed up all night worrying on how to rescue the new love of her life, and the sorceress finally came up with an idea, a powerful potion. A potion that was made from a flower that grew from the blood of the forever tortured Prometheus, and that potion would grant whoever drinks it complete invulnerability to everything. Fire, slashes, everything.
Everything.
And yeah, it's a literal cheat code potion. And then, like anyone who ever tried to get his love returned, Medea blackmailed Jason into loving her back, or else he won't get the potion and he will die. Of course he said yes. And also Hera had told Jason about Aphrodite's intervention, and then he could never pass this test without the help of Medea. Jason accepted, swore his eternal love to the sorceress, and drank the potion. And now, finally, it was time for Jason to step up and be the leader he was meant to be. Now, Jason truly was. Yeah, by the way, that's where I got that soundbite from my title cards from. Great show, by the way. Do watch it. I want to say Jason is mad courageous for this, but you know, after drinking a potion that makes me literally invincible, I think even I could tame 2 fire-breathing oxen and tie them to a plow and defeat an army of skeletons that grow from the dragon teeth I threw into the magical field. Anyway, Jason of course did all of that, and ultimately he stood victorious amongst the bones of his undead enemies. And if the tale of the Argonauts were to have a happy ending, this would have been the moment for it. But of course, this is Greek mythology and there is no such thing as happy endings, because I'm pretty sure happy endings really originated in Asian massages. I don't think Europe offered happy ending massages back in those days. Also, here's some friendly advice, just in case you ever find yourself in this situation. If you want something from someone and they say, okay, you can have it, but only if you complete a task which will kill you with 99% certainty, if you do survive, they're probably still gonna want you dead. So the king still wanted the Argonauts dead. And of course, he had no idea Medea, his daughter, was madly in love with Jason and would betray her father in a heartbeat. So the king shared these plans with his daughter, and she went straight to Jason with more blackmail for true love. Like, I know something that you need to know, otherwise you'll die again. And because I love you. I don't want any harm to happen to you. I love you. So I will tell you if you again promise to keep me safe forever and marry me, and don't forget, otherwise you'll die. So this time Jason swore on his patron goddess HERA to keep Medea safe forever and marry her. And so Medea told him that her father plans to not honor his promise and plans to have Jason and his entire crew killed. She told him that if he wants the golden fleece, then they need to go now in the cover of the dark to the grove of Hades, where the golden fleece is protected by a mighty dragon that never sleeps, never so much as closes his eyes, so it's impossible to get past the dragon. Yeah, Medea cast a spell on the dragon that immediately made him fall asleep, and then Jason just took the golden fleece. I'm telling you, Medea is it's OP as hell. You definitely want Medea on your crew. 'Cause girls is players too. After successfully stealing the golden fleece, the Argonauts and Medea used the cover of the night and got the hell out of Colchis. But of course, the king soon found out that the fleece and his daughter were gone, so he sent his son to chase after them and kill the Argonauts. A massive sea chase ensued, and of course Medea was completely torn up over what to do. On the one hand, she loved Jason, but on the other hand, her own family was chasing them, and she also loved her brother and wanted to keep him safe. Yeah, Medea fake surrendered to her brother, then captured him and chopped him up into pieces, and then threw the pieces overboard so that her dad has to stop his ships to pick up the pieces of his dead chopped up son, which slowed him down enough for the Argonauts to escape. Medea had no chill at all. So finally the crew had the golden fleece, and now all that was left was to return home. And I don't know if you remember, but Orpheus was also on board of the ship, the musician, and so far he'd kind of been like, But finally, Orpheus' time to shine came, because after the Argonauts escaped their pursuers, they got lost in the treacherous waters of the Sirens, dangerously beautiful women that serenade men with their music, luring them into the depths of the oceans just to drown them. But not with Orpheus on board. Orpheus' music was so much more beautiful than the sirens singing that their powers were useless, and only one thirsty Argonaut jumped into the water to his death because he couldn't resist chasing that siren nut. Understandable. Fun fact, nowadays everyone thinks sirens are like mermaids, but mermaids are half fish and half woman. Sirens actually half bird and half woman, and that was back in ancient Greece. Just over time they became mermaids. All seemed well now for the crew of the Argo, and it should have been smooth sailing home from here on out, but then Zeus got involved. Zeus was pissed because killing family members is one of the greatest sins in Greek mythology. Note that Zeus sleeping with his family members is absolutely fine. And Medea had just chopped up her brother into pieces. So Zeus was angry, conjured up a massive wind that blew the Argonauts off course and into more dangerous waters, where only the help of Hera helped them navigate those waters infested with dangerous rocks and currents that would usually be the doom of any ship. And at this point of the story, it's basically Zeus and Hera waging a proxy, a war of their terrible marriage, and the Argonauts suffer for it. You know, those two really need marriage counseling. So Zeus blew them, of course. Hera intervenes, rinse and repeat 2 or 3 times until Zeus finally manages to blow the Argo way, of course, onto the shores, the sands of Libya, where they stranded in a massive desert. So what did the Argonauts do? Casually carried the Argo across the desert for 12 days and 12 nights and set sail again on the other side of Libya, because that's what heroes do. Oh, and one more side note for mythology nerds here. As they crossed the desert, the Argonauts came across the garden of the Hesperides, where HERAKLES had just recently stolen the golden apple for one of his 12 labors and killed another tree-hugging guardian dragon, and the Argonauts actually saw its corpse. Also, as they crossed the desert, one of the Argonauts was bitten by a poisonous snake and died, and those poisonous snakes only existed in that desert because once upon a time Perseus flew high above the sands with the blood from the severed Medusa head dripping into the sands below, giving birth to the region's venomous snakes. How cool is that? It's all connected, y'all, man. I want to create a Greek mythology MCU-like universe so badly, you know what I mean? It will work so well. Netflix, HBO, whatever, man, hit me up. I'll write the story I can write. And I want to play a role. I don't know which hero I can play, but I want to play. I can bulk up, I want to play one of the heroes. Anyway, so the Argonauts made it out of the desert and back onto open waters. And now there was only one obstacle left between them and home. The giant Talos. Talos was a bronze giant created by Hephaestus, and he lived on the island of Crete, where he protected one of Zeus's mistresses from pirates and other wannabe kidnappers. That mistress was Europa. Of course, the Titan could not distinguish the Argonauts from a pirate ship, so he bombarded the Argo with boulders, and the Argonauts had to anchor their ship to battle the giant. And once again, it was time for the Argonaut leader Jason to step up by letting Medea take care of business. Talos had one vein running from his neck to his ankles that pumped the magical blood that kept him alive, and that vein was secured by one bronze nail. The Scarlet Witch Medea used her magic to remove the bronze nail, and the giant collapsed and bled to death. Once again, Medea saved the day.
'Cause when you a boss, you could do what you want. Yeah.
After Crete, the Argo arrived back in their home waters. The adventure was done, so the Argonauts disbanded, and with the golden fleece in his possession and his wife Medea at his side, Jason finally returned home. Oh, and also along the way, Medea and Jason had 2 children. Yeah, timelines is very tough in Greek mythology. It's not its biggest strength, but just know these sea voyages take ages, so there was realistically time to have 2 children. and it was just hard to fit it in a narrative earlier. So Jason, his wife Medea, and their 2 children were now back home in Iolcos to deliver the golden fleece to the false king Peleus and reclaim the throne in Jason's name. But remember the life lesson I taught you earlier. Never make a deal with someone that sets you up to die for your side of the deal. Yeah, the king obviously didn't honor the deal, he never had any intention to. So what? Jason brought back some golden bulls? Cute. Nah, man, the king was still the son of a god. He was a demigod, son of Poseidon. So he lied. Big whoop. Bold and powerful. The king squared up to Jason like,
See what happens when you deal with a liar? Huh? You see what happens when you deal with a liar? I lied to your little punk ass. Now I'm gonna kill you.
But it was one big problem that the king wasn't ready for. Before the king could do anything to Jason, Medea intervened. She told the king of her powerful sorcery and said that, yeah, you can keep the throne. In fact, I'm going to use my sorcery to make you even younger so that you can keep it for even longer. How about that? The king was intrigued, but he didn't know that such powerful magic existed. So he had to sleep on this and decided not to kill Jason and Medea just yet. But the king's daughters, meanwhile, were more than intrigued and wanted to see their father regain his youth. So Medea gave them a demonstration of those powers. Medea chopped up an old sheep and cooked it in a cauldron along with magical herbs. And then, out of the cauldron, a young, powerful sheep emerged. The king's daughters were amazed, and so in the night they chopped up their father in his sleep and brought his pieces to Medea for her to give him eternal youth. And Medea cooked the king in a stew, but didn't add the magical herbs, so the king stayed dead. Again, Medea, no chill. Also, let's take a moment that without Heracles and Medea, this entire epic would have just been an epic failure. Of course, you can't exactly kill a king without consequences. The king still had many supporters in the city, so they took up arms against Jason and his witch wife and chased him and Medea out of the city, and they had to flee to Corinth, where they found exile. But in Corinth, Jason also found a beautiful young princess, more beautiful and younger than Medea, and on top of that, a princess with connections, a princess that can give him an army to regain his kingdom. So Jason decided to dump Medea and marry the princess, and he straight up told Medea, "You never really did anything for me. Aphrodite made you love me in the first place, so if I were to thank anyone, it wouldn't be you, it would be Aphrodite." Oh boy, Jason must not have been paying attention about Medea having absolutely no chill. Man, this woman was like, okay, you go marry a little princess. Yeah, you do that. See what happens. So on the wedding day of Jason and his princess wife, Medea cursed the bride's dress to be irremovable and catch on fire. And so the princess burned to death, and her father, the king, also burned to a crisp, trying to save his daughter. Then, to further prove that she has absolutely no chill, Medea killed the 2 children she had with Jason, because when she scorches earth, she scorches earth. But after all that was done, and all this blood was spilled, Medea took a moment to reflect and said,
I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody.
Medea then fled the city before anybody could catch her, and her story continues elsewhere. As for Jason, he eventually did reclaim the throne by getting help from one of his former Argonaut crew members, Achilles' father, Peleus. But in breaking his vows to Medea, Jason also had broken his vow to Hera, whose name he had sworn on to forever love Medea. And so the goddess no longer favored Jason. And remember how I told you early on that Hera is the queen of holding grudges? Yeah, being on Hera's bad side, Jason's luck ran out entirely. Even though he now had the throne, Jason was miserable and alone. The only joy he had left was the memory of his adventures with the Argonauts and their ship, the Argo. But even the mighty Argo was no longer blessed by Hera, so now its wood started to rot, and the great ship was slowly falling apart over the years. And one day, when a depressed Jason slept under the Argo to dream the memories of his glory days, the Argo collapsed under the weight of its age, collapsed on top of Jason, killing the former captain of the Argonauts in his sleep. And that was the tale of Jason and the Argonauts. Achilles. You know him as the hero of the Trojan War, but I know him as a dude who was cross-dressing as a woman, and also Achilles was actually kind of zesty, and not just kind of. Dude seriously loved to play hide the sausage, and he always found it too. You get me? Yeah, surprise. But hey, don't forget.
Man, everyone's gay once in a while.
But if you're one of the many that didn't know that, it serves to prove that there's a side to Achilles that you might not know. A backside, to be exact. You know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying. You know.
But this is not just the story of zesty Achilles. This is also the story of Odysseus, who, spoiler alert, Odysseus was a straight up
Down!
It is the story of how the lives of Achilles, Odysseus, Paris, and Helen are all connected, and how all of them caused the Trojan War. Because while everybody knows them as the major players of the war, few remember how they are also responsible for it in the first place. And that's where I come in, to point fingers. And it all starts with a little love story that I like to call... And by sex I mean non-consensual, because that's what the disgusting two rape bros were all about. For them, it's no fun if she's in on the fun. The woman in question was Thetis, one of the many daughters of the former god of the sea, Nereus. But before Zeus and Poseidon went for a devil's threesome that ironically and literally was also a godly threesome, a prophecy PP blocked the brothers hard. The prophecy told them that if either of them, or any god for that matter, gets Thetis pregnant, that child is gonna be stronger than Zeus and Poseidon. Immediately, King Sparkles and pervy Aquaman got serious Vietnam flashbacks because their grandfather once got the same prophecy, and he ended up getting his balls chopped off by his son Kronos, and before Kronos had Zeus and Poseidon, he got the same prophecy and ended up getting imprisoned for life by his children. So Zeus and Poseidon instead chose to assign somebody else to assault and impregnate Thetis, and Achilles' father was like,
I volunteer as tribute!
Of course, the assailant also had a name, Peleus, and the irony is that he's supposed to be a hero, as he was one of the Argonauts, but the mythology that has the rape bros in charge as the supreme gods, Peleus as a hero falls right in line. In fact, Peleus had long had his eye on Thetis, so being the romantic that he was, he once crept up on her while she was bathing in the river because he thought it was gonna end like Grey Worm and Missandei in Game of Thrones. But really, it ended with Thetis transforming into a dolphin to get the hell away from this creep. So now, for round 2, Peleus had Zeus and Poseidon as trainers in his corner. And if they know anything, they know how to capture women against their will. Imagine them like the Pokemon trainers of sexual assault. Yeah, that was dark. That was a dark joke. But hey, if we cannot find comedy in the darkness, we only find more darkness, right?
That's deep.
So the supreme scumbag brothers coached Peleus that speed and persistence is the way to win this fight, aka he just had to sneak up on Thetis faster, blitz her, and then grab her and never let her go. Peleus was ready and he rushed Thetis in the river, grabbing her with all his strength, and even when the scared goddess transformed into a porcupine to escape his grip and transformed into fire and all types of other stuff that really hurts to hold on to, Peleus did not let her go, and he held her for so long that at some point Thetis started to feel different about his strong grip and realized that these strong arms are also arms that might be able to protect her. forever, or some other mental gymnastics crap that the writers of the time pulled off to somehow make this seem romantic. Fast forward, and Pylos and Thetis were set to get married, and because their love story was as Greek mythology gets, all the Greek gods were invited to the wedding. Everybody, except for one goddess, Ares. And there's only one thing you need to know about Ares.
I want no one else to succeed. I hate most people. I look at people and I see nothing worth liking.
Ares was literally the goddess of strife and conflict, so not on anybody's guest list ever. But Ares was like, you're inviting the rape bros and Miss I throw my baby down a cliff, Hera, and Ares? He's literally the god of war. I'm self-inviting. I don't care. I'm coming, man. You got a problem with that?
Look at my eyes. You guys want to do something? You guys... That's what I thought.
So Ares came to the wedding, and at the wedding she literally immediately proved why she wasn't invited in the first place, because as a wedding gift, Ares brought a golden apple that was inscribed to be a present for the most beautiful goddess. And there were 3 particularly beautiful goddesses in attendance: Athena, Hera, and Aphrodite. And when they saw the apple and its inscription, all 3 of them were like, mine. And man, this turned into a real catfight with a quickness. And it got so bad that Zeus, of all people, Zeus, had to be the voice of reason, saying that this is no way to behave at a wedding. So King Sparkles told the god Hermes to take them away along with the damn apple, so that some random mortal can judge who is the most beautiful. And that's where I realized I forgot to do a first chapter transition. You could have reminded me. Literally sleeping. I mean, I'm just saying. You know, you got one job. But that's too late now. So instead of introducing the first chapter or any chapters, I'm just gonna keep going and do another title card plagiarized from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. The king of Troy, Priamos, and his wife Hecate had a new son to add to their other 18 children, and that son was Alexandros. But when Hecate gave birth to Alexandros, instead of a boy, a torch covered in snakes came out of her vagina. Actually, it was a dream she had long before she gave birth to Alexander, and in that dream a torch came out of her thing. And then she really gave birth to the boy the next morning. But needless to say, dreaming of a torch covered in snakes coming out of your lady parts is not a good omen. But luckily, it was just a dream and not reality, so Hecate and her husband stayed mature about it and decided to abandon the baby Alexander in the forest to die. Alexandros, I got excited about that joke. I don't even know if you can hear me. I'll put subtitles. I want to leave this take. Only the baby did not die. Instead, Alexandros was found and nurtured by a female bear until he was taken in by a human shepherd that renamed the boy into Paris and raised him into an adult as his own son and to a beautiful man and a fellow shepherd. Then, one day, one of Shepherd Paris's little sheep got lost, and Paris chased it into a dark cave, because what could possibly go wrong when something cute gets chased into a dark cave? In that cave, Paris found the sheep, but he also found 3 beautiful goddesses: Hera, Athena, and Artemis, and Hermes too. So Paris was like, oh, whatever foursome y'all about to start, make it a 5-some. But Hermes was like, chill, bro, we lured you here because we need you to judge a beauty contest between these 3 goddesses in this cave so that one of them wins a golden apple. And Paris said, that's super random, but okay, sure. And Athena said, if you choose me, I will make you wise. And Hera said, if you choose me, I will make you powerful. And Aphrodite said, if you choose me, I'll make the hottest woman in the world fall in love with you. And Paris said, so you got Instagram or pictures or something? Can I have a look? And so Paris picked Aphrodite to win the golden apple, and Aphrodite made the hottest mortal woman in the world fall in love with Paris. The only problem was that this woman was a lady called Helen, and this Helen was already set to be married to someone else. And this is where I completely give up on the chapter structure and keep ripping off the title cards from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Odysseus was born as the son of Laertes. Laertes was another of the heroes of the Argonauts, except his wife actually wanted to marry him.
Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
That wife was Ariclea, and together they had Odysseus and his sister. And like all heroes, Odysseus showed signs of greatness from when he was a boy. He was super smart, super athletic, super everything, but especially super smooth. A silver-tongued devil, Odysseus was a straight-up
dog. He's a straight DAWG.
So Odysseus pretty much uneventfully grew up to be the perfect heir that inherited the throne from his father and became the king of Ithaca. And since every dog needs a bone, he felt like it was time to find himself a wife. And it just so happened that the king of Sparta, Tyndareus, was accepting suitors for his daughter Helen, who famously was known as the most beautiful woman in the world, and also was not really his daughter, but actually King Tyndareus' wife secretly was impregnated by Zeus in the form of a swan, and then laid an egg that cracked to reveal Helen, the daughter. Oh, just classic Greek mythology. Anyway, Tyndareus was the one who raised Helen because Zeus was a serious deadbeat dad, and Tyndareus gave her away to all these suitors, right? That's where we are. So Odysseus went there and figured while everybody is thirsting over Helen, he would shoot his shot at Helen's cousin Penelope, who was almost as beautiful, but no one was trying to get with her because everybody was so caught up in the Helen games. Telling you, man, Odysseus. Also, Odysseus knew that the king would be troubled with all this attention he invited on himself and his daughter, offering up the most beautiful woman in the world to all these famed warriors, kings, and princes. Pick the wrong one to marry Helen, and the others might be offended and start a war with Sparta over the world's most beautiful woman. So when Odysseus got there, he approached the king on the DL like, yo, I know you're worried about these thirsty dudes and what they're gonna do when they leave here with massive blue balls, so what if I told you that I have just the solution? And you have to know, Odysseus' reputation preceded him. Some even said he was secretly the son of Sisyphus, the man who famously tricked the gods, cheated death. Everybody knew Odysseus was that dude. Everybody knew that Odysseus was a straight-up dog! So the king was all ears for his suggestion, and Odysseus told him that, first of all, he should make everybody swear that to be eligible as a suitor, they have to promise to protect Helen and her husband forever once the choice is made. Then he should let Helen pick her own match, because the young and vain woman would surely go for the mightiest of all the kings, King Agamemnon, the most powerful of all these dudes in attendance. And sure enough, Helen did pick the mighty Agamemnon, just as Odysseus predicted. But Odysseus also knew that Agamemnon was already married and that he was only there to represent his brother, single brother, Menelaus, who Agamemnon promised Helen was her equal in beauty. So Helen was like, so you got Instagram, like pictures or something? And it turned out that Menelaus was as hot as advertised, and so Helen chose him, and Odysseus knew no one would object since everyone feared the mighty Agamemnon. Odysseus' plan worked to perfection.
What's it say?
Well, it says, I love it when a plan comes together.
And if you think about it, that whole process of a bunch of dudes trying to impress one hot woman, a woman who then gets to match the one she likes and whose father's name is Tyndareus, this really is the story of hell. Oh, and Odysseus asked the king to put in a good word with his brother, whose daughter was the aforementioned Penelope, and so Odysseus solved the drama of marriage of Helen and then left with a beautiful princess of his own.
Dog! He's a straight DAWG.
It really was a happy ending in the making, and it would have been if it wasn't for... Damn, I realized I still haven't mentioned Achilles yet. He was supposed to be the star of this video. Man, Oh well. After Paris chose Aphrodite to win the contest, she kept her promise, and Helen would fall in love with him the moment she lays eyes on Paris. So driven by thirst, Paris went home to his parents, who left him in the forest to die as a baby. And he was like, "Hey dad, hi mom, no hard feelings about the forest thing. Hey, oh, you must be my brother. Hector, right? Hector, what up? Cool biceps, keep curling. Parents, no hard feelings, because I survived, surprise, and I'm back. Surprise number 2, because I'm the other prince now, and I just want to say that I want to join the next ship to Sparta. No specific reason, don't ask, I'm just, Helen lives there, right? So when the king of Troy went to Sparta on his next diplomatic mission, Paris accompanied him, and of course, Helen fell in love with Paris on the spot at first sight and ran away from her husband and their newborn baby to sneak on board the ship back to Troy with Paris.
She belongs to the streets.
No, she doesn't. Remember that her love, all of that, that's all Aphrodite's doing, not Helen's own will. Not her fault, not real thirst. Obviously, King Menelaus was well pissed. He didn't sign up to be a single baby daddy, so he enforced the oath everybody had sworn to always protect Helen and her husband by telling everybody Helen was kidnapped and she needs to be saved. Now, like right now. And since all of Greece was mad thirsty for Helen back then, literally all the men were wannabe suitors and swore the vow, that meant that now all of Greece was at war against Troy to get Helen back. Except Odysseus. Yes, the vow was his idea in the first place, but he never thought anybody would be dumb enough to mess with the brother of the mighty Agamemnon. Now Odysseus had a wife and a son. He wasn't about to go to no damn war over some girl who ran away with a pretty boy. So when Menelaus and Agamemnon sent a messenger to recruit him, Odysseus just pretended to be stupid. He literally pretended that he had lost his mind on some, simple jack thing.
I like when we touch hair.
But the messenger wasn't fooled. So like any level-headed person that wants to test someone's sanity, he put Odysseus' newborn baby in front of the plow while Odysseus was plowing the fields. Obviously, Odysseus was on his Mufasa thing with a quickness and saved his little boy, but with that slip-up, or rescue, he'd proven that he had not gone mad, and so Odysseus was now forced to keep his vow and to enlist in the war to retrieve Helen. And his first mission was to fulfill a prophecy. Before he left for did you hear that snore? Oh, serious. Man, during working hours too? A prophecy. Before he left for Troy, an oracle told King Agamemnon that he and the allied Greek forces will only win the war if the great warrior Achilles fights on their side. But the problem was, so after King Peleus pulled a Zeus and Poseidon and hugged/assaulted Thetis until she agreed to be his wife and queen, he then also got her pregnant 6 times. Unfortunately, 5 of those children died, and the king could never figure out why. So after this 6th child was born, he was keeping a very close eye on his wife and the infant, a boy they named Achilles. Of course, stalking and creeping came easy to King Peleus. You remember, that's how you so romantically found Thetis in the first place. So he hid in the bushes as he watched his wife hold the baby upside down and dip it into a river until only its foot was not emerged. The king was in shock and jumped out of the bush to stop his wife from drowning their child. Like, give me that, are you crazy? And she was like, bro, you just stopped the ritual. I was making him invincible by drowning him in a river. A river? You're the worst stalker ever. Do you not realize where we are? And the king looked around and realized this was no ordinary river. This was the river Styx, the river that leads to the underworld and holds the power of death. Thetis, who's still the daughter of a former sea god, explained to him that she can use the power of the river Styx to make baby Achilles invincible. And the king was shocked and moved. He wanted to make our son invincible because we lost our first 5 children. Damn, I never should have doubted you. I love you. You're a good mother. You're damn right I'm a good mother, man. I tried to make the first 5 babies invincible too, but I accidentally drowned 3 of them and burned the other 2. What? And so Peleus and Thetis got divorced. And Achilles did end up invincible except for his heel, because Thetis never got to fully immerse him in the river before Peleus took Achilles from her. But whatever, that's just a little Achilles heel, no biggie. Achilles was still the man, and so he was given to the one dude that turns the man into the hero. Chiron, a centaur, and not just any centaur, the centaur that trained the famous Jason, leader of the Argonauts, former captain of Achilles and Odysseus' dads. Chiron was the master of everything, like literally everything.
Everything.
Archery, swordsmanship, music, academics, you name it, and you bet he taught it to Achilles. So Achilles grew up to be perfect, except for his Achilles heel, his heel, and during the training, 2 other heroes trained under Chiron at the same time, Patroclus and Ahas, or Ajax, the soon-to-be great. But Patroclus didn't just train under Chiron, he also trained under Achilles. You know?
Nothing about dog. You know what it is, right? You know what it is, right?
They were lovers and fighters, and after they completed their hero training, they were also the centerpieces of a group of famous warriors led by Achilles, the Myrmidones, warriors whose skills were known throughout the land, so known that Achilles eventually became the topic of many prophecies. One of those prophecies reached Agamemnon, the leader of the Greek forces, who needed Achilles to win his war, and the other prophecy reached Achilles' mother Thetis, who shared it with her son. Son, listen, the Greeks will try to force you to join their great war, a war that will make you a real hero, one of the greatest heroes the world will ever know, a war that will make you immortal for all eternity, because that's what immortal means. But if you don't go to the war, you will live a boring, comfortable life and die of old age and end up forgotten. Crap, I forgot the part where you'll die in the war. You'll die in the war if you go. But it was too late. Achilles heard enough. He was excited now and ready to go. So his mom had to use the only tool at her disposal to force his hand. She grounded him. She literally grounded him on a faraway island where Achilles had to hide, dress up as a woman, and pretend to be one of the women in some king's court. You're never too old to be grounded by your mom and punished in random manners, no matter where you are or who you are. Man, this woman was just like, here's your dress, make sure you tuck your balls away, off you go. And off to the island of Skyros, Achilles went, hiding in the court of King Lycomedes. Luckily, Achilles was so beautiful that it was easy for him to disguise himself as a woman. You know, think of him as having one of those Cillian Murphy type of faces that go both ways. Unfortunately though, Achilles had one of those Cillian Murphy type of faces that go both ways. So he was also very hot to the king's daughter, Didymia, and before long, Achilles frequently untucked his balls to hook up with Didymia in secret, and eventually they even had a son. Then, after Achilles had gotten well used to his new pronoun, a mysterious merchant appeared on the island to sell goods to the king, his daughters, and the entire court. The merchant offered dresses, jewels, and all kinds of pretty things for the women, as well as swords and shields for the men. And just as the sale was in full swing, a battle broke out outside the palace, a vicious battle, and there were screams and death was in the air. So the disguised Achilles immediately grabbed the sword and shield on instinct and rushed into the battle, dropping his dress and revealing his identity in the process, only to find out that the screams were fake. There was no battle. There wasn't even a real merchant in the first place. It was the disguised Odysseus and his men who had found out where Achilles was hiding and were there to recruit him for the war. And seeing Achilles' courage in action, the smooth-talking Odysseus didn't take long to call on Achilles' pride, get him to ignore his mother's orders, and convinced Achilles to face his destiny and use his invincibility to reach immortality, to fight in the Trojan War. And that war, and that's a story for another day. But now you know the story of Achilles, Odysseus, Helen, and Paris, the stories of the people that led up to arguably the most epic war in history. The Trojan War. A war so epic, so timeless. We named the condom and a virus after it. But really, the Trojan War was so epic. It's basically Greek mythology's Endgame and Infinity War in one, with some DC sprinkled on top for good measure. From Captain Greece, Achilles' epic battle against the ancient Black Panther, the African prince Memnon, and Achilles' battles against the OG tribe of Wonder Woman, the Amazons, to Achilles battling the Trojans, Superman goody two-shoes, better known as Hector! The Trojan War got it all. And even the interpersonal drama like Odysseus turning into a simple jack, or Agamemnon turning into Stannis and killing his own daughter, to the gods turning into the Kardashians and fighting within the family over vanity. When I tell you, the full Trojan War story has everything. Everything. And it all started with a problem that no woman wants to face, but that is only natural as you get a little older. In the city of Troy, the queen Hecate, the overdue pregnant wife of King Priamus, had a nightmare. And in that nightmare, she gave birth to a torch wrapped in snakes and then watched the city of Troy burn down in front of her. And when she woke up, she anxiously told her husband about her vision, and the wise king was like, so you say our son is born, and a torch and some snakes fall out of your vagina. Yep, you don't have to go into detail on that part. No, I'm just saying, I know we had like 18 or 33 children already, but a whole torch with snakes, that's, maybe it's getting a little loose down. Priam! Not the important part. City burning. All right. Let's ask the oracle. Hey, what do you think this means? Seriously? Yeah, I mean, like, no, seriously, like, usually I interpret a bunch of BS into the crappy dreams you guys give me, but this one's pretty obvious, right? Say no more. Baby, I think call Dr. Plasticus. We're gonna need to find a way to tighten things up down there. The oracle told the king what we knew all along. The unborn 10th or 42nd child would spell absolute doom for the city of Troy. So now King Priam was torn between going Mike Tyson on his wife's belly or killing the baby once it is born. Yeah, pick your poison. Except, if you just did pick a poison and chose death, then shame on you, you little Hitler spawn, you, because there was a hidden third option. Abandon the baby in the jungle and hope it grows up into Mowgli or something. So the king did that, and lo and behold, some bear actually nursed the baby on some alternative jungle book thing until it was found by a kind shepherd who took the boy in and named him Paris. Paris then grew up to be so beautiful he would one day be played by Orlando Bloom, and he was so horny that his pecker would one day cause one of history's greatest wars. And this is where we introduce the second catalyst for the Trojan War. In the city of Phthia, King PERSEUS had kidnapped himself a beautiful divine bride-to-be, the water deity Thetis. And after holding her hostage for a while, the king asked his unwilling bride-to-be, "Is that Stockholm Syndrome kicking in yet?" "Yep, feeling pretty Danish." "You mean Swedish?" We're in Greek mythology, neither of these countries exist yet. Fair enough. And so they got married. And to show off how many cool people they know, they invited all the Greek gods to their wedding, except the goddess of strife and conflict, which, understandable. That would be like inviting Kanye West to your bar mitzvah and hoping for the best, you know? But the goddess of strife and conflict, Eris, did not like not being invited.
You gonna do this? Okay, fine. That's all I needed. That's all I needed for him to do that, and it became personal with me.
So Eris Seth invited herself to the wedding, bringing a golden apple as a gift intended for the most beautiful woman in attendance. And it was immediately obvious that the apple thus had to be a gift for either Aphrodite, Athena, or Hera, who were easily the most beautiful women present. And also, I love how that's a casual diss against the bride. But it was less obvious which of the goddesses is actually the most beautiful, so Zeus decided that in order to dodge the bullet of judging a beauty contest between his wife, his daughter, and the goddess of love who could play his horny heart like a fiddle, he pawned off the responsibility of judging their beauty to a random mortal, and that random mortal man was our abandoned prince from Troy, Paris. Taking after the shepherd who found and raised him, Paris was doing what shepherds do, when one day one of his sheep suddenly ran away into a dark cave, and when Paris followed it into said cave, he stumbled upon 3 beautiful goddesses examining their bodies' beauty in candlelight in some dark, lonely, remote cave. And I know, if it wasn't for the sheep, this would make a great Brazzers scene. And if you don't mind the sheep, man, hey, bro, whatever floats your boat, bro. Unfortunately, the designated PP blocker HERMES was also present and quickly intervened to explain the situation. Yo, Paris, right? Yo, listen, I need you to pick the hottest one of these goddesses so that one of them gets this random golden apple. Don't ask. It won't make more sense if you ask. So Athena and Hera offered Paris wisdom and power respectively should he pick either of them. Aphrodite, though, offered him something of much greater importance, something of true value.
Oh, hi, I'm Helen. Oh.
And once Aphrodite showed Paris Helen of Sparta's Instagram profile and promised him she would make Helen fall in love with him, man, Paris could pick Aphrodite as the winner fast enough, and so Aphrodite got the golden apple and Paris got Helen's fake love.
I got fake people showing fake love to me.
But for the fake love to actually take a hold, Paris had to actually get Helen to lay eyes on him, and so he decided it was time to pay his real parents a visit so they can make up for abandoning him by sending him to Sparta to meet Helen. And thus Paris left the shepherd life behind and headed to the palace of Troy to have an awkward reunion with his parents, and realized he actually had 49 siblings, and he was like, he literally kept all 49 children, but decided it was the tipping point. Number 50 was the tipping point, and you had to abandon me in a forest. Like, damn, man. I'm not gonna lie, it hurts even more when you know the truth. But all was forgiven when he found out that one of his many sisters had actually been kidnapped and taken to Greece. Someone had to go and get her back for the family's pride to be restored, and Paris was like, my geography is a little bit hazy, but Greece, that's like where Sparta is these days, right? And so Paris found himself on a ship to Sparta to rescue his sister, but when he got there, all he cared about was Helen. And when Helen saw him, Aphrodite's curse/blessing took hold. Against her will, the married Helen of Sparta, mother to a daughter with her husband Menelaus, fell in love with Paris and could not bear to be without him for even a second. And so Helen immediately left Sparta and her husband and her son and sailed off to Troy with Paris. So when Paris forgot all about rescuing her sister, because of course, Helen's husband Menelaus wasn't exactly thrilled about suddenly becoming Helen's single baby daddy Menelaus. And to be honest, he kind of had no idea what the hell just happened. One moment he was happily married to the most beautiful woman in the world, and then the next moment she took off with some Legolas lookalike prince like,
Bye, bitch.
But luckily, Menelaus and Helen weren't just married in the traditional sense. No. See, my man Menelaus had contingencies. Is that how you use the word contingencies? I was trying to use a big word, to be honest with you. I mean, like he had safety measures in place. Helen's father was a pimp, okay, right? The previous king of Sparta was a pimp, and he knew his daughter was all that. So he straight up held thirst games for Helen, where all of Greece's men volunteered to try and convince her to marry one of them. And with the help of Odysseus, Helen's pimp dad then came up with the idea that to be eligible for the thirst games, all wannabe participants have to promise that they will forever protect Helen and her man, no matter who she chooses, just to avoid some blue ball-inspired bloodshed afterwards. So that meant that after Helen chose Menelaus now had all of the thirst games participants at his call as his private army should anything ever happen to Helen. And since Helen was just now kind of kidnapped, like, remember, she didn't really choose to love Paris. Menelaus cashed in on that promise, and so all of Greece suddenly found themselves united against one common enemy, Troy. Menelaus, though, was not the one in charge of the united Greek forces. His older brother, Agamemnon, the most powerful king in the lands, took charge and led the army which would bring its wrath to the gates of Troy to get Helen back. Except that army was missing two people who had not really participated in the thirst games and couldn't care less about Helen, but were also kind of two people who happened to be pretty important: Achilles and Odysseus. Achilles was basically the strongest mortal ever. You know, the guy's spear shield looks like this. And a prophecy had told Agamemnon and Menelaus that without Achilles, they would lose the war. But that same prophecy also snitched to Achilles' mom, which I told you about earlier. You remember the kidnapped water deity with the Stockholm syndrome, whose wedding was host to the golden apple that started all of this? Achilles' mom was named Thetis, and thanks to the prophecy, she knew now that Achilles would die in that war should he join Agamemnon and Menelaus. So Thetis took a page out of Eddie Murphy's 90s playbook and dressed Achilles up like a woman to hide him away in secret amongst some king's hundreds of daughters on some remote island. Odysseus, meanwhile, wanted no part of the war because him and his wife had just had a baby, and he wasn't about to leave his new family for no Romeo and Juliet on steroids crap. So he decided that he would take a page out of Simple Jack's playbook, and when Menelaus and Agamemnon sent a messenger to Odysseus' farm to recruit him, the messenger, found Odysseus and his horse like...
I like when we touch hair.
Odysseus pretended to have gone insane, slow in the head, but the messenger was no fool, and he saw right through Odysseus' Simple Jack routine because he knew.
Everybody knows you never go full retard.
You never go full Simple Jack. And so he went up to Odysseus' wife like, "Oh, that's a cute newborn baby. Let me just let me just throw this baby into certain death in front of these oxen that are plowing the fields." And he did that. And of course, Odysseus immediately snapped out of his act and turned into Jeremy Renner with a quickness, saving his son from being trampled to death, and thus the jig was up. Odysseus revealed himself to still be as sharp as ever and was recruited into the war efforts, and his first mission was to find and recruit Achilles. And to be honest, the smart Odysseus didn't take long to stumble upon rumors and whispers, which he followed until he found Achilles in hiding in said court of women. And once there, Odysseus staged a fake pirate attack, knowing that Achilles had a secret wife and son living amongst women at said court, and if Achilles was half the warrior he was said to be, he knew the disguised hero would immediately run towards the danger to protect his family, while all the real women would run from it into safety. And that's exactly what happened. All dolled up in the finest female robes, Achilles revealed himself with his fighting spirit and instincts, and Odysseus was just there like,
"Congratulations, you played yourself."
And so Achilles was recruited into the war, and with him also his elite troops, the Myrmidons, and his best friend / kind of lover, Patroclus, who I go in more detail on in this video if you want to see that. So all things considered, Achilles brought an army of his own to the war, as did Odysseus, and now the two reluctant men who went out of their way to avoid the fight ended up joining the battle against the Trojans. And with that, there was only one thing left to do before the Greek army set sail for Troy. The Greek army was ready to set sail, but there was absolutely no wind to set sail with. For weeks, the seas were calm as hell, and it turns out that the Greek army was cursed by the goddess ARTEMIS, who forbade the wind gods from blowing anything. Wait, what? Why the BJ embargo? Well, while assembling the army at the shores, King Agamemnon went out to hunt some food for the camp and slayed himself a nice stag. The only problem was that this stag was holy to the goddess Artemis, and if you have a pet, If you have a pet, you'll know that the only way someone can make up for killing your pet is by sacrificing their own daughter. I mean, it's only fair. That's how it works. An eye for an eye. You know what I'm saying? An eye for an eye. Like, I got you. I got you. No fist bump, huh? I'm ready to kill daughters, and you're just gonna leave me hanging, huh? Alright, that is what it is. So, to lead his daughter to the slaughter, Agamemnon sent her a letter telling her that before he leaves for the war, he wants her to marry the great and famous Achilles, which, bro, that will get anyone anywhere with a quickness, because remember, this is Achilles. But this was a ruse. Agamemnon wasn't really willing to kill his daughter over his brother's wife falling in love with some Pirates of the Caribbean Will Turner looking dude. Nah, my guy had integrity. He was on that Stannis thing, like...
I told them all to go to hell. You are the Princess Shireen of House Baratheon. And you are my daughter.
But Agamemnon had to appear as if he was willing to sacrifice his daughter, because you can't mobilize all of Greece for a war and have them set up camp for weeks away from their family, with some soldiers even dying on the journey just to get to join your war, and then say, you know what, changed my mind, don't want to sacrifice my daughter, oh dear, shouldn't have killed that deer, am I right? I guess now the odds are stacked against... what the buck? Nah, he couldn't do that. The soldiers that died and were willing to die for Agamemnon and Menelaus were also somebody's children, so Agamemnon had to appear willing to do what was necessary and sent that fake wedding letter out to appease his troops. But in secret, he sent another letter to his wife and daughter telling him to stay the hell away. Unfortunately, though, Agamemnon's brother Menelaus was hell-bent on seeing this war through, and he found the secret messenger sent to warn his niece and made sure she never got the warning. Meaning that sometime later, Agamemnon's daughter Iphigenia showed up, all excited, wearing her best gown, just ready for this guy. Except when Achilles saw her, he had no idea wedding she was talking about, and it was quickly revealed that Iphigenia was lured here to be sacrificed to the goddess Artemis for favorable winds. Achilles was mad pissed to be used in the king's schemes and disgusted that the king would sacrifice his daughter, so he took her under his protection, willing to fight anyone, mortal man or the gods themselves, that dared to lay a finger on the innocent Iphigenia. But Iphigenia herself, seeing all of Greece's greatest warriors assembled and witnessing a warrior god such as Achilles and all this bravery in action, she decided that she too needs to do her part to aid the war efforts, that this was bigger than her, and so she willingly accepted her fate and welcomed her father's blade against her throat, shedding her blood and giving her life in the name of Artemis. And so the wind gods were like, man, finally we get to blow something again. And the Greek army set sail for Troy. King Agamemnon had done the impossible. He united the land's greatest heroes, Achilles and Odysseus, Ajax the Great and Diomedes, as well as soldiers from all parts of Greece, sailing on over 1,200 ships across the Aegean Sea, united under one great cause, leading them into the greatest war the world had ever seen. But he paid a heavy price for it.
What did it cost?
Everything.
Once the Greek army arrived in Troy, they were immediately met in battle by Troy's most powerful and formidable warrior, the Trojan prince Hector! I'm actually tempted to use that every time I say the name Hector! But nah, that will get annoying quickly, wouldn't it? So Hector! led the Trojan army into a welcome battle against the Greeks, but he had vastly underestimated the Greek forces, not expecting well over 1,000 ships to knock on Troy's door just to get one woman back. So the initial battle between the Greek army and the Trojan went kind of like this. The mighty Trojan prince survived the battle and retreated with his troops behind the safety of the impenetrable divine walls of Troy. And when I say impenetrable divine walls, I don't mean it figuratively like you imagining your crush that doesn't know you exist. I mean that the Trojan walls were literally built by the gods as punishment against Poseidon and Apollo for trying to usurp Zeus under the rebellious leadership of his wife HERA. King Sparkles punished the traitors, Poseidon and Apollo, by making them build the walls of Troy, which happened to be Zeus' favorite city. So yeah, in a way, Troy was under the direct protection of Zeus, and its walls were its biggest asset, which is the main reason the Trojan War ended up becoming a decade-long siege. The Greeks quickly realized that their only real shot at sacking Troy was to starve the Trojans out, but the city of Troy was huge and had way too many allies and pathways for the Greeks to reliably lay siege to. So instead, they then decided to sack every city around Troy, with Achilles and Ajax the Great leading the charge. Ajax the Great, who actually is like AS the Great, but I'm gonna say Ajax, was another main character energy dude, a great warrior, but actually named the Great literally for his size. The dude was a legit giant, running around with a shield the size of a door and a hammer that would make Thor proud. So while the Trojans hid behind their walls, Achilles and Ajax each sacked many of Troy's allied cities and brought back treasures, supplies, and slaves to their own Greek camp, while at the same time diminishing Troy's supplies and support. But there was one thing of particular note happening here. Achilles eventually brought back two slaves of tremendous beauty, Chryses and Briseis, and as was custom, he gave one of the slave women to Agamemnon, but he made sure he kept Briseis, who decidedly was the more beautiful of the two, for himself. Just remember that for now, because it will be important later. But for now, after the cities were sacked and the Trojans had to do something about the Greek invasion because all their allies were getting attacked, the Trojans and the Greeks constantly clashed in battle, and the Trojan troops were led by their powerful prince Hector, while the Greek army was led by Achilles, who single-handedly killed hundreds of Trojan soldiers. But even if Achilles and Hector were to be considered remotely equal, the Greek army had the upper hand thanks to its other elite fighters. I mean, you already know about Achilles, Myrmidones, and Patroclus, and Odysseus, and Ajax the Great, but there was also Diomedes, another warrior that was so powerful that the Trojans were straight up terrified of him. I mean, Diomedes was literally carving through the Trojans as if he was playing Dynasty Warriors, and he was overwhelming. So eventually, Hector decided it was time for a tactical retreat, because they just couldn't cope against the Greek onslaught, especially once Hector noticed that his brother Paris, the one who started all this in the first place, was nowhere to be found. Paris, in fact, was hiding behind the walls, hiding in Troy, hiding with the women and children, sulking, to the point that even Helen, despite the spell she was under, was embarrassed at how much of a coward the man she loved was. But no amount of motivational talk from his older brother could compel Paris to fight against the vicious Greeks and their mighty hero, so Hector decided to get back into the action himself and make a stand. He stopped the fighting by challenging whichever Greek would be man enough to face him, hoping to take out one of the Greek army's walking nukes, and the man who stepped up to the challenge was none other than Ajax the Great. And for simplicity, literally imagine this fight like the Viper versus the Mountain. Except that their battle ended in what was decidedly even. It ended in a draw. It only really ended because the sun went down and everybody around them had just stopped to fight, to admire their great skill like in some random anime. And after the stalemate, after the draw, and Ajax the Great honored each other's bravery and skill, and thus they decided there should be a ceasefire, just long enough for each side to retrieve their wounded, hold funerals, and prepare to fight another day. At this point, Troy needed help. And luckily, even beyond the cities already sacked by Achilles and Ajax, they had more allies, specifically the Dardani, ready to their side, led by their own warrior prince Aeneas, who was rumored to be almost as great of a warrior as Hector! Aeneas was the son of Aphrodite, so he firmly solidified Aphrodite's favor with the Trojans, and also Aeneas was a child of prophecy. It was once foretold that one day Aeneas would rule Troy and lead it to glory, which made his appearance here a double-edged sword for Troy's king Priamos. He needed all the help he could get, but was not keen on the throne being usurped from him and his sons, but beggars can't be choosers. So Aeneas and his men were welcomed into the Trojan forces as a powerful addition. Meanwhile, on the Greek side, a priest of Apollo seized the calm of the ceasefire to sneak into the Greek war camp and seek an audience with King Agamemnon, where he introduced himself as Chryses, father of the woman that had become Agamemnon's favorite slave. You might remember her, Chryses. Chryses begged the king to return his daughter to him, told him that he would pay any price, but Agamemnon, the Greek leader, only replied with laughter and insults, telling the begging father that he would forever keep his daughter, do with her as he wants, and even take her back to Greece when it's all said and done. And then he sent the father away with nothing to show for his efforts but humiliation. But Papa Chryses was a devout follower of Apollo, and once Apollo heard that Agamemnon had insulted one of his valued priests, man, Apollo was furious, and from then on, he became a powerful ally to the Trojans, now raining his mighty arrows from the heavens onto the Greek camp, where his divine arrows materialized into a plague that devastated the Greek army and lasted for 9 days, threatening to end the Greeks' war efforts then and there, until their very own priest convinced Agamemnon to soothe Apollo's anger by giving Chryseis back to her father. And so, like a kid sulking for parting with his favorite toy, Agamemnon gave Chryseis back to her father and successfully appeased Apollo and ended the plague. And you'd think that Agamemnon would be happy with that, but nah, man, this guy had his panties mad in a bunch that he had to give up his favorite slave, so now he demanded that Achilles give him his slave woman, Briseis. And Achilles was like,
"Hey man, did you touch my drum set?"
Nope.
It's just weird, because seems like someone definitely touched my drum set.
Yeah, that is weird. Because I didn't touch him.
Hey! Did you touch my drum set?
Hey, knock it off!
Ultimately, Achilles told Agamemnon that if he takes Briseis from him and Patroclus and his men will not fight for the Greeks anymore, and that Agamemnon should really consider if this one slave is really worth all that much. And Agamemnon was like, yeah. And so Achilles handed over Briseis, and with that, his warriors stopped fighting for the Greeks. Like, that's it. And of course, the Trojans had spies in the Greek camp, so once Hector heard that Achilles was no longer a part of the war, the Trojans seized the moment and attacked the Greeks, and without Achilles, without Patroclus, without the Myrmidons, even Ajax, Diomedes and Odysseus were not enough against the Trojan army and their prince, and the Trojans were giving the Greeks such a beating that even the little coward Prince Paris decided to finally grow a pair, and he challenged the Greeks' mightiest warrior, whoever he may be, full well knowing that it won't be Achilles, but the one who did step forward to accept Paris' challenge was none other than King Cuckold's single baby daddy Menelaus himself, who still had a score to settle with the wife-stealing Paris. Paris Paris was feeling pretty good about himself right about now, and the whole thing kind of played out like this.
You want to fight?
Yeah, Menelaus absolutely wiped the floor with Paris and would have killed him too if Aphrodite didn't suddenly intervene to save the prince of her favorite Trojans. She conjured up a cloud of dust and made Paris disappear. Problem was that Paris, before the battle, he had gotten so cocky that he literally told Menelaus that the winner of this fight can have Helen, aka the two men who were responsible for this entire war in the first place, kind of duked it out. Like, you couldn't have done that from the start to save everybody from dying. And since Menelaus definitely won the fight, he laid claim to his prize, laid claim to Helen. But since he also technically never killed Paris, the Trojans refused to hand her over. And while Menelaus was huffing and puffing, angry, complaining, one of the Trojan archers was like, why do we constantly have these dialogues in the middle of war where everyone just stops fighting? Like, this is super unrealistic. And he fired an arrow at Menelaus, injuring but not killing him. And of course, with that, all hell broke loose once again. Ajax the Great started tossing people around, and Odysseus once again proved he is more than just a smart man. And on the side of the Trojans, and the new arrival, Aeneas, did their thing, slaughtering Greeks by the dozens. And ultimately, without the might of Achilles on the Greek side, the Trojans were stronger and slowly pushed the Greeks back into their camps, even rushing past their defenses, and started to burn their ships and tents. And so, panicking, Agamemnon apologized to Achilles and offered him any slave, any riches he wants if him and his men would just please return to the fight. But Achilles refused. And say what you will about Agamemnon, but after that, at least he was man enough to then lead the defense himself. He led the Greeks along with Ajax, along with Odysseus, along with Diomedes. He tried to drive the Trojans out of their camp, but they could not overcome. One after the other, the Greeks' greatest warriors were injured. First, Paris, sniping from a safe distance, injured Diomedes with a well-placed arrow. Then Odysseus was wounded while covering Diomedes' retreat, and then Ajax the Great suffered the same fate. The Greeks were getting whooped so bad that Agamemnon tried to convince Odysseus and Menelaus to take what ships they had left and abandon the war. So eventually, Patroclus went begging to Achilles himself. Brother, I love you, and I get your reasons, but the war, if you don't fight, the war is lost. Everybody will be slaughtered. All our men will die. This is not the time to be proud. He told him that the Greeks needed Achilles and the Myrmidons, but the stubborn Achilles still refused and told Patroclus to put on the armor of Achilles himself and lead the men if it means so much to him. And you know when you tell someone, just do it yourself, and they're actually like, okay. And that's what happened, and Achilles did not expect that. So he was like, gosh, actually gonna, yeah, there he is, putting on my armor. Fits like a glove, damn it. Patroclus, just promise me you stay away from Hector, all right? No fighting that guy. Defend our camp, but don't chase. You never chase. Not in love and not in war. You got that? And that's actually kind of deep. I honestly just came up with that on the spot. Like that's like that. That's kind of, you chase everything. You even chase your damn tail, man. Chases his own damn tail. So disguised as the great Achilles, Patroclus led the men into battle and showed up on the battlefield like and it changed everything, man. Patroclus was as close to Achilles in strength as any Greek warrior, and he took down dozens of Trojans, while the other Myrmidons each fought like the beasts they were, and before long, the Trojan army had to retreat from the Greeks. And what did Patroclus do? He chased, my God. He chased them all the way back to the walls, where one man was ready to receive all comers. Hector! And Patroclus really thought he was Achilles for real now, so he took the Trojan prince on one-on-one, and then Apollo intervened again. Man, this guy held on to that grudge and then some. Apollo had no love for the Greeks for offending him that one time, and so he stripped Patroclus of his armor mid-battle against Hector. And you remember that archer from earlier? He was like, why does no one ever shoot arrows at the enemy hero when he's having some one-on-one battle with our hero? Like, that's so unrealistic. And so he shot an arrow at Patroclus, wounding him enough for Hector to kill him. And I'm not even gonna do the epic Hector here. I'm not even gonna praise him for this because he doesn't deserve it. That's a sucker kill. That's a sucker kill right there. I don't respect that. And that was that. Patroclus was done, but he knew that he had done exactly what the Greeks needed to win the war. So with his last breath, he looked at Hector and smiled like, bro, you messed up. And Hector was confused. Patroclus told him,
I'd like to understand him. Give me that.
Peter Ramos. It's a number to you, one more dead, but a number.
What was she to crazy then?
She showed him it was all right to live again.
And the kidnappers who took that away, huh?
And they're gonna wish they never touched a hair on her head. A man can be an artist. And anything, food, whatever. It depends on how good he is at it. Creasy's art is dead. He's about to paint his masterpiece.
And sure enough, once Achilles heard that Hector had killed his beloved Patroclus, he was like,
the mistake you made was you killed my friend. So, I'm gonna kill each and every one of you. And the only disappointment in it for me is that I only get to do it once.
But first, Achilles cried by the beach until his mother appeared to console him, and then he told his mother how unfair all of this is, and that he can't fight without an armor, and that he can't avenge Patroclus without an armor. So his mother went to the god Hephaestus and said, hey, Hephaestus, remember when your mom, Hera, threw you down Mount Olympus because you were born ugly, but I took care of you, even though you were in fact born ugly? Yeah, you owe me. So I need you to make a banging armor for my son. And so Hephaestus did that. And then Achilles' mom was like, here you go, boo-boo. Now go be a man. But then, Achilles was back to being the man. And in his new divine armor, Achilles led an assault on Troy, and he plowed through the Trojan forces like Leonardo DiCaprio plows through 20-year-old models, and led the Greek army to the Trojan walls where... You know what he did. You know what clip I'm about to play. Video I can't even talk anymore. I've been waiting for this one. I'm going to let this play out in full. You know exactly what he did. Achilles was like, Hector! Hector! And then, in front of all of Troy, watching from the top of the walls, in front of the eyes of his father, King Priamus and his wife and his brothers, Achilles fought Hector and drove his spear through Hector's neck. Then, while Troy wept at the side of their dead prince and begged for mercy, begged for Achilles to not defile his remains, Achilles told them that Hector's body would feed the dogs tonight. And then he tied the prince's corpse to his chariot and dragged him back to the Greeks' camp. Hector! Despite Achilles' worst intentions to feed Hector to the dogs, the Trojan patron goddess Aphrodite blessed Hector's body to repel all wannabe scavengers. And later that night, King Priamus himself came to Achilles in disguise, begging his son's killer to please return Hector's body to him. And Achilles respected the probably saggy balls on this old man so much that he granted Priamus his wish. And with Hector's body then back in Troy, the Trojans asked the Greeks for an 11-day ceasefire, during which they held a huge funeral to honor their slain hero and prince, and both sides could collect their dead and treat their wounded. And then, after 11 days, they were like,
oh well, plan B. Let's just kill each other.
And Agamemnon himself led the Greeks against the weakened Trojans into a decisive battle that should have been a one-sided beatdown and the nail in a coffin for Troy. But then, out of nowhere, the Amazons appeared, the daughters of Ares, a clan of powerful warrior women who completely changed the tide of the battle, riding on their horses and masterfully wielding bow and arrow along with every other weapon. The Amazons overwhelmed the Greeks and sent them running back to their camp, where their heroes, Achilles and Ajax, were surprised. The job was supposed to be all but done. With Hector gone, this battle should have been like taking candy from a baby and not need their involvement anymore. But to hear that Agamemnon and his men were being pushed back by a bunch of women, Achilles and Ajax were beyond embarrassed and personally rallied their troops back to the front lines to face the Amazons head on.
Okay guys, we need to get out there. Really need to get going. Pollard, what are you doing? You're acting like a girl out there. What are you, a girl or something? Jackson, come on, man. You got to get yourself together. This is... What are you, a girl or something?
And what ensued now was the bloodiest episode of the Trojan War. Both sides were equally matched and suffered way too many casualties over the coming days until Achilles and the leader of the Amazons finally faced off, with Achilles ultimately killing her. Impressed by this woman's and her warrior's bravery and skill, Achilles then allowed the remaining Amazons to take their leader and retreat in peace, and now his sights were set on ending this war once and for all. Troy was set to fall. There was really no one left to oppose Achilles, and out of nowhere, another ally appeared, and as if this were a video game, this one was, of course, someone stronger than all the others. Memnon, the Ethiopian warrior king, son of the goddess of dawn, Eos, which doesn't sound that cool until you realize that she is a pure-blooded titan, which makes her more ancient and stronger than the gods. Memnon was known to be a warrior without equal. The demi-titan was said to be stronger than the late Hector and even superior to Achilles, and in fact, even Achilles' mother warned her son of Memnon, telling him, "Son, don't fight this Ethiopian guy. I have a really bad feeling about this one. This has Rocky 1 written all over it." What? Do you think he's gonna defeat me? Yes, I think he's gonna.
It doesn't matter what you think!
And so Achilles went to fight Memnon, who did turn out to be his strongest opponent yet. And for the first time, Achilles was actually losing a fight, bleeding, hurting, taking a beating. Memnon was too much for the Greek hero, and to make things worse, Memnon knew of Achilles' weakness. He knew that to kill Achilles, just had to go for his heel. And so he did. But in doing so, Memnon did exactly what Achilles anticipated, and so the Greek warrior dodged Memnon's supposed final blow with grace to deliver his own final blow. Achilles shoved his spear through Memnon's heart and won his toughest battle yet. And so, finally, despite all the support Troy had received, despite all the great warriors and heroes and demigods and demi-titans that came to its rescue, the Greeks, led by Achilles, had defeated them all, and now were on the verge of winning the war. All that was left was for Achilles to lead the breach of the city's almost defenseless walls, and then suddenly, an arrow pierced Achilles' heel. Apollo was back.
Guess who's back? Back again.
I'm telling you, Apollo does neither forgive nor forget, man. This man was still angry at the Greeks, and he guided Paris's arrow into Achilles' heel. And with his only weakness struck, the great hero fell to his knees before he fell to his death and took his last breath. Achilles was dead. Just as it seemed like the Greeks had won, they lost all hope instead. Ajax forced his way through the masses to retrieve Achilles' body, and Odysseus covered his retreat, and once back at the camp, the Greeks lit a massive pyre to burn the body of their hero and mourned the loss of the greatest warrior the world had ever known. And after the funeral, it was decided that Odysseus would get Achilles' armor, and Ajax the Great was just like,
they ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine.
he really thought he deserved Achilles' armor for, for saving Patroclus, for saving Achilles' body, fighting Hector to a stalemate. He had accomplishments. And armor swapping was a real thing back then, like they do with jerseys now, but on steroids. And Achilles' armor was like Messi and Ronaldo and LeBron and Jordan all in one. For a warrior like Ajax, it would have been the greatest honor. And so, vice versa, not receiving it was the greatest disrespect. So with his honor wounded by his fellow Greeks who seemingly did not appreciate all he did for them, Ajax was so mad that he decided, I'm gonna kill everybody in my camp. Yeah, I know, overreaction much, but Ajax, man, he came out of his tent and went straight for Agamemnon and Menelaus, strangling them to death. And then the mountain of a warrior dragged Odysseus out of his tent, tied him to a rock, and whipped him to death, proving that he was the greatest remaining warrior. But he found no peace in the violence. And once he came out of his bloodlust, he saw that he had just whipped a sheep to death and strangled the life out of 2 other sheep. Before he'd gone entirely mad with bloodlust, the Greeks' patron goddess Athena intervened and clouded his mind to avoid the worst. Had it not been for her, Ajax really might have killed his companions, but divine intervention prevailed. Even so, after this episode, Ajax was so embarrassed that he went to his tent and just straight up killed himself. Yep. No madness, no trickery, no. The great hero Ajax committed suicide. And just like that, the Greek army had lost its 2 greatest warriors in one day, and now only the mind of Odysseus was left to lead them to victory. You see, there were a couple of prophecies at play throughout the war, on both sides. For the Greeks, the most important one was that they would never win this war without Achilles. But there were 2 other prophecies that were also quite relevant. One said that they would never win as long as the Trojans hold a powerful artifact in their temple dedicated to Athena, and the other prophecy foretold that the city of Troy can only be conquered by a man wielding the weapons of Heracles. And so now it was upon Odysseus to make sure all these prophecies work in the Greeks' favor. First, Odysseus sailed back to the island where he first found Achilles hiding amongst the women. You remember, cross-dressing and all that. And don't forget that the war in Troy had been going on for almost 10 years, so the son Achilles had left behind here was now 15 years old, and his name was Virus, but he would become known as Neoptimos, which translates to the new warrior, because literally he was the new warrior that Odysseus recruited. He recruited the young man to honor his father's legacy and to wear his father's armor and lead the Greeks into battle against the Trojans. Then Odysseus sailed to Thessaly, where Philoctetes lived. Philoctetes was a former companion of Heracles and had inherited his legendary bow and poisonous arrows, the ones dipped in the Hydra's venom. Philoctetes was supposed to join the war originally, but ironically a poisonous snake bite had him so wounded that he was useless when the army departed. And now Odysseus came to collect the man and Heracles' weapon so that he could join the war after his wounds were healed. Then, once back in Troy, Odysseus dropped off the 2 new warriors and disguised himself in tattered robes to sneak into Troy and steal the artifact of prophecy out of Athena's temple, bring it into the Greeks' possession, and thus dispel the last prophecy that stood in the Greeks' way. Now the Greek army had faith and Achilles' blood back on their side. And when the Trojans saw Achilles 2.0 emerge on the front lines, they all but fell to their knees. And without Hector, they only had one hero left on their side, Aeneas, the child of prophecy. He was the only great Trojan warrior still left standing, and he tried his best to inspire his men to not fear this Achilles wannabe, but then Achilles 2.0 was like... And the Trojans' morale took a nosedive, except Paris. Man, after killing Achilles, Paris fancied himself quite the marksman, and figured he'd try his luck with Achilles' son now. But Odysseus' second reinforcement, Philoctetes, put Heracles' bow and poisoned arrow to good use and nailed Paris with a poisoned arrow before Paris could let loose one of his own. The Hydra's venom quickly infested Paris' body, too powerful for any Trojan healer to do anything, and so Paris joined his brother Hector in death, and with him gone, the spell on Helen weakened. She no longer felt any love for the dead prince nor his city, only disgust, kind of for herself and her actions, involuntary as they may have been, that caused all of this loss of life. All around her were widows and grieving parents, children who lost their fathers who were trying to stop the Greek army barreling down on Troy, now breaching the city's walls with their ladders. But once again, Aeneas took a stand. He channeled the power of the gods that favored him into divine strength and pushed a massive boulder off the Trojan walls onto the Greek troops trying to breach the gates. And with this godly show of strength, the Trojans were once again able to rally to fight off the Greek attack. But this was just postponing the inevitable, let's be honest. Even with Aeneas still on their side, Troy was all but doomed. The only question was, how many men were the Greeks willing to sacrifice to deliver the final blow? And Odysseus had the answer. None. After 10 years of fighting, the Greeks were on the verge of victory, and to avoid any more unnecessary bloodshed in the war's final days, Odysseus came up with a genius plan. I'll let you experience it from the Trojans' point of view. One morning, the Trojan scouts noticed a giant fire emerging from the Greek encampment, and upon inspecting it, they realized that the camp was empty. The Greek army was gone, along with all its ships, and the only thing left in the Greek camp was one man and a giant wooden horse. And so they asked the man, like, what the hell happened here? And he explained that after Odysseus stole the artifact out of Athena's temple, the goddess was kind of furious with us and sent the plague, ravaged our camp entirely. And after a decade of suffering through this war, the plague was the final straw. The remaining men had enough, and the only thing to stop the infighting that threatened to destroy the Greek army from the inside was to end the war and allow everybody to sail back to their families, leaving behind only a wooden horse made of the ships the dead no longer have any use for, to appease the gods and ensure a safe journey. And after the Trojan scouts heard that story, they were like, wow, winning! And they figured a wooden horse is as good a war trophy as any, and so they rolled that thing into Troy and they partied like there's no tomorrow, man. They were all like, they got drunk as hell and had the night of their life. You know those nights that are so good you gotta ask other people how good it was because you don't remember anything? You get me? It was that type of party. And in the wee hours of the night, all of Troy was passed out, except for a few guards on duty for no reason other than habit, because since the war was over, Troy had nothing to fear behind the safety of its walls, except the elite troops that suddenly emerged from the belly of the wooden horse under the cover of the night. Diomedes, Agamemnon, Menelaus, Odysseus, and other elite warriors flooded out of the horse, killed the few guards that were even able to fight, and opened the gates, fired a signal for the Greek army that was hiding in a nearby creek. And so within hours, the city of Troy, that had stood firm for 10 years, finally fell to the Greeks. Men women, children, all were butchered. And when the Greek army closed in on the Trojan palace, even Aeneas, the only Trojan hero left, he was powerless against the men led by Achilles 2.0, and so he fled the city and left King Priamus and what little remained of the royal family to their fates. Even Hector's infant son was not spared, and in cruel poetic justice, the son of the man who killed Hector threw Hector's son to his death off the Trojan wars, before Achilles 2.0 then also killed the king of Troy. Now, all that was left was the reason all this happened in the first place. All that was left was Helen. Menelaus confronted Helen in her chambers, ready to kill the mother of his child, tears of betrayal and anger streaming down his menacing grimace of a face. But just as he closed in on her, sword in hand, Aphrodite, the goddess that was responsible for all of this, cast yet another spell on Helen. A spell of beauty, a spell of love, a spell of innocence, and upon looking at the love of his life, Menelaus dropped his sword and embraced Helen, who told him that she still loved him, just as he did her. And with that, the Greeks returned home, after having made good on their promise to protect the love of Menelaus and Helen of Sparta. All who survived got to go back to their families, their honor immortalized in this very tale. All except for one, Odysseus, because his journey was only getting started. The Odyssey is basically the world's first anime. Yeah, seriously, the Odyssey is just like One Piece, a bunch of lovable idiots sailing to a bunch of islands, chasing one troublesome adventure after the other, and never learning their lesson while fighting monsters and giants and evil witches and... I mean, I love it. I love the Odyssey, man. I'm sorry, Pokemon. I love the Odyssey. I love the Odyssey. I'm excited. And I'm gonna tell you the whole damn epic tale. And since I don't feel like doing a long intro today, let's just start the video. I know what that title card implies, but no, they did not get high and started a good old-fashioned circle jerk. They actually beat a real one-eyed giant. But let me start at the very beginning of the Odyssey, which is the ending of the Trojan War. The Greeks won the war thanks to Odysseus and his guys inserting themselves into a horse and... Wait, nah, I phrased that wrong. They won the war after Odysseus and the guys got a bunch of wood and... Wait. The wooden horse was built, and Odysseus and his men took Troy from the inside. Damn it. You know what I mean. After 10 years of fighting, they did the Trojan horse thing, and Troy was defeated, and the Greeks got Helen back, the kidnapped woman that they started this whole damn war for. So now, everybody that had assembled went their merry separate ways, like the Avengers after the first movie. And Odysseus and his men left on 12 ships to get back to Ithaca, the island where Odysseus was king. But on their way home, they got hit by a massive storm that blew them way off course and tore apart their ship's sails and left them stranded on the island of Lotus Eaters. Odysseus was in a hurry to get back home to his wife Penelope and his son Telemachus, whom he hadn't seen since he was born about 10 years ago. So Odysseus ordered his men to gather everything needed to fix the ships and their sails, but days after leaving to explore the island and gather those supplies, his men still hadn't returned. They never returned. So of course, Odysseus went looking for them, looking for the soldiers he had trusted with his life and fought alongside with for 10 years. But when he found them on the island, they were chilling with the natives, eating some strange leaves, and they were high as hell. Like, they didn't recognize Odysseus, their brother in arms. They were so high from those lotus leaves they were chewing on that they had no idea who Odysseus was or even who or what or where they were themselves. So Odysseus tried to snap them out of it, remind the soldiers of who they are, like...
Who are you?
You.
No, not me, you.
Yes, I am you.
Just answer the damn questions. Who are you?
I have told you.
Are you deaf?
No, you is blind.
I'm not blind, you blind.
That is what I just said.
You just said what?
I did not say what. I said you.
That's what I'm asking you.
And you is answering.
Shut up! You!
Yes?
Not you, him! What's your name?
Me.
Yes, you!
I am me. He's me. And I'm you.
And his man giggled their ass off, while Odysseus was furious, so he just ordered his sober crew to take these stoned fools back to the ship and tie them up to leave this hippie island at once. On the ship, Odysseus' men had instant withdrawal syndrome and struggled against their ties, trying to get back to the island, back to the leaves that made them forget, and some of the men were crying and begging for those leaves that made them forget the horrors they had just experienced in 10 years of brutal warfare. And so, yeah, there's a lesson in there somewhere about, like, leaves are bad, which must mean that climate change and ruining nature is good, which is your sign to buy that Harley Davidson and eat more beef and leave your fridge door open to cool down your apartment. There's something along those lines. Obviously, Odysseus and the gang still had to fix their ships back up, and so they stopped at yet another island, the island of the Cyclopes, or Cyclops Island. This time, Odysseus didn't trust his druggy man anymore and chose to explore the island with his 12 best men only. And while looking for supplies, the unlucky 13 were scavenging a cave that happened to belong to none other than a Cyclops, aka a giant with one eye. The Cyclops kept sheep in this cave like we keep beef jerky in our cupboards. You know, just when that casual midnight hunger hits for a snack, just straight up devouring a whole sheep, just to give you an idea of how giant this one-eyed dude was. Odysseus and the guys had entered the cave to steal themselves some of these sheep, but didn't expect the goddamn giant to appear. And once the Cyclops got home, he shut the door, like we all would, except that his door was a giant rock that was big enough to be considered a small mountain. Odysseus and his men were trapped in the cave with nowhere to hide, and once the Cyclops found them, he switched up his monotone sheep diet by immediately devouring some of Odysseus' men, and Odysseus and his guys couldn't do a damn thing about that, man. Think of it like being a human in Attack on Titan without maneuvering gear. They were screwed. They were such a non-threat that the Cyclops even went to take a nap right in front of them, and Odysseus' man immediately thought, hey, let's kill this beast to avenge our fallen brothers. But Odysseus reminded them that unless one of them is secretly the legendary Super Saiyan, they have no way to move that massive Dwayne Johnson that is blocking the exit of the cave, and that without the Cyclops, they would be trapped in this cave forever. So instead, Odysseus came up with a different plan. While the Cyclops was asleep, Odysseus and his man sharpened the end of a tree trunk and then hid it well enough. Then, once the Cyclops woke up, Odysseus offered him all of the wine that he and his men had with them, and the Cyclops was pleased, thankful even, and asked Odysseus his name so that he could thank him properly. And Odysseus told him, "My name is Nobody." Then the giant thanked Nobody and drank the collected wine and revealed himself to be a surprising lightweight and passed out. Once the Cyclops was down and out, Odysseus and the gang jammed the sharpened tree trunk into his one eye, and the giant screamed, blindly stumbled around the cave, screaming in pain, screaming for help. But when the other Cyclopses appeared outside of his cave and asked what's wrong, they just heard him scream, "Nobody hurt me, nobody blinded me, it was nobody, 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 no, hold the door, hold the door. Hold on, hold on, hold on." And so the Cyclopses outside just had a good laugh and left their injured friend be, which meant that the now none-eyed giant had no choice but to open the door of the cave and get help. But without sight, he had no way to stop Odysseus and his men from escaping the cave, and they ran to their ships and sailed away in a hurry. And Odysseus taunted the blind Cyclops from the ship like,
"Alas, my children, this is the day you shall always remember as the day that you almost..."
And then he dried himself, glad that the giant was blind and didn't see that because that was embarrassing. And then he taunted him again. "This is the day you almost caught Odysseus, son of Laertes. And I'm not a nobody, fool. You were just defeated by 20% skill, 15% concentrated power of will, 5% pleasure and 50% pain. And 100% reason to remember the name." And as Odysseus and his men sailed away into the open seas, the Cyclops did remember the name and went to his father to ask him to ruin the lives of the tiny humans that had just ruined his. And the problem was, the Cyclops' father was the god of the sea. The sea, Odysseus and his men were at the mercy of. The Cyclops' father was the god Poseidon. And from now on, thanks to the wrath of Poseidon, Odysseus' journey would be cursed with bad luck, starting with Yeah, I stand by that title. You'll see. The next island the crew found was a floating island with a bronze palace, because a golden palace on a floating island would be the Odyssey's writer clearly plagiarizing One Piece. Odysseus and his men went scouting the island for anything they could use, and when they got to the palace, Odysseus was invited by the island's lord, the wind god Aeolus, the guardian of the winds, to be specific. The god invited Odysseus in for drink, food, company, so then Odysseus, as a thanks, told him all about the epic 10-year Trojan War, a war that also involved many of the wind god's superior godly peers. So Aeolus was mad impressed and super entertained by Odysseus' tale, and as a thank you for this great entertainment, for being such an intriguing guest, the wind god told Odysseus, as a thank you, please, Odysseus, allow me to suck you. Whoa. I don't swing that way. You must got me confused with Achilles from the story. He's the one. What? No, I just want to suck all of that, bro. No. Wind. I want to suck all of the wind into this wind bag of mine. All of the wind. Wind bag. So you have no further winds bothering you on your journey home. You know, because you got blown off course in the beginning. What were you thinking? So Aeolus sucked all of the wind into a wind bag, and then he gave that bag to Odysseus to please release the winds once he's done with his journey. Odysseus took the bag, and now, with all the dangerous winds safely locked away, and only a guiding breeze left, it was literal smooth sailing for his fleet of ships from here on out. And before long, Odysseus and the man's home, Ithaca, was finally in sight. Odysseus was so happy and so tired from the journey that he decided to take one last nap before he would be reunited with his wife and son after over 10 years. Problem was, Odysseus' men weren't really ready to go home empty-handed just yet, because with the winds having wrecked their ships just after they left Troy, they lost most of their spoils of war, which might have been okay if Odysseus hadn't just received a massive mysterious bag from a god. He gets his bag and they don't get theirs. Nah, man. His men were like,
I'm leaving here with something. You know what I mean? I'm from around the way. I'm leaving with something.
So the moment Odysseus fell asleep, they crept up on him to see what's in his bag and maybe steal themselves some gold, some treasures, or something from their captain. But the moment they opened the bag, all the vicious and devastating winds that had been locked away were released, and Odysseus' ships got swept away by the instant tsunami of a flood they caused, swept all the way back into the middle of the ocean. Most of the fleet destroyed, and the rest lost with absolutely no point of reference and as far away from home as they had ever been, with their few remaining ships utterly damaged. But luckily, there was a mysterious island inside, with a bay just big enough to fit all of the crew's ships except one. And so even though his entire crew just screwed him over big time, being the gracious leader that he is, Odysseus kindly hung back and allowed his injured and devastated man to dock first, set foot on the new island to rest, heal, regroup, and get devoured by man-eating giants one after the other. Yeah, the island was literally Attack on Titan with water instead of walls. All of the island's inhabitants were giants with an appetite for men, and they picked Odysseus' tiny crew in their tiny ships apart one after the other. All of them, basically, except for Odysseus' very own ship, which was not docked in the bay and thus out of reach, and able to escape the death trap. So now, Odysseus, after leaving the Trojan War with 12 ships and well over 100 men that had fought alongside him for 10 years, Odysseus was down to only one ship and a handful of men, and he had no other choice but to... Alright, let's switch up the perspective for this one and introduce a new important character. Kirke, also known as one of the most powerful witches in all of mythology, and she really turns this story into a messed up, incestuous piece of work, which that honestly just means that she really turns this into Greek mythology. Kirke was born to the titan Helios and Perseus, but she was exiled by her father after killing her first husband. Reason for killing him? Unknown, just Kirke things. So Kirke was exiled to the island Aea with a bunch of nymphs and a bunch of animals, specifically lions and tigers.
Bears! Oh my! Lions and tigers and bears! Oh my! Lions and tigers and bears!
But the thing is, those lions and tigers and bears, and pigs, she also had a lot of pigs, those animals, they were all once human. Men transformed as part of Kirke's experiments. Reasons? Unknown, just Kirke things. So on this exile island, all the nymphs are pretty much doing gardening for Kirke's magical men transforming potions and herbs. And if it wasn't clear by now,
I hate men.
this is not the type of island you want to visit as a male. Enter Odysseus and his all-male crew. After watching their brothers-in-arms get eaten alive on the last island, Odysseus and his men were kind of weary of islands at this point, which isn't great if you're lost on the ocean surrounded by islands. So now they find Kirke's little anti-men paradise, and Odysseus sent some of his bravest men out to explore this new possible threat. And of course, they inevitably ran into Kirke. And at this point, it is important that you know that Kirke is fine.
Fine! With a capital fine!
So after all these years amongst only men and man-eating giants, a man-eater like Kirke didn't sound all that bad. Problem is, Kirke wasn't a Nelly Furtado type of man-eater. She was a literal man-eater. Yeah, those animals she transformed men into, particularly the pigs, she ate those. And she loved to offer them to their guests too, meaning that Odysseus' men were now having the time of their life, eating all kinds of pork at Kirke's home, pulled pork, ribs, man, you name it, they were going all in. Before they know it, they themselves started growing piggy tails, piggy noses, and not the cute kind like Marjorie from Game of Thrones. They turned into full-on pigs. Kirke's food was laced with magical herbs that turns all men who eat it into the pigs Kirke presumably thinks they were anyway. But one of Odysseus' men felt like the whole pork banquet was kind of too good to be true to begin with, and he had hung back, watching the madness unfold from safety, from the outside, and he escaped the slaughterhouse to report back to Odysseus, who was still anchored on the main ship. So of course, Captain Odysseus went to go and free his men. But first, he asked for and received divine intervention from one of his patron gods, Hermes. Hermes gave Odysseus a herb that would protect him from Kirke's spells. So now, thanks to his patron god, Odysseus could go save his men. And thanks to my patron gods and goddesses, I can keep Reefed going. Because as you know, this channel is not the biggest, but these documentaries, they're a full-time job. And it's just me, because this guy, honestly, man, he sleeps all the time. Eats, sleeps, that's about it. The research, the writing, the artwork, the editing, it's all me. And without the support of my patrons, Briefed wouldn't exist. But for supporting me, all my patrons get all the artwork you see here in these videos to download and keep in high quality. They can download every video I upload here, and they get access to 30 shorter exclusive videos that are only on my Patreon, and hundreds of videos I uploaded on other platforms. So if you want to help a brother out, do like Hermes did and become a patron. And that's how you plug a Patreon.
Now that's how you let the beat build, bitch. That's how you let the beat build, bitch.
Thanks to Hermes' herbs, the beautiful witch Kirke's herbs could not affect Odysseus. Her spells didn't work, and when Odysseus confronted Kirke, she realized she's powerless against this guy, and if she can't have him, she wants him bad. You know what I mean? Like, don't take that as a lesson to play hard to get, man. I hate that hard to get stuff. Don't do that. It's toxic. And so was Kirke. You don't want to be like Kirke. She was toxic as hell.
I hate men, but I'm not a lesbian.
And now she wanted the only man who could resist her. And with her loins longing, Odysseus had her right where he wanted her. And he told her, if you want this magic stick, if you want the love doctor, I need you to promise to free my men. And despite him quoting 50 Cent like a cringe lord, Kirke agreed to honor his demands, all so that Odysseus would finally lay the smack down on her witch ass. And that's how... on her witch ass. That made me... I didn't know. That's how. And in the process of doing so, Odysseus got a new baby mama. Because after his men were freed, they didn't want to leave this cannibal-based all-you-can-eat buffet island, and Odysseus used the time to put 3 cakes in Kirke's oven. So now Odysseus and Kirke had 3 children in the frame of 1 year, and even though it is never stated that the kids are triplets, my understanding of biology dictates that they must be. But hey, maybe these witches got some shorter pregnancy tricks that we don't know about. So now that he started a new family, the responsible Odysseus decided that he misses his old family and that it was time to add deadbeat dad to his resume, and he told Kirke that he had to leave her and the kids. And so Kirke told Odysseus to go to hell. Yeah, Kirke genuinely meant it when she told Odysseus to go to hell. It wasn't malice, it was genuine advice. To get home safely, Odysseus had to go to the underworld to see the fortune teller THESEUS, and his spirit would tell the crew exactly what to do and not to do in order to get back to Ithaca. So once the crew performed the animal blood ritual, the which Kirke had taught and told Odysseus to perform, they entered a spiritual twilight realm where all kinds of dead appeared to see which living came to visit their world. Amongst those spirits were a bunch of the heroes Odysseus fought alongside with that fell in battle, like Achilles, Patroclus, and Aias the Great. But also Agamemnon appeared amongst the dead, and Odysseus was like, dude, I left Troy with you alive. Why are you dead? Remember that hot girl from Troy, Cassandra? Do I, man? She was fun. No, you didn't. Yeah, I took her home with me, bro. Bro, what are you doing? You have a wife. Yeah, I know. And remember how I killed my daughter before we left for the war? Kind of hard to forget a dad killing his daughter, not gonna lie. Yeah, and my wife never forgave me, and it didn't help that I brought a mistress home with me. And so when I finally got back home and I took a bath, my wife was like... So Agamemnon was dead, killed by his wife, but not to worry, his son later avenged him by killing his own mom, but that's another twisted Greek mythology tale for another day. For now, the spirit guide THESEUS finally appeared and basically just told Odysseus and the gang, you'll get home just fine, as long as you don't touch the holy cows of Helios once you arrive at the island Thrinakia. After leaving Kirke's island, Odysseus had many more obstacles to overcome. The first was the sirens. But thanks to his new baby mama warning him, Odysseus knew all about their power, and the crew plugged their ears with beeswax to avoid the sirens' seductive singing, which lures men into the water, into the sirens' supposed embrace, but really those men just drown and die under the sea.
Under the sea.
Side note, sirens are not mermaids, and mermaids are actually half fish, half woman, but sirens, which is what Odysseus encountered, are half bird, half woman, and they are beautiful, which is why to this day we still affectionately call a beautiful woman a bird. And I don't know if that last part's true, I just made that up. Odysseus and the gang got past the sirens, and now they had to cross another part of the ocean that Kirke had warned them about, a narrow that is inhabited by the monster Charybdis and the monster Scylla. Charybdis was a monster that's basically the worm from Dune, but in water. It is massive, and whenever it sucks in its spray, it creates an even more massive whirlpool. And to avoid that, ships have to hug the wall like virgins in a club, but the problem is that those cliff walls are patrolled by the six-headed massive tentacle beast Scylla. And anywhere else, 6 heads and tentacles are glorious hentai waiting to happen, but here, Scylla just kills and or eats you. But thanks to Kirke's warning, Odysseus and his men made it through with minimal losses and finally arrived at the island Thrinakia, which was home to Helios' holy cattle. And Odysseus reminded everybody, yo, do not touch Helios' cows, because remember, the prophecy literally says, if you all touch those cows, you will all die. All of you will die, and I will get home, but it will take me another 7 years, so do not touch those cows. And the crew was like,
if I had a steak, oh boy, a rare, a bloody steak. If I had a steak, I would f*** it.
So when Odysseus was taking a nap, they killed a cow and had a barbecue.
I like beef.
Helios, the sun god, was pissed, but the sun can't really do much immediate damage out on the open sea, so he asked his father Zeus to end their journey with some thunderbolts. And thus, just like the prophecy had foretold, once the crew set sail again, all of Odysseus' men died, blasted to bits by Zeus's thunder, their ships wrecked in his lightning, and only Odysseus remained, clinging on to a piece of shipwreckage, drifting around the open seas for so long death would have been a welcome happy ending. But by some miracle, Odysseus drifted all the way to the island of Odyssey, where he collapsed on the shores as close to death as he'd ever come, and was found by a woman named Calypso, a beautiful goddess and the daughter of the mighty Atlas. Calypso nurtured Odysseus back to health and life over months, and in doing so, she fell in love with him. And it doesn't matter the gender. You never want a god or goddess to be in love with you, because they're all like... And so the madly infatuated Calypso was not willing to let her precious go. Odysseus was hers now, and for the next 7 years, poor old Odysseus was stuck on a beautiful island with a beautiful goddess that loved him. I'm sorry, I would feel for the guy and respect his desire to go home to his wife and son if he hadn't raw-dogged Kirke and got her pregnant, man. Odysseus, though, was actually miserable, and every day he would just sit by the ocean and stare into the nothingness where he assumed his home, his wife and son to be, wondering what they were up to. While Odysseus was gone for 10 years, fighting in the Trojan War, his kingdom fell apart. After the king of Ithaca had been away for long enough, everybody assumed him dead, and all the noblemen could not accept an empty throne and pressured Odysseus' wife Penelope into remarrying. And when I say pressured her, I mean pressured her. At some point they literally laid siege to her home, eating all of Odysseus' food, drinking his wine, and abusing the hospitality they were never willingly given. Literally a years-long siege on what they assumed was a widow and her son. So after about 15 years, Telemachus, who had just been born when Odysseus left, was finally old enough to do something about that. And the 15-year-old boy confronted all of these supposedly noble men and scolded them for abusing his father's hospitality and pressuring his mother that they should leave Odysseus' lands at once, or else they would have to deal with Telemachus himself. And the men were like,
I'll have to ask my accountant about that.
Yeah, 15 years young, you don't exactly inspire fear. Unless you're at the Rock at 15.
If you smell what the Rock is cooking.
Yeah, that would hit different. So Telemachus changed his tune and told them that he would set sail to find out what happened to his father, and that if he returns without his father, only then him and his mother would agree to a new king. And then Telemachus left on a boat in search of his dad, and after making a couple of stops to gather some information, he arrived in Sparta to see King Menelaus, the man whose fury over his cheating wife Helen started the whole Trojan War, the man who was now happily remarried to his cheating wife Helen, ruling Sparta with her. Menelaus had been around Odysseus for 10 years in Troy, so he immediately recognized the man's features in Telemachus' face and was happy to share the good news with the boy. A deity had told Menelaus of the fate of his brothers in arms and told him that Odysseus, despite his long journey home, was destined to make it back to his wife and son. And that's actually a non-sarcastic happy ending and start to a chapter. How about that?
Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
On the island of Odyssey, Calypso realized that the man she loves being depressed and moping by the sea, waiting to return to his wife and son, isn't exactly the type of love story she'd been hoping for. So she was like, whatever.
It is what it is. It is
And she kept it going for 7 years, until eventually Odysseus' prayers were heard by the goddess Athena, who told Zeus to free Odysseus from this torment. The man's journey home had been cursed ever since he blinded Poseidon's son in self-defense. And then her father Zeus himself punished Odysseus for the faults of Odysseus' men. All of this, Athena said, was unfair. And surprisingly, Zeus agreed. Odysseus had suffered enough, and so Zeus ordered Calypso to release the man, meaning that a decade after the Trojan War had ended, Odysseus could really go home, start the last stretch of his journey, and this time without any deadly stops. Finally, Odysseus
has come back! Home!
As soon as he arrived on his home's shores, Athena appeared before the hero and filled him in on the whole situation. So basically, a bunch of thirsty dudes want your wife, who's still, mama, she's still something, Odysseus. Let me tell you, still, everybody wants to, All right, Athena, get to the point. So they all want her and your throne, and actually we're waiting for like 20 years, and because it makes for super convenient storytelling, today is literally the day your wife has to make a decision after 20 years, meaning that if you reveal that you are Odysseus now, they're just gonna kill you. And so Athena transformed Odysseus into an old man so that he can handle his affairs in disguise and quickly to save his kingdom. For his first stop, old man Odysseus visited a swine farmer to rest, eat, and gather information, gather strength. And because it once again makes for super convenient storytelling, Odysseus' now 20-year-old son Telemachus also conveniently and randomly visited the swine farmer, and Athena then lifted the spell long enough for Odysseus to reveal himself to his son.
I am your father.
After being reunited, Telemachus and Odysseus immediately put a plan into motion to retake the kingdom before any other sits on the throne. And essentially the plan boiled down to,
whoever it is, I'll kill them. I'll kill them all.
But it was a little bit more sophisticated than that. First, Telemachus removed all the displayed weapons from the throne room where all suitors would gather for Penelope's decision. Then, Telemachus suggested to his mother that she should hold a very specific contest to select her next husband. Whoever wants to sit on the throne has to be able to string Odysseus' infamous bow and shoot an arrow through 12 axes lined up in a row. So later that day, the suitors stepped into the weaponless throne room and Penelope presented the challenge. All of them tried to string and bend Odysseus' bow, but it basically turned into the Avengers trying to lift Thor's hammer.
Are you even pulling? Are you on my team? Just represent, pull. All right, let's go.
None of them were even remotely strong enough to string the bow of the mighty Odysseus, which is when disguised old man Odysseus entered the room, appearing as a weak beggar looking for scraps of food. As he was collecting that food, the beggar remarked that this seems like a fun little challenge and asked if these strong men would mind if the old man gives the bow a try. Of course, to feel better about themselves, all agreed it would be amusing to see the old man fail. And so old man Odysseus went up to the bow and he strung it with ease. Then he shot an arrow through the 12 axes like he's Hawkeye and dropped his disguise to reveal himself as the king Odysseus. And then he slaughtered everybody in the room until the halls were flooded with the blood of the dead and he was covered in their brains. And then he went up to his wife like,
kept you waiting, huh?
And then he kissed his wife, and thus Odysseus had returned to and retrieved his home, his kingdom, his wife, and his son. The end. Except it's not the end, because the real ending was... Yep, I told you no Greek mythology story is complete without some incest, but how do we get there? Well, remember how Odysseus left Kirke behind with their 3 children? Yeah, one of those children was Telegonus, and once he was fully grown up, the boy wanted to meet his father. So Kirke told him about his dad being Odysseus, the hero and king of Ithaca, and also how to get there to meet him. And to protect himself, she gave her son a spear which had a tip covered in poison that causes instant death. What could go wrong? On his way to Ithaca, Telegonus got caught up in a storm. So when he docked at the next island, he didn't really know where he was, thinking that the storm blew him off course and that this is some random island, not realizing that he had actually arrived and did dock at Ithaca. So, to restock and resupply, Telegonus snuck into the first farmhouse he saw and quickly stole some supplies before anyone notices. But then, some old man suddenly came running at him, yelling, angry for stealing all the stuff. So Telegonus did what anyone would do in that situation. He poked the old man with the instant death spear and killed him. As the old man lay there dying, Telegonus quickly finished raiding his house when he heard crying from outside. A younger man and an older woman weeping over the old dead man's body, and as he hid in the shadows, Telegonus overheard them crying out the old man's name in sorrow. Odysseus. Yes, Telegonus had killed his own father. Sad and defeated, Telegonus came out of the shack to confess his crimes to his half-brother and stepmother, Telemachus and Penelope. Telegonus told them his story, and after a grieving period, this new patchwork family decided to meet the rest of Odysseus' children and travel to the island of Odyssey, where Odysseus' baby mama, Kirke, lived. Once there, Odysseus' children got to know each other, while Penelope met Kirke like... So you slept with my husband, huh? Yeah, I'm like, so sorry about that. Do you want some Botox? So, to apologize, Kirke used her magic to make Penelope look young again, like she did back in her prime. Stunning, you know, fine, with a capital. And so Penelope was like, wow, winning. She was young again, and she figured, screw it. If my husband cheated on me, I'm gonna use this new hot young body to sleep with my husband's hot young son. And so she had sex with her stepson, Telegonus. And then she married Telegonus, the son of her freshly deceased husband Odysseus and Kirke. Yeah. So now Penelope was Telegonus' stepmother and wife, and Kirke and Odysseus' other son, Telemachus, were like, this seems like a good idea, let's also do exactly the same thing. And so they also got married, making Kirke Telemachus' stepmom and wife. I love this. And this is the actual ending of Odysseus and his tale. Except there's an alternative ending. Here, Telegonus and Telemachus and Penelope return to Kirke with Odysseus' dead body. And in this version, Kirke uses her powerful magic to revive Odysseus. Yeah, I know, that sounds like the cheesy Hollywood version, but bear with me for a moment. As a thanks to his baby mama Kirke, Odysseus then married his first son Telemachus to one of the daughters he had with Kirke, Cassiphone, just to keep it in the family. But then, as Telemachus lived with his new sister/wife and his new stepmom Kirke, he got into an argument with Kirke and he killed her. And out of revenge, Kirke's daughter Cassiphone killed Telemachus. And when Odysseus heard that his firstborn son is dead, Odysseus killed himself. And that's the end of Odysseus' journey. Only in Greek mythology.